This story begins in the post-apocalyptic times. Late at night, sounds of howling and growling were heard in the abandoned factory. The protagonist, Jiang Xiaoyong, a black-haired guy, was suspended by his arms, while a crowd of people below watched him with smiles. Under the guy's feet, there was a cage containing the walking dead. The girl with long black hair named Kui Jing chuckled and called out to Xiaoyong. She said that all the guy's friends were already dead. Jing asked if there was anything left that kept him alive. Xiaoyong could only think that all his friends died because of him. The guy lost his temper and shouted at the girl that she was a snake who deserved the most miserable death. Jing immediately pressed herself against the dark-haired man's shoulder and complained that she was being treated rudely. The man said that Xiaoyong would die a painful death for this and thanked him for the supplies. After that, he pressed the button on the remote control and cut the rope that Xiaoyong was hanging on. The guy fell into a cage with dead people and they immediately rushed towards him. Xiaoyong's hands were tied and he was unable to resist as the monsters tore him apart. Dying in the hands of the dead, the boy thought that if he had another chance, he would make Jing pay for it. Darkness fell, from which Xiaoyong was torn away by loud screams. The guy saw a girl standing in front of him asking why her name was not on the property documents. Xiaoyong glanced around the room and realized that he had returned to the time before the apocalypse. Last time, Jing deceived him and not only stole all of his parents' inheritance, but also threw him out into the street. Later, the whole world plunged into chaos. People began to turn into zombies. Most of the population died and rose again to destroy the remaining survivors. Xiaoyong found new friends, created a safe haven, and was able to survive in the new world. However, the guy allowed himself to be deceived by Jing, who came to them and played on their pity. In fact, it was a trick set up by their enemies. Now Xiaoyong looked at his ex-fiancée again with his cold blue eyes. Jing reminded that the guy should not forget about the bride price, which should be no less than 400,000 yuan. Xiaoyong tried to control himself and not give in to his emotions. Instead of answering Jing's questions, the guy said he understood everything and pushed her out the door. The girl looked at the door that closed behind her and couldn't understand when Soyun became so self-confident. The guy was glad that he managed to remain in silence. Walking deeper into the apartment, Xiaoyong looked at the table clock with the date. Seeing the date, the guy realized that there was only a month left until the apocalypse, so he needed to prepare for the disaster. Something unusual caught Xiaoyong's attention. A system window appeared in front of the guy, which said that he had a task about preparing for the apocalypse. Xiaoyong saw that points were given as a reward for completing tasks, so he decided to go to the system store. At that moment, the guy was disturbed by a loud rumbling stomach. Xiaoyong had completely forgotten that in his previous life, he had constantly starved and suffered in order to save money to study with Jing. The guy walked up to the table and took his phone from it. Xiaoyong logged into the delivery app and thought about trying more delicious food before the apocalypse hit. The guy placed an order and enjoyed relaxing while the food was being delivered. Soon, the table was laden with plates of food from a 3-Michelin-starred restaurant. Xiaoyong was curious to know what the 300 yuan braised pork tasted like. The guy took one piece with his chopsticks and brought it to his mouth. Xiaoyong jumped up on the sofa, saying that this was the most delicious thing he had ever given her in his life. The guy immediately pounced on the food, shoving as many different dishes into his mouth as possible. Xiaoyong was distracted from his dinner by a ringing phone lying nearby on the table. The guy looked at the screen and realized that Jing had complained to her friend Shuya. The friend immediately started shouting that the guy had behaved very badly, and now he had to bring 1,000,000 yuan and the house register. Xiaoyong started shouting back, asking who he and Jing thought they were to cause such a scene for him. Shuya tried to say something, but the guy quickly hung up. Xiaoyong leaned back on the sofa and took a deep breath. The guy thought that he urgently needed to buy a plot of land near a forest and water in order to build a fortress there. The next day, Xiaoyong went to the real estate company to take care of the land. The guy was met by a coworker named Xiaoning, who first asked him whether he wanted to buy a house or rent one. Xiaoyong wanted to explain to the girl what he needed, but they were interrupted by a senior employee. Sales manager Zhu approached Xiaoning and told her that she needed to go to the warehouse and help with the delivery. The girl wanted to say that she was busy, but Zhu pushed her towards the utility room, saying that she should listen to him. The man glanced at Xiaoyong and said that such a loser in rags wouldn't even be able to buy a toilet, so there was no point in wasting time. However, Xiaoyong was not going to leave it like that and asked, "How dare a man look down on people?" Manager Zhu turned around and said that he didn't see people here, but an ordinary mongrel. The man said that if Xiaoyong buys at least a toilet, He will eat waste on stream. Xiaoyong promised to help the manager find fresh waste. The guy took a black card out of his pocket and said that he didn't come here to buy a house or rent one. Xiaoyong said he was going to buy land. All the employees were very surprised, since only the truly rich could afford to buy land. Xiaoning returned to Xiaoyong again and asked him to follow her so they could discuss everything. Manager Ju told them afterward that everyone knows how to brag, and they would wait until it was time to pay. Xiaoning sat the guy down in a chair and handed him documents with the prices of all the lands that were currently available for purchase. Xiaoyong didn't take the folder and said that it would be easier if he listed his conditions and the girl would say if there was anything suitable. The guy said he needed a plot of land near rivers and mountains, with a running water source, and with roads and large buildings nearby. After listening to all the demands, Xiaoning thought for a few moments. Manager Ju came closer and said that there was one site in the Beijing area, but the girl was against it, since the conditions there were bad. The man chuckled and said that Xiaoyong had made such demands on purpose so that they wouldn't be able to find anything for him. The guy was interested in the proposed plot, but Xiaoning said that there was an abandoned building nearby which was unsafe. Xiaoyong picked up the documents and glanced at the information, thinking that this area was quite suitable for him. The guy handed the papers to Xiaoning and said that he was ready to sign the purchase and sale agreement and would pay immediately. The girl bowed and apologized, but a second later she realized what Xiaoyong had said. Xiaoning asked if he was sure of his choice, to which the guy answered positively and reminded him of Manager Ju's promise. Soon the paperwork and payment were completed, and Manager Ju was looking at the payment receipt. The man couldn't believe that someone would spend 300,000 on a site with an unfinished factory. Xiaoyong patted Manager Ju on the shoulder and promised to buy a paid subscription to his channel if he ate the garbage with pleasure. All the employees immediately started making fun of the man, saying that they were already turning on the stream. The system sent a notification that Xiaoyong had completed one of the quest items. As he left the building, the guy thought that the money for the bride price had gone down the drain. But now he needed to think about supplies. Xiaoyong didn't notice a familiar man named Li Shu, who would help Jing kill him in the future. The man immediately noticed him, but did not understand what he was doing in a real estate agency. Near the building, he noticed employees filming how they were trying to feed Manager Zhu scraps. Meanwhile, Jing was sitting at home painting her nails. The girl was distracted from her activity by a phone call. Jing called Li Shu, who told him that Xiaoyong had been to the real estate agency and bought land. The girl immediately jumped up and slammed the table, asking where the guy got the money. Li Shu assumed that it was the bride price money, which made Jing furious as she already considered the money hers. By this time, Xiaoyong himself had returned home and was thinking about where he could get money to buy supplies and build a base. After some time, there was a loud knock on the door. Xiaoyong opened the door and saw Jing with his girlfriend, who asked how he could use her money to buy land. The guy couldn't stand the girl and asked what she was talking about. Jing said that the land was bought with money intended for her, which means the land now belongs to her. Xiaoyong asked if the girl had gotten anything wrong. Tapping the stack of money on Jing's shoulder, the guy said that he had enough money, but she wouldn't get anything out of it. Xiaoyong said that she should remember this and pass this information on to Li Shu. Jing couldn't understand how the guy could have found out about her affair with another man. Shuya intervened and said that it was a normal misunderstanding between a couple, but Xiaoyong replied that they were no longer dating. The guy slammed the door in front of them, and Jing didn't understand how he could have found out about Li Shu if they were always extremely careful. The girls walked towards the elevator, and Shuya asked why her friend hadn't told her that she and Li Shu were having an affair. Jing replied that they had only rented a room a few times. Shuya said that everything was out of control, so they should go back and think about what to do next. Jing replied that they had nothing else to do, and walked into the elevator as the doors opened. Shuya looked at the girl from behind predatorily and thought that she would no longer hold back, since she also wanted to grab her piece. After some time, Xiaoyong headed to the purchase site with the construction team. The guy asked how long it would take to renovate the abandoned factory. Foreman Li opened the construction plan and showed it to Xiaoyong. The man listed the things that needed to be done to strengthen the walls, erect watchtowers, stretch barbed wire, and install doors. Xiaoyong said that all this needed to be done within a month, but the foreman replied that they were unlikely to be able to complete it in that time. The guy said that in that case, he would find those who could handle this task. And then Li said that a lot of money would be needed. Xiaoyong said to name a specific amount, And then the foreman showed 2 fingers. The builders needed 20.5 million in advance so they could start work. Xiaoyong said he would transfer the money within a week so they could start work. The guy promised that he would give them the land if he could not pay the entire promised amount. At that moment, Shuya arrived at the site and approached Xiaoyong with a smile on her face. The girl pressed herself against the guy, grabbed his hand, and asked what he was doing. Xiaoyong looked at Shuyu, who in his previous life had incited Jing to deceive him. The guy looked at the girl angrily and asked what she was doing. Shuyu hugged Xiaoyong's hand and asked if he wanted to build a villa on the site. The guy jerked his hand away and said that it was none of her business. Shuyu didn't understand why Xiaoyong, who used to be embarrassed by just one touch, started acting like this. The guy left the girl alone and went to the foreman, saying that the gate should be wider. Shuyu tried to call Xiaoyong, but it was all in vain. The girl understood that she should not miss this chance while Xiaoyong and Jing were in a quarrel. Closer to night, Xiaoyong returned home and began to think about where he would get the missing money for construction. The guy remembered that the apocalypse was coming soon, and therefore it wouldn't be a big deal if he sold his house several times. Xiaoyong decided that this was the best option at the moment. At that moment, they started knocking on the door and demanding that it be opened. It was Li's neighbor, who had long wanted to buy the 3rd floor from Xiaoyong so that he could own the building entirely. As soon as the guy opened the door, the neighbor began accusing him of spending entire nights at the club. Xiaoyong said to stop shouting because he went to bed before 10 o'clock, so there was no talk of any clubs. The neighbor continued to swear, and then the guy waved his hand and said that he had enough and he would sell the house. The man immediately revealed his hidden intentions when he exclaimed joyfully. Xiaoyong turned to him again and said that he had one condition. The guy said that his new house would be under construction for another 6 months, so he would live here until then. But he needed an advance payment. Xiaoyong demanded 5 million. But when he saw his neighbor's surprised look, he began to close the door, saying that he could forget about it. The neighbor grabbed the door and said that he only agreed if they signed a contract. Xiaoyong was glad that he had managed to deceive this old man, and he wished for him to die in this house. The very next day, they signed a contract, and the neighbor transferred 5 million to the guy. Now Xiaoyong had 5 million and could complete the task and get the reward, after which he went to the store. Xiaoyong ran around the store with carts, filling them with supplies for the whole year. Customers were scared of him and tried not to come close, thinking that the guy had simply gone crazy. Once the cart was full, he would take them back to the pile and get a new one to fill it up again. Soon there were a dozen overflowing carts standing next to the checkout counters. Customers didn't understand why he needed so many products, and some assumed that Xiaoyong was just another fool who believed in the end of the world. The system sent a message that the guy had completed the task, after which he began to think about what to buy with the points. Without thinking twice, Xiaoyong decided to buy the protagonist's box because it cost exactly 10 points. The system store debited the guy's points from his balance and gave him the purchase. The box contained a ring of space that could contain 500 square meters of space where time stood still. Xiaoyong looked at the characteristics and realized that he had hit the jackpot on his first try. Since time did not flow in this space, the guy was able to keep all the food fresh. A few moments later, the system announced the next task, which was to purchase supplies for 10 years. At that moment, the store manager, who had been called in because of Xiaoyong's strange behavior, approached the cash register. Coming closer, it became clear that the manager and the guy were already acquainted. One glance was enough for Xiaoyong to remember his former classmate Yang Tao, who was a bully's pawn at school. At school, they often had squabbles, as Tao tried to squeeze money out of the guy. But he did not give in to pressure. At the moment, Xiaoyong remained in place and listened to unflattering words from his acquaintance. Tao ordered the guy to return all the goods to their place while he spoke to him nicely. Xiaoyong smiled and asked if the guy really greeted customers in his store like that. However, this phrase only made Tao laugh. He said that if Xiaoyong was really the buyer, he should pay for all these goods immediately. After 1 hour, the cashiers finally finished scanning all the items from Xiaoyong's carts. Tao kept a close eye on the girls to make sure they hadn't missed anything. Approaching the head cashier, Tao asked the final amount, to which the girl replied that it was 57,000 yuan. Tao immediately grabbed the terminal and handed it to Xiaoyong, ordering him to pay immediately. With the same force, the guy quickly swiped the card across the terminal. A few moments later, the machine reported that the transaction was successful. Tao was surprised, but waved his hand to his subordinates, saying that it was time for them to go. But Xiaoyong stopped him. Tao turned sharply, asking what the guy wanted from him. Xiao Yung ordered him to apologize for his behavior. Otherwise, he would immediately demand a refund. Tao started yelling at the guy not to look for problems and to leave. However, this time the customers sided with Xiao Yung and said that the manager really should apologize to the guy. Xiao Yung said that if Tao apologized immediately, he would be kind and buy 10 times more goods. To confirm his words, the guy said that he would show the balance of his card. Xiao Yung swiped the terminal again to display the balance. Tao was shocked when he saw that the guy had more than 7 million in his account. Xiao Yung said that if the guy apologized for his behavior right now, he would stay. Tao struggled with his pride for a long time, as he was afraid of losing such a large sum. Soon he gave in and bowed, asking forgiveness for his behavior. Xiao Yung patted him on the head and told him to control himself next time. Tao became more polite and asked why the guy needed such supplies. But Xiao Yung said that it was none of his business. The manager said that the store was short on supplies, so the guy should go directly to the wholesalers. Xiao Yung asked if Tao could recommend anyone to him, and he told him about Zhang Shengzhe, who had just such a business. The manager immediately called Shenzhen and said that they had one big client. As they made their way to the warehouse, Xiao Yung thought about how much of the organization's gray income went directly to Tao. Soon, an expensive car pulled up to the warehouse. The car stopped abruptly next to the guys, and Tao barely managed to take a step back to avoid being hit. Xiao Yung looked at the driver, wondering if he had ever been fined for such dangerous driving. A middle-aged man got out of the car with a cigarette. It was for him that Tao worked for a long time at the school and laundered money from students. Tao approached the boss and told him that he and Xiao Yun were in high school. Shenzhe took a drag and said that he now remembered the guy. The man blew smoke straight into Xiao Yung's face. Shengzi said that he remembered this stubborn boy. The man said he didn't like people who pretended to be rich. But Xiao Yung replied that he didn't understand what he was talking about. Shengji grabbed Tao by the head, saying that he was only wasting his time by believing that a big client was waiting for him. The man said that he had been in this business for many years and could spot a person with money at first glance. Xiao Yung said he couldn't believe that an uneducated person would look down on others. Shengzi couldn't stand the insult directed at him and grabbed the guy by the chest. Xiao Yung remained calm and repeated that there was no need to look down on others. Shengzi asked who the guy called uneducated, and the guy asked in response whether it was right to call him a snob then. Tao approached them and asked them not to start a fight and said that Shengzhe was really uneducated, and that was why he was so offended. The man kicked Tao and told him to shut up if he couldn't speak properly. Shengxi told Xiao Yung that if he didn't buy a truckload of goods from him, he would crawl back on all fours. The guy took out his phone and told him to stop tugging at his collar and dictate his account number. After some time, Shengzhe couldn't believe that Xiao Yung had actually transferred money to him and even promised to buy more goods. The guy said he needed rice, oil, salt, snacks, and drinks. Shenzhen was delighted to see such a list of products, since he just happened to have a batch that was approaching its expiration date. The man brought Xiao Yung to the warehouse and said that he would give everything back and even give a 10% discount. The guy came closer to the goods and said that they needed to check the quality first. Xiao Yung picked up one of the items and after examining it, said that the packaging was fine, but almost everything inside was rotten. The guy looked at Shengze and said that he was still scamming. The man didn't think Xiao Yung would understand this, so he offered a 50% discount. The guy replied that he would spend 5 million only on the highest quality products. Xiao Yung put the goods aside and said that he would take these goods too. The guy said he would do it only on the condition that he pay in a month. Shengze began to worry about Xiao Yung's suspicious behavior, but he said that he would leave his house as collateral. The man asked who the guy was going to sell all this to which he replied that he was going to keep it all for himself. Xiao Yung patted the man on the shoulder and said that soon, even a late payment would be worth its weight in gold. Shenzhe asked the guy what he meant. Xiao Yung said to ignore it and deliver the goods to the address he would send. At that moment, the guy received a call from one of the potential buyers of the house. Xiao Yung quickly told Shengze to resolve the food issue as quickly as possible and went to the meeting. When the guy left, Tao asked the boss if everything was okay, but he couldn't answer that question. After some time, Xiao Yung met a new buyer who brought an advance payment of 400,000. The old man said that he agreed to give the guy 3 months to leave and offered to sign a contract. Xiao Yung decided to ask why the buyer was in such a hurry and why he needed this house at all. The old man replied that his granddaughter was changing schools and she would have nowhere to live, so he wanted to buy a house in the area. Xiaoyong said that the old man was too honest for revealing all the information and asked if the man was afraid that he might raise the price. The old man immediately became frightened and began to ask not to do this, since he had brought all the money that he had managed to save over many years. Xiaoyong said that the man shouldn't worry about it because the deal was still in place. The old man took out the papers and soon they both signed them. The man looked at the documents with joy. The old man bowed and apologized for distracting Xiaoyong from his work. Xiaoyong looked at the man and realized that he was too kind, and that his granddaughter would hardly survive the disaster for even a month. Before the old man left, the boy asked him to stay a little longer and give him his current address. The next day, Xiaoyong decided to visit the construction site to see how things were progressing. The foreman reminded him about further payment, and the guy replied that he was just about to transfer the money. The foreman gave a tour of the facility and reported that they had already completed 70 to 80% of the work, and the warehouse was already ready for use. Xiaoyong immediately called Shengze and said that he could now bring supplies. Within days, the warehouse was filled with food, and employees said it looked like a real bunker. Xiaoyong made sure that workers stored perishable foods separately. One difficult working day, closer to night, all the work was finished. Xiaoyong was left alone in the warehouse, looking at the boxes of products lined up in rows. The guy was glad that he was able to cope with all this. When the system sent a notification about the points being awarded, Xiaoyong immediately checked the system store, where he saw the new box. The guy decided to take this box, which was designed to awaken a special skill before the apocalypse. Xiaoyong spent 10 points and received the Mind's Eye, which helped detect the target's hostility. The guy said it was the most useful skill in the early stages of a disaster. The next task was for Xiaoyong to arm himself, which he was already prepared for. Late at night, Xiaoyong went to the black market to complete this task. The guy was walking down the street and heard a lot of talk about the sale of illegal products and tried to find the right seller. At some point, Xiaoyong heard a familiar voice and became interested. Li Shu stood next to one of the stalls, bargaining for an ice jade bracelet. Xiaoyong immediately realized that the man was trying to deceive Jing with fake gifts. The guy heard metal jingling nearby and became interested. Xiaoyong turned towards where the sound was coming from. The guy was delighted to see many different knives on the table. Xiaoyong approached the merchant and looked at the selection, then asked if there was anything hard. The seller said that these were the sharpest knives, but if the guy wasn't satisfied with that, he could try sharpening them himself. Xiaoyong looked at the man and said that this was not the hardest weapon. The salesman frowned and asked if the guy was looking for trouble. At that moment, the man received a message on his phone about the deposit of 200,000 yuan. Xiaoyong transferred the money using the code lying on the counter and said that he seriously wanted to buy something special. The salesman turned to his assistant Xiang and told him to watch the counter. The man pointed Xiaoyong in the right direction and said that they don't talk about things like that on the street. Soon they entered a room on a quieter street. The seller showed a homemade barrel, which was enough to shoot a chicken, and offered cheap cartridges for it. However, Xiaoyong puzzled him and said that this was not what he needed. The seller offered the guy a replica revolver for 5,000 yuan and cartridges for it. Xiaoyong got angry and reminded him that he had transferred an advance payment of 200,000. So he needed something more substantial. Only now did the seller realize that the transferred money was only a part. Xiaoyong said he plans to spend 2 million yuan on weapons. The seller asked why the guy decided to come to him with such a large order. Xiaoyong said that previously such matters were handled by subordinates, after which the seller asked him to wait a little. The man ran to the door and locked it with the inside lock. Approaching the window, the seller looked out from behind the curtain to check if they were being followed. After pulling the curtain closed, the man said that Xiaoyong had come to the right place. The seller told him to write a list of the things he needed, and he would give him an address where he would need to come the day after tomorrow at midnight with cash. After some time, they finished their preparations and went outside. At this moment, Li Shu passed by and immediately turned his attention to Xiaoyong. The man said that he now understood where the guy got the money from, and asked how long he was going to ignore Jing. Li Shu asked if Xiaoyong was going to be like those people who sell everything they have to live a little more comfortably. The guy thought this was the best opportunity to test his new skill. Xiaoyong activated the mind's eye and began to look closely at the people around him. The guy looked first at the gun seller and saw that he had no hidden intentions. Looking at Li Shu, Xiaoyong noticed that he was extremely dissatisfied. The guy smiled and said that the trash the man bought for Jing was perfect for her. After these words, Li Shu became even more angry, which immediately showed the eye of the mind. The weapon seller Xiaoyong and asked who the man was. Hearing that Li Shu was the guy's enemy, The salesman promised that they would deal with him, and Xiaoyang asked him not to kill him. When the guy left, the seller's men started to attack Lisha. Realizing that they were going to beat him, the man tried to negotiate with them, but it was all in vain. After some time, the beaten Lisha was thrown out of the black neighborhood. The man lay on the ground and thought about how he could take revenge on Xiaoyang. 2 days later, Xiaoyang arrived at his warehouse with a large truck. Before unloading it, the guy checked the purchased goods once again. While Xiaoyang was checking his weapon, the system sent a notification about the completed task. The system awarded bonuses and issued a reward in the form of bonus potions. The guy examined the reward and determined that such potions were equal to 2 potions from the store. Xiaoyang decided not to delay and try it out right away. The guy stuck the needle into his arm and injected the potion. Xiaoyang's strength immediately increased by 2 units from a starting value of 5 units. Having opened the system store, the guy saw that nothing new had been added to it. Xiaoyang decided that it would be best to use the advantage of the potions to the limit. After some time, the guy already had 8 points of physical strength, so he wanted to test it. Xiaoyang looked around and saw metal rods against the wall. The guy came up and took a thick steel rod. Xiaoyang threw him up and kicked him. The rod bent and flew to the side. When the force of the blow caused the wall to crack, Xiaoyang realized that now he didn't even have to fear the apocalypse. Approaching the truck with the weapons, the guy decided that it was safest to store them in the ring. Xiaoyang brought his hand with the ring to the truck, and the boxes gradually began to disappear. Looking around, the guy thought that a disaster would happen the day after tomorrow, so he had to finish all the remaining work. Xiaoyang immediately thought of the old man who bought a house for his granddaughter. The guy was still haunted by the fact that this man was not bad and did not deserve such a fate. Xiaoyang said that even after the apocalypse and rebirth, he cannot ignore people in trouble. The guy decided to send them the bare minimum as compensation for the costs of his plan, and it was up to them to survive. After some time, Xiaoyang arrived in a poor area of the city, at the address the old man gave him. Getting out of the car, the guy said that this place couldn't be found without a navigator. Xiaoyang thought that the old man was really not rich, since he lived in such a cheap place, and on the top floor at that. Having approached the right door, the guy knocked. Xiaoyang decided to get supplies at the last moment so that he wouldn't have to explain himself later. The guy put on the ring and pointed his hand towards the corridor. Within a few seconds, the entire passage was filled with boxes of supplies. By this time, the old man had come to the door to let the uninvited guest in. The man thought that the owner of the apartment had come and promised that he would pay the rent next week. Seeing Xiaoyang in front of him, the old man was very surprised. The man looked around and saw a lot of boxes, after which he asked why the guy had come to him. Xiaoyang said that he would explain everything later, but now they needed to bring all the boxes into the apartment before the neighbors saw them. After a while, they finished, and the old man said that the youth of today is strong, because the guy was not even out of breath. Xiaoyang inspected the apartment and said that it was not bad, and the door was quite strong. The boy advised the old man to use his supplies wisely, and then he would be able to last for 6 months from tomorrow. However, Xiaoyang quickly fell silent when he saw the photo on the shelf. The boy came closer and saw in the photograph an old man and a girl with short brown hair and golden eyes. Xiaoyang immediately recognized the girl as his friend Shanshan, whom they met after the apocalypse. The guy took the photo and asked if Shanshan was the old man's granddaughter, which greatly surprised him. The man said that the girl was currently at her native school, but was planning to transfer and move into the house that he bought for her. Xiaoyang remembered how he met Shanshan after the disaster. The girl said that in her past life, the old man went to the destroyed school to save her and died himself. Xiaoyang put the photo back in place and promised himself that he would make up for Shanshan's regrets in this life. The guy approached the old man and said that the move was canceled, but the man said that this couldn't be done, since the advance payment had already been made. Xiaoyang tried to explain that there would be a disaster tomorrow, so he wanted to take him and Shanshan away and prepare a place for them. However, the old man did not understand what the guy was talking about. Xiaoyang tried to think of a way to explain it to the old man so that he would understand. The boy put the ring on and said that desperate times would soon come when people would think only of hunger. Xiaoyang pointed the ring at the boxes and they immediately began to disappear. The old man began to back away and asked where everything had disappeared to and what kind of magic the guy was using. Xiaoyang said that he could see the future, so the man should listen to him if he wanted to save himself and his granddaughter. The boy put away the ring and asked where Shanshan's school was. After some time, they were already sitting in Xiaoyang's car and driving after the girl. Throughout the entire trip, the old man cast worried glances at the boy, as if he still didn't trust him. Towards evening, the car drove up to the school. Xiaoyang jumped out of the car and asked the old man if he knew the Shanshan class and dormitory, to which he received a positive answer. Meanwhile, Shanshan herself found herself in an unpleasant situation. One of her classmates slapped her in the face and asked what Xiao Chen saw in her. Shanshan took a step back and said that she was not going to date the guy. It was he who insisted on it. A classmate kicked the girl in the stomach and said that she didn't ask her to justify herself. The girl grabbed Shanshan by the hair and said that she would not believe that Xiao Chen was the one who molested the girl. At that moment, Xiaoyang and his grandfather came running. Seeing the old man, the classmate let Shanshan go, and she asked what the grandfather was doing there. Seeing how his granddaughter was being bullied, the grandfather ordered that she be left alone. 3 school children stood between the old man and Shanshan, and one of them said that the girls would sort it out themselves. However, the old man pounced on them, asking where their parents were even looking if they allowed their classmates to be bullied. One of the boys decided to hit the grandfather on the back with a bat to get him to let go of his friend. Xiaoyang arrived in time and grabbed the student's hand. The boy asked if the student really wanted to become a killer at such a young age. The students thought that Xiaoyang was Shanshan's brother and asked her why she didn't tell them about it. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang snatched the bat from the guy's hands and kicked him in the stomach. The guy flew to the side and fell on his back. The other students were wary, as they didn't expect Xiaoyang to be involved in any kind of wrestling. Xiaoyang turned his gaze to the remaining 2 guys. They began to surround him from both sides. One had a bat in his hands, and the other a knife. Finding himself behind Xiaoyang, the guy with the bat decided to attack first. Before the bat reached its target, the boy managed to crouch and dodge the blow. Xiaoyang noted that along with the strength, the reaction speed also increased. The boy turned and grabbed the schoolboy by the collar of his jacket. Xiaoyang yanked him sharply by the collar, causing the boy to fall on his back. The force of the blow caused the schoolboy to immediately lose consciousness. Meanwhile, the second guy was about to attack from behind with a knife. Xiaoyang quickly turned around and intercepted the attacker's hand. Before the schoolboy could react, the boy raised his leg to strike. Snatching the knife from the attacker's hands, Xiaoyang struck him under the knee, knocking him down. The schoolboy hit his head on the asphalt and lost consciousness. Xiaoyang turned his gaze to the schoolgirls who surrounded Shanshan. The girls jumped as the boy walked towards them, and one of them asked what he was going to do. Xiaoyang walked up and slapped the girl. For a few moments, she stood frozen in place, afraid to move. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang grabbed the hair of her friend, who had recently grabbed Shanshan's hair, and asked her if she liked it. The guy pulled out a knife and held it to the girl's throat, causing her to panic. Xiaoyang suddenly stabbed with a knife, accompanied by the screams of the schoolgirls. The guy had no intention of forgiving those who bullied his friend. The girl's friend fell to the ground, looking at Xiaoyang in fear. The schoolgirl fell to her knees. She brought her hands to her hair and realized that Xiaoyang had cut it. The girl started screaming that she wouldn't leave it that easily. Xiaoyang threw the cut hair on her head and said that it would only get in her way. Everyone looked at the guy and didn't understand what was going on. Before leaving, Xiaoyang said that in a couple of days she would realize that cutting her hair short could save her life. The boy headed towards the exit from the school grounds and told Shanshan to follow him. After some time, Xiaoyang, Shanshan, and Grandpa were driving in a car towards the exit of the city. The old man tried to explain to his granddaughter that a great famine would soon happen, so they had to think about survival. However, Shanshan was only angry, believing that her grandfather had once again believed the scammer's calls. Xiaoyang watched his grandfather and granddaughter through the rearview mirror and was glad that Shanshan would be safe this time. The guy told the girl that this time they were not deceived, and the information about the famine came from him. Shanshan looked at Xiaoyang doubtfully and asked who he was. The guy introduced himself and said that there was no need to worry about what happened at school, since it didn't matter now. Shanshan asked if there really would be a great famine soon. Xiaoyang replied that he made up this story to make it easier to convince the old man. The girl said that she had guessed about this because now are peaceful times. However, Xiaoyang told her directly that they were facing an apocalypse. The guy said that the girl could watch videos and news on her phone to make sure his words were true. Shanshan immediately took out her phone and immediately came across breaking news. Videos of people biting everyone they came across were circulating on the internet. Many people said that these were signs of rabies infection among people. People instantly became infected by the attackers and also began to behave strangely. Xiaoyong listened to the girl's phone and said that the first warning signs had already appeared on the internet. The guy said that tomorrow a thick toxic fog will envelop several provinces, and the effect will manifest itself on living beings. A significant portion of the population will mutate into zombies and begin to attack the survivors. Anyone who breathes will be in danger. After dying at the hands of zombies, everyone will become one of them. Xiaoyong said that the girl should already understand what zombies are. But Shanshan replied that it was hard to believe. The guy said that even a week wouldn't be enough for the girl to believe that what was happening was real. At this moment, Xiaoyong cursed when he saw a large traffic jam ahead. The emergency lane was also blocked by cars, so it was impossible to pass. Grandpa started to worry that zombies might catch them in traffic. But Xiaoyong replied that it wasn't that urgent. The guy remembered that they would have a few days until the situation was under control, but he was afraid that zombies would appear somewhere nearby. At that moment, a car was speeding along the emergency lane. Seeing a traffic jam ahead, the driver swerved into the normal lane, trying to squeeze between the cars. The driver misjudged the distance and almost crashed into Xiaoyong's car. The guy was very angry because people stopped paying attention to safety rules. Xiaoyong abruptly turned the steering wheel to avoid the car that cut him off. The guy stepped on the gas, driving up sharply right next to the car parked in front of him. The driver in the emergency lane had to return to his lane to avoid colliding with Xiaoyong. However, Xiaoyong realized that the driver was still trying to squeeze into the lane in front of him. The driver drove up to a dangerous distance, trying to push the guy aside. The driver rolled down the window and started shouting something. Grandfather Shanshan said that this rich man was not worth dealing with, to which Xiaoyong replied that he could deal with him. After a whole hour, the traffic jam finally came to an end, and they were able to drive out onto a clearer stretch of road. Shanshan looked out the window and warned Xiaoyong that the car from the traffic jam had caught up with them and was trying to cut them off again. The guy looked in the mirror and saw a car, which this time came from the left side. Xiaoyong got angry and said that he was asking for trouble himself. The driver suddenly pulled out in front of Xiaoyong's car and began to brake. The grandfather held his granddaughter and said that she shouldn't behave like him. Xiaoyong said that in the past, he would have let him go. But tomorrow, the apocalypse will begin, so he will no longer forgive such people. The guy suddenly stepped on the gas and rammed the side of the car. The impact caused the car to spin around and crash into the side of the road. The driver got out of the car, holding his head, and started calling the police. The man in the suit looked at the driving away car and tried to remember the license plate. The driver said that he would still show that he was not to be trifled with. By nightfall, Xiaoyong's car arrived at the warehouse site. Shanshan and her grandfather got out of the car and couldn't believe that this was all real. The girl said that this was too much. Xiaoyong told them to rest, as hard days would begin tomorrow. In the morning, the guy got up earlier than everyone else and drank coffee next to the window overlooking the city, which was far away. Shanshan woke up and went out to Xiaoyong, saying that she had never slept so well. The guy said that if she woke up, it was time to inspect the area. Taking his grandfather along, Xiaoyong gave him a tour and explained that the walls were made of durable concrete. The gates were made of pure steel and were controlled remotely, so neither humans nor zombies could break through them without powerful weapons. Xiaoyong said that without his permission, only the three of them could be here. Shanshan asked if they would really leave the people who reached them to die outside the walls. Xiaoyong did not answer this question and suggested moving on. The guy said that during the apocalypse, it is difficult to predict human behavior. If they trust people with ulterior motives, they themselves may die at their hands. Xiaoyong took the grandfather and granddaughter out onto the observation bridge and showed them what was in the adjacent area. The separate fenced-off area contained everything necessary for life, and this is where those who arrived were supposed to stay until the inspection. Xiaoyong said once again that no one could be allowed into the fortress without his permission, after which he suggested going to the warehouse. The guy said he would explain how to distribute the products. Before informing Shanshan and her grandfather about the situation, Xiaoyong decided to conduct a check. The boy used the mind's eye and looked at the old man and the girl. Xiaoyong saw the green icons above them and assumed they meant complete trust. The guy pulled out a weapon from the ring's storage and said that it was the most important thing during the apocalypse. The old man got a gun, and Shanshan took a crossbow with a sight. Xiaoyong said that they should always control themselves and not dance to someone else's tune. The system sent a notification about a new task, which consisted of rescuing Jiangxi's old partner. Xiao Yong was just thinking about how he could find his old friend. He looked towards the city and saw an arrow that pointed to Jiangxi's location, but only he saw it. Shanshan asked where the guy was heading. Before leaving, Xiao Yong said once again that Shanshan and Grandpa should not break the rules. The guy got into the car and said that he was going to pick up some people because they needed to assemble a team. Meanwhile, there was still no turmoil in the city, and people lived as before, trying to ignore the commotion on the internet. At this time, Jiangxi was at karaoke with his friends. The guy left the room with his friend to go to the toilet. They were loudly joking with each other and were tipsy. They were staggering from the alcohol they had drunk, so they held on to each other. As he walked out into the corridor, Jiangxi accidentally bumped into a girl passing by with his shoulder. The guy immediately turned to apologize, but the girl and her companion looked angry. The man kicked Jiangxi in the stomach and told him to watch where he was going. The guy flew back against the wall and rolled onto the floor. Friend Lin ran up to Jiangxi and asked if he was okay. The guy turned to the attacker and asked why he had to hit him right away. However, this angered the man even more. And now it was time for Lena to receive. The man grabbed the guy by the collar of his shirt and lifted him up. At that moment, a waiter passed by. The guy looked at what was happening and didn't understand why he couldn't spend at least a day in this establishment without fights. The waiter ran up to the fighters and asked all participants to calm down. The man's anger turned on him, and he asked if the waiter knew who he was dealing with. The waiter waved his hand at Jiangxi and Lin to leave immediately. The man did not pay attention to this and ordered the worker to immediately call the owner. Jiangxi and Lin took the opportunity to escape to their room. Their friends were waiting for them in room 3090. The out-of-breath guys rushed into the room, quickly closing the door behind them. Friends asked who they were running from. Lin said that they encountered some thug who was going to beat them up, but the waiter stood up for them. A guy named Chang jumped up and said that their class never gave up, so they would quickly deal with the bandits together. Their friend Jiang winced, and it was clear that he was not happy with the idea of a fight. Jiangxi said that they needed to calm down because there was less than a year left until graduation, and they didn't need any trouble. However, after some time, their peace was disturbed. The bandit from the corridor kicked down the door and entered with his friends and the beaten waiter. The students flinched and looked in their direction. The bandit pushed the waiter aside and told his friends that these were the guys they were looking for. The students jumped up from their seats, but the bandits were already following them. After a while, all 4 students were kneeling with their hands behind their heads. The waiter was kneeling next to them, shaking in pain and holding his stomach. Cheng started shouting that one call and they would all be in trouble. The bandit grabbed a bottle from the table and asked who gave him permission to speak. The man hit Cheng on the head with a bottle as hard as he could, breaking it. Blood and alcohol ran down the boy's hair, and he quickly fell silent. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang's car drove up to the karaoke building. The guy got out of the car and only now remembered that Jiangxi went to college. As he walked into the building, Xiaoyang said that the end of the world was at hand, but his heart longed for a song. Meanwhile, Jiangxi tried to shout to Cheng, who did not respond to his words. The girl accompanying the bandit watched this without much interest. The man approached her and asked if she was happy, to which the girl replied that it was not this guy who pushed her. The bandit pointed at Jiangxi, saying that he did it. Cheng came to his senses and grabbed an ashtray from the table. The guy was about to hit the bandit on the head, but his henchman grabbed him. The bandit got angry and said that the guy was too brave. While his subordinates held Cheng down, the man smashed another bottle on his head. The guy fell to the floor and this time lost consciousness. Jiangxi and Lin jumped up from the floor and rushed at the bandits. The bandits did not expect that the students would dare to go against them. Only Jiang cowered in the corner and covered his head with his hands, not daring to intervene in the brawl. While the drag was going on, the waiter felt really bad and the veins on his body started to appear. Jiangxi fought with all his might, wanting to avenge his friend. The waiter gradually lost touch with reality and became a zombie. As soon as the conversion was fully completed, the zombie rushed at the fighting people. Running up to one of the bandits from behind, the dead man sank his teeth into his shoulder. The fight was immediately stopped due to the waiter's strange behavior. Jiang was shocked as he watched what was happening. The bandits tried to pull the waiter away from his colleague, but he was too strong. As soon as they got the zombie off one man, it immediately grabbed hold of another bandit. The dead man pushed his victim to the floor, biting into his forearm. Someone grabbed the zombie by the neck from behind and tore it away from the man. Xiaoyong easily lifted the dead man off the floor. The bandits watched what was happening and tried to understand what was happening. Xiaoyong walked to the wall and slammed the zombie's head into the TV. The guy looked around at those present and ordered that all of this be stopped immediately. The man with the bitten forearm watched Xiaoyong in shock. He himself had dealt with a mad waiter and did not understand how the guy had the strength to cope with him. The bandit boss asked who Xiaoyong was and what he was doing there anyway. The boy ignored his question and turned to Jiangxi, asking if he had been bitten. The boy looked at Xiaoyong and replied that he had not been bitten. Xiaoyong didn't explain anything and simply told Jiangxi to follow him. The bandit boss grabbed Jiangxi by the shoulder and said that they were not finished yet. At that moment, one of the man's subordinates, who was the first to be bitten, began to feel unwell. Xiaoyong immediately turned his attention to him. The bite was clearly visible, and dark, bulging veins were already beginning to spread across the man's body. Without letting go of the zombie, Xiaoyong said that he had been bitten. The man looked at him and confirmed his suspicions, but did not understand what this meant. Xiaoyong thought that the bandit was already infected, and the bite so close to the head accelerated the mutation. The guy didn't explain anything and headed towards the exit, dragging the zombie behind him. Xiaoyong threw the dead man into the toilet. Before the zombie could get to his feet, the guy slammed the door. Xiaoyong took a few steps back and watched the door for a while. Knocking and growling sounds came from behind it, but the dead man still had no idea how it opened. Xiaoyong turned to the rest of the people and thought that this was very good. The guy flexed his fists and asked Jiangxi who he should eliminate. The guy didn't understand what they were talking about because he didn't know Xiaoyong. The gangster boss said the guy was being too brazen and attacked him with his fists. However, Xiaoyong quickly stopped him, grabbing his face with his hand. The guy slammed the bandit into the floor with such force that the tiles underneath him cracked. The man's subordinate, bitten on the shoulder, immediately rushed at Xiaoyong. However, the guy moved too quickly, and the bandit did not have time to react. Xiaoyong knocked him out with one blow. The bandit fell to the floor, foam coming out of his mouth and his body starting to twitch. Another bandit ran up to him and asked how he could pass out from one blow. Xiaoyong said that those who want to try his fist can come over. The boy told Jiangxi to take his friends and wait for him outside. After a while, Jiangxi and Lin led Cheng out of the room, with Jiang walking ahead of them. The bandit boss said that they were leaving too. However, Xiaoyong stood at the door, preventing him from leaving the room. The guy said that the man almost killed his friend, so he won't let it go that easily. The bandit wanted to attack Xiaoyong, but he struck first. The man flew back into the room and fell to the floor. Xiaoyong slammed the door from the outside and locked it. The bandit started knocking on the door and threatening to kill the guy if he didn't open it immediately. At this point, the concentration of the virus in the blood of one of his subordinates reached a critical level. The man turned into a zombie and completely lost consciousness. The zombie broke free from the hands holding it in place and rushed at the boss. The bandits didn't know what to do with him. Xiaoyong stood next to the door and listened to what was happening behind it. The waiter approached the guy and asked what happened. And then, Xiaoyong advised him to lock the door and call the police and an ambulance. The guy said it was another bout of rabies flu. The waiter was stunned, and then Xiaoyong had to shout at him. The man immediately took out the key and locked the door with shaking hands. Xiaoyong waved his hand at Jiangxi and told him to follow him. More and more workers gathered near the door to the room and tried to understand what was going on there. They discussed Xiaoyong's words about there being people infected with rabies there. The workers decided to check what was happening using surveillance cameras. After a while, everyone gathered in the security room to watch the recordings. They couldn't contain the horror that gripped them after watching it. The people in the room went wild and ate each other. Only after this did the workers rush to call the police. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong walked to his car and told the students not to be afraid and get in. When everyone had taken their places, the guy took all 4 friends to his fortress. Jiangxi sat next to Xiaoyong in the front seat and thanked him for his help, then asked if they knew each other. Xiaoyong decided to say that he was hired to protect Jiangxi, but he had to keep the client's name a secret. Jiang asked what rabies flu the guy was talking about, since it was all just a common internet myth. Xiaoyong said that they themselves saw everything in that room. And then Lin asked if there was a cure for it. Xiaoyong replied that the epidemic would only get worse and the current world would be doomed. At this point, clashes with infected people began to occur on the street. The students hurried to look out the windows to make sure once again that this was not a joke. They saw how the infected attacked healthy people. Xiaoyong said that this was a local outbreak, but things would soon get out of control. So they had to listen to him to survive. All 4 students agreed to obey his orders. The system sent a notification that the former partner's task has been completed. Xiao Yong entered the system store and saw that the only useful item left was the Apocalypse Cultivator. The guy was thinking about whether it was worth buying it or whether it would be better to update the store. Xiao Yong thought everything was useful and inexpensive, but he didn't want to deal with it at the moment. At the moment, he was worried about the people sitting in his car. Xiao Yong could trust Jiangxi, but his 3 friends could not be trusted. In his past life, Jiangxi said that his entire dorm was wiped out by zombies due to the betrayal of a close friend. Now, Xiao Yong was interested in which of the boys' 3 close friends was the traitor. Meanwhile, Jing was at home and contacting Li Shu. The girl asked when he would bring her supplies, because she was afraid to go to the store. The man promised to bring supplies when he was free, but his words were interrupted by a loud knock on the door. Jing was startled and walked cautiously to the door, telling Lish that she would call him back later. Shaking with fear, the girl approached the door and looked through the peephole. Uzin calmed down and opened the door when she saw her friend Shuya behind it. The girl entered the apartment and said that the police had taken Uncle Shu from the 1st floor. Jing said that now it was clear where all the noise was coming from. Shuya said that rabies flu was not an ordinary horror story, and asked if Lish had brought food. Having received a negative answer, the girl said that she needed to call Li Shu and tell him that Xiao Yong had a lot of supplies. Shuya said that everything was kept in the guy's new house, but he didn't let her go there. Jing realized that Xiao Yong had heard from somewhere that an epidemic would occur. Shuya said to call Li Shu immediately so that they could either take the supplies from Xiao Yong or take most of the money from him. Meanwhile, Xiao Yong's car arrived at the fortress. The students began to get out of the car and look around. Jiangxi looked at the walls with delight and said that it looked like a real fortress. Xiao Yong smiled and said that everyone reacted like this for the first time. Shanshan and her grandfather Sheng went out to meet the guy and asked if everything was okay. Xiao Yong said that everything was fine and promised to introduce new team members. The guy introduced a smiling Jiangxi and his classmates, saying that they would stay with them. Shanshan greeted them and said that since Xiao Yong had personally chosen them, they would be welcome here. Xiao Yong asked Grandpa Sheng to take a couple of guys and show them around here and explain their rules. Lin looked around and said it looked a lot like northern Myanmar. At this moment, Jiang raised his hand and was about to say something. The guy said that if they were given weapons, they could help protect this place. Xiao Yong looked at Jiang from over his shoulder with a cold gaze. Lin became worried and told his friend that they needed to gain trust first and only then ask for such a thing. Xiao Yong said that they had nothing to worry about as he would give them weapons in a few days. The guy looked at Cheng and said that he had quite serious injuries, so it would be better to examine him in the infirmary. Xiao Yong took Cheng and sent the rest of the boys to the common rooms to wash and change clothes. Jiang asked Lin why he stopped him, since there was a possibility that they would be given weapons right away. The guy said that this is the best way to protect themselves, because they are essentially under house arrest. Lin didn't understand his friend's attitude and reminded him that Xiao Yong had saved them. Jiangxi reminded them that the guy had been hired to protect them, but Jiang asked who could have hired him in the first place. The guy reminded that Chen had already been taken away, and the infirmary looked more like a prison than a hospital. Jiang suspected that their friend might have been harvested for his organs, and that they would be next. The guy thought they needed to strike first. Lin said that they could not do this because they might harm the person who wished them well. However, Jiang insisted that they needed to kill Xiao Yong and take control of the fortress. Jiangxi and Lin were shocked to hear that their friend was already having dirty thoughts about Shanshan. Seeing his friend's reactions, Jiang decided to laugh it off, saying he was just trying to defuse the situation. Jiangxi and Lin exhaled, thinking that their friend had just made a bad joke. After some time, they all washed and changed their clothes. However, Jiang wasn't joking. He simply decided that there was no point in negotiating with the guys, and that it was worth taking matters into his own hands. Meanwhile, Shanshan and Grandpa Sheng finished their business and came to Xiao Yong to report. The old man said that the guys had settled in, and the wounded man had been placed in the hospital and all the windows and doors had been closed. Xiao Yong thanked them for their work and said that they could rest until tomorrow, as the next day might be difficult. Before they left, the guy told them to keep an eye on not only Cheng, but the other guys as well. Xiao Yong said that there might be a traitor among them, so they should be careful. Once everyone had gone to their rooms, Xiaoyong went down to the warehouse. The guy opened a system store and was going to deal with this matter in peace and quiet. Xiaoyong had enough points to buy all the items in the store. After purchasing the items, the guy still had 8 points left in his account. From the boxes, Xiaoyong received large supplies of food and another 1,500 rounds of ammunition. Looking at the pile of loot, the guy thought that money was good. But after the apocalypse, these rewards would be priceless. The next day, as Xiaoyong expected, many difficulties awaited them. By midday, jeeps arrived at the fortress gates, led by the expensive car that Xiaoyong had collided with a few days earlier. The cars stopped near the gate and checked the address again. Armed bandits got out of the cars. The man Xiaoyong had bumped into on the road got out of the car and promised his friend that they would have lunch together later. After hanging up the phone, he ordered his men to get inside the fortress. The bandits, armed with bats, tried to break through the metal gates, but to no avail. One of the bandits told the man that the gate was only a few centimeters thick, so there was no way they could break through it. The rich man didn't understand that he would install such doors in an ordinary house. The man ordered the boxes to be pulled out of the cars immediately. The boxes contained bottles of Molotov cocktails. The bandits began setting fire to and throwing bottles over the fence. Bottles fell on the site and exploded. Soon the area behind the gate was engulfed in flames. The man watched with pleasure as the fire spread beyond the gate. There were not many materials on the site that could burn, but it was necessary to stop the fire. Shanshan, Jiangxi, Lin, and Jiang ran out into the street with buckets of water and fire extinguishers. The girls said that Xiaoyong was right, that emergency situations would begin to occur even before the disaster. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong himself came out with a rifle, and Grandpa Sheng took his gun. The two of them headed to the observation tower to see who was looking for trouble. After some time, they climbed up the observation tower next to the gate. The old man said that the car looked very familiar. It took Grandfather a few moments to remember the rich man with whom they had an incident on the way to the fortress. Soon, in the crowd of people, the old man spotted the man himself. The bandits watched the fire and soon noticed people on the observation tower. The subordinate immediately reported this to his boss. The man called Xiaoyong and promised to burn his house to the ground if he did not come out immediately. The guy replied that they had 5 minutes to get ready and leave. This enraged the bandits, and they went to get more Molotov cocktails to set fire to even more territory. At this moment, Xiaoyong received a new task from the system, which was to eliminate the threat. Grandpa Sheng asked what they would do next and whether they should fire a warning shot. Xiaoyong reminded him that these were bandits who didn't care whether someone was burned alive by their actions or not. The guy took aim and said that they would hurt innocent people if they left them alive. Xiaoyong started shooting without warning. The first bullet tore off the bandit boss's left arm. The man immediately howled in pain, and his subordinates began to run away. Xiaoyong sighed in disappointment and said that his skills had deteriorated due to the peaceful life. The bandit boss immediately ran towards the car, promising that he would return and then Xiaoyong would pay for his actions. The guy said that they would finish everything here and now, since he doesn't like to wait. A second later, a hail of bullets rained down on the bandits. One after another, the bandits fell to the ground dead. The boss jumped into the trunk of one of the jeeps and pushed his subordinates aside. He grabbed the driver's seat and ordered the man sitting in it to get out of there quickly. Grandpa Sheng said they were trying to escape by car, but Xiaoyong said that was exactly why he brought the machine gun with him. The guys started shooting at the car, and bullets pierced the windows and roof. Grandfather Xiaoyong moved while remaining completely calm. The old man couldn't cope so easily even at work, so he was afraid to even guess who this guy really was. Xiaoyong continued firing until all the bandits were killed. Less than an hour later, there was complete silence. Due to a broken closer, the trunk of one of the jeeps opened. Xiaoyong stood on the tower for a while longer, then told the old man to call Jiangxi and the others to clean up. However, the guy then changed his mind and said not to rush and to leave the bodies on the road. At the early stage of the disaster, Xiaoyong wanted to turn these bandits into zombies so that Jiangxi and Shanshan could practice. After a while, the silence was again broken by the sounds of approaching cars. This time, Li Shu was heading towards the fortress. Shuya was the only one who had ever been to Xiaoyong's new territory, so she sat in the back seat and gave directions. Jing sat next to her, looking boredly at the passing scenery outside the window. The girl always paid attention to how Shuya began to behave in Li Shu's company, trying to draw the man's attention to herself. The man stopped near the gate and told the girls to go ahead and call when they got inside. At first, only Jing was supposed to go, but after getting out of the car, she called Shuya to come with her. Jing said she didn't know the way, but but the girl tried to get out of it by citing uncomfortable shoes. However, Jing still managed to pull her out of the car, not daring to leave her alone with Li Shu. The man remained in the car, watching as the girls headed towards the fortress. Li Shu called his subordinates and told them to get ready. A large black car followed behind them. There was a crowd of bandits sitting inside, ready to rush into battle at any moment on the boss's orders. They were ordered to act as soon as Li Shu's car moved. Meanwhile, the girls were heading towards the gate, and Shuya asked why Jing had dragged her into all this. Jing said that she would not fall for the girl's petty tricks, but the girl replied that she had dressed up for Xiaoyang, who was now free. Soon the girls noticed that something had happened in front of the gate. The cars were all covered in bullet holes, and corpses were lying on the asphalt. Shuya assumed there had been a shootout, but she didn't understand why it had happened. Shuya clung to her friend and suggested going back, but Jing said that some time had passed since the shootout. The girl thought that Xiaoyang should have died by now, so the only thing they had to worry about was whether there were any food left in the warehouse. Shuya insisted that they should return to Lish, but Jing decided to check if the doors were locked first. Meanwhile, one of the corpses in the jeep that was left behind began to come back to life. The girls approached the gate and said that they couldn't see what was going on inside. Shuya said that since everything was closed, it meant Xiaoyang was okay. At that moment, the girls were attracted by a shout from above. Shanshan stood on the observation tower and asked who they were and how they found this place. Shuya said that they were Xiaoyang's friends, and Jing said that she was Xiaoyang's girlfriend. Shanshan turned to face the courtyard and told Xiaoyang that his girlfriend had arrived. Jing thought that the guy had found himself a new girlfriend, but Shuya said that they needed to get ready as they had a task. Jing said that Li Shu had several pistols so they could deal with Xiaoyang, and all they needed to do was open the gate. After some time, the guy himself climbed up to the observation tower and asked what the girls were doing there. Xiaoyang immediately used the mind's eye to see through the girls' hidden intentions. Shuya flirted with him and asked him to let them in, but red symbols were burning above their heads, expressing their ill intentions. Xiaoyang asked how far Li Shu stopped and how many armed men he took with him. The girls froze in place, not understanding how the guy figured this out. Just a few moments later, several bullets hit the ground near the girl's feet. Seeing that it was Xiaoyang who opened fire, Jing was told that he had gone crazy. Shuya tried to calm the girl down and asked her not to provoke the guy, but she believed that Xiaoyang would not be able to shoot her anyway. The guy just laughed and said he didn't shoot to shoot them. At that moment, the girls heard strange sounds coming from behind them. Turning around, Jing and Shuya couldn't believe what they saw. Recently, dead people began to rise, and it was clear that they were infected with rabies. Xiaoyang watched from the tower and said that the girls would die at their hands. A second later, the zombies rushed at the girls with a loud growl. Jing and Shuya barely managed to jump aside, escaping their clutching hands. Li Shu was sitting in the car when the girls' screams were heard. They ran to the car and begged to be saved, and a crowd of zombies ran after them. Li Shu looked out the window and asked where the infected came from. The man ordered his men to retreat immediately via radio. Jing and Shuya were about to get into Lish's car, but he didn't wait for them. The man quickly turned the car around and began to drive away, leaving the girls behind. Jing ran behind Shui, but she didn't want to die in this place and under these circumstances. The girl took her bag off her shoulder and threw it at her friend's feet. The straps of the bag caught on Shuya's ankle and she began to fall. The girl didn't have time to group herself and fell to the ground. Shuya turned her head and saw that the infected were already nearby. A moment later, the street was filled with the girl's screams. The zombies were tearing her apart, and she watched as Jing, who had set her up, ran away. While the zombies were distracted by eating Shui, Jing ran forward without a drop of pity, repeating that the girl deserved it. The system sent Xiaoyang a message that the task of eliminating the threat had been completed, and now the area needed to be cleared. Shanshan looked at the guy and asked if all the dead really turn into zombies. Xiaoyang explained that the dead would quickly turn into zombies, while some would only need severe injury or exhaustion. The guy headed towards the stairs and told the girl to call everyone to the meeting. After some time, all the inhabitants of the fortress gathered in one room. They sat down at the table, with Xiaoyang sitting at the head. The guy said that for the next couple of days they would stay inside and the windows would be closed to adapt to the new infection. Zhang Shi was worried about the condition of his friend Cheng, who was currently still in the infirmary. The doors were locked and the windows were boarded up. The guy was lying on the bed and still hadn't regained consciousness. Dark, bulging veins had already begun to spread across his body, indicating that he was already infected. Meanwhile, in the city, Things were already starting to get out of control of the authorities. People tried to save themselves in every possible way, but due to the numerous influx of zombies, chaos reigned in the city. Shengzi watched what was happening from the window of his apartment. The man told his wife Asu and son Xiao that he would go to the warehouse for supplies that night, and they should not open the door to anyone during that time. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Shengzi looked at the front door with apprehension and remained silent for a while. The man told his wife to be quiet, and when she covered her son's mouth with her hand, he walked towards the door. Shengzi took the club, but when he approached the door, he heard a familiar voice. The man exhaled when he recognized the newcomer as his subordinate Tao. Deciding that the guy was not a threat, Shengzi opened the front door. Before he could let the guests into the apartment, he was kicked in the stomach. Tao's subordinates ran into the apartment and pinned the man down on the floor. Tao walked up to them and looked down on his former boss. Shengzi demanded that he be released immediately. The man asked why Tao was doing this, since he had always treated him well. However, the guy did not agree with him and believed that he had been treated like a lackey all this time. Tao felt that he had been given too little for all his time of faithful service, so now he wanted to get the address and keys to the warehouse. Shengzi gritted his teeth, not intending to answer the guy's questions. Tao said that the man was unlikely to resist for long and went towards Shengzi's wife and son. The guy grabbed Asa by the hair and dragged her towards her husband. Xiao screamed and rushed at Tao, demanding that he let his mother go. The child was hysterical and bit the guy on the hand with all his might. Tao jerked his hand sharply and threw the boy aside, hitting him in the face. Shengzi said that they could do whatever they wanted with him, but they had to leave his wife and child alone. Tao looked at the man and said that they would be safe as long as they cooperated. After some time, Shengzi led Tao and his men to the supply depot. However, when he opened the warehouse gates, only a few boxes were waiting for them. Tao looked at it and asked where everything else was. Shenzhen recalled that the guy himself brought them a major client who bought everything, and there were almost no expired items left. Tao thought about it, recalling his recent meeting with Xiaoyong. The guy said they would have enough supplies to last a lifetime if they could get to the warehouse at Xiaoyong's factory. Shengzi said that there was no point in approaching the guy, since he had seen the weapon when he was delivering supplies. Tao replied that these were already Shenzhen's own problems. The man didn't understand what he was talking about, and then the guy said that he would trade the safety of his wife and son for supplies. Shengzi realized that he was put in a hopeless situation. Meanwhile, the fears of Xiaoyong and all the inhabitants of the fortress were confirmed. Everyone gathered in the infirmary to see everything with their own eyes. Cheng turned into a zombie and thrashed on the bed, trying to get out of his bonds. The infirmary was filled with the boy's screams and growls, while the others did not utter a sound. The boy's friends couldn't believe what happened to the boy. Jiang frowned at Cheng and said that he needed to be killed. Xiaoyong glanced over his shoulder at the boy. Jiangxi asked Jiang what he meant. Jiang said that Cheng was already dead, but if he somehow escaped, all of them would be in danger. Lin disagreed and said that they couldn't abandon their friend like that. Xiaoyong looked at the boys and said that those infected had almost no chance of recovery. However, the guy had no intention of doing it himself. Xiaoyong took out a knife and handed it to Jiang, who was the one who first suggested killing Cheng. The guy stepped back and asked what that meant, and then Xiaoyong reminded him that it was his idea. Jiang looked at the knife and was shaking with fear. Xiaoyong reminded him that it was Jiang who demanded the weapon from him, so he should take it and save his friend from suffering. However, at that moment, Zhang Shi grabbed the knife. Xiaoyong let go of the weapon, completely trusting his longtime comrade in arms. Shaking with fear, Zhang Shi looked at the knife and said that he would do it himself. Xiaoyong grabbed the knife blade and asked the guy if he was sure he hadn't deceived them. The guy said that just one step and Zhang Shi could become a killer. Without thinking twice, Zhang Shi replied that he completely trusted Xiaoyong. The guy smiled and said that in that case, they could begin. Zhang Shi walked up to his friend lying on the bed and raised his hand holding a knife. It took him a while to gather his strength, but he finally decided to strike. The knife was stopped a few centimeters from the infected man's neck. Xiaoyong quickly walked up to Jiangxi and stopped his hand. The guy looked at him and asked why he did it. Xiaoyong looked at the message from the system and said that a rather specific situation had arisen, so they had to intervene. The system informed the guy that a rare mutant had been discovered. After some time, all the shelter residents came out of the infirmary on Xiaoyong's order. He was left alone with the infected man and watched him closely. Xiaoyong tried to talk to Cheng, but he didn't answer, only grinning and growling. The guy hovered over the infected man and said that he had an important task for Cheng. Meanwhile, Shang Zhe was thinking about how to deal with the situation Tao had put him in. The man was racing his car through the city, trying to avoid all obstacles. However, he still managed to gain control and crashed into a pole. Shang Zi got out of the car and rubbed his bruised head, saying that he had no luck at all. He was glad at least that he managed to get to the right place. At that moment, a zombie crept up behind Shang Zi. The man put his hands in front of him, and the infected creature bit him on the forearm. Gathering her strength, Shang Zi pushed the zombie away from herself. The man immediately rushed to his car. Shang Zi grabbed the crowbar from the passenger seat, which he had brought with him in case he had to fight off the infected. The man barely had time to turn around and hit the zombie before it attacked him again. After knocking the infected to the ground, Shang Zi began to strike him in the head one after another until the zombie stopped moving. When everything was finished, the man looked around and thought that it was not worth lingering here. Shaking from tension and pain, Shang Zi headed towards Xiaoyang's fortress. Meanwhile, the corpses located at the gate came to life and began to walk near the walls of the fortress. Xiaoyang looked out over the fence, through an additional door located on the opposite side from the main gate. The rest of the fortress's inhabitants followed him out with various weapons in their hands. Shanshan looked at her protective clothing and told Xiaoyang that it was very uncomfortable to move in. The guy replied that zombies are much stronger than normal humans, so they should wear protection until they get used to it. Peeking around the corner, Xiaoyang said that they could remove the protection when they were ready. The guy looked at the zombie and warned the rest of the group that they were now in the detection zone. Soon the infected noticed the people, and Xiaoyang immediately reported this to the team. The guy reminded the team that they should cover each other, but keep their distance. The zombie ran up to Xiaoyang, who was standing closest, but the guy managed to jump aside. The guy said they would have a chance to attack when the infected missed. Xiaoyang said to aim for the temple or the back of the neck, and Lin immediately tried it. However, the guy chose the wrong moment, causing the machete blow to hit the zombie's forehead. Lin immediately stepped back, crying out from the intense pain in his arm. Xiaoyang stood behind him and said that the zombie's skull was very hard, so trying to hit it could result in injury. The infected immediately rushed at Lin, but he held a machete in front of him. The zombie bit the machete blade, and the boy started asking someone for help. Xiaoyang praised Lin for how he defended himself and told Jiangxi to help his friend. The guy immediately ran up to the infected man from behind and prepared to strike him with a bat. As Xiaoyang said, Jiangxi hit the zombie on the neck, causing it to let go of Lin's machete. As soon as the infected man was on the ground, all three friends pounced on him, finishing him off. When the zombie stopped moving, Zhangxi turned to Xiaoyang and asked how they did. The fortress leader praised them for their work, but Jiangxi noticed how the infected was trying to attack the guy from behind. Jiangxi was too far away to help in time, so he could only shout to Xiaoyang in an attempt to warn him of the threat. The infected one was already too close and was preparing to bite Xiaoyang on the shoulder. However, the guy quickly turned around and grabbed the zombie by the head. Holding the infected man tightly, Xiaoyang reminded him that he must not be distracted under any circumstances until everything was cleared. Jiangxi gripped the bat tighter and nodded. Meanwhile, Shang Zi had almost reached the fortress and was looking at the walls from his hiding place. The man immediately noticed the infected scurrying around near the gate and thought that they might have already killed Xiaoyang. However, as he got closer, Shang Zi unmistakably recognized the voice of the guy who was talking to someone. The man saw a car ahead and decided to hide behind it to see what was happening. At this moment, Xiaoyang's team continued to get rid of the zombies. Shang Zi peeked out from behind the car and was surprised that Xiaoyang was still alive. However, the man was too careless and did not see the zombie lurking under the car. It was Shuya, who had just now turned around and was heading towards Shang Zi. The infected woman leaned out from under the car and grabbed the man by the leg. Shang Zi lost his balance in fear and fell to the ground. Seeing the zombie, the man started screaming. The infected crawled out from under the car and rushed towards Shenzhen. The man already thought that this was how his life would end. But then the sound of a gunshot was heard. Dark blood splashed onto Shang-Chi's face. Behind the zombies stood Xiaoyang with a gun in his hands. Shenze immediately threw off the infected woman's body. Xiaoyang lowered his weapon and asked what the man was doing there. Shang-Zi stood up and began to approach the guy, saying that he had never thought he would be able to get here. Xiaoyang immediately noticed that the man's forearm had been bitten. The veins had already begun to turn blue and swell due to the virus spreading throughout the body. Before the man got close enough, Xiao Yung pointed a gun at him and told him not to come any closer. Shangxi stopped and began to beg to be heard before shooting. Xiao Yung did not lower his gun and told him to speak but not to come closer. Shenzhen said he knew he was infected and he didn't have half a day left. The man said that Tao had kidnapped his wife and child and now wanted to use him to get Xiao Yung's supplies. Shengzi said that he was a bad person, but his wife and child were not to blame for anything. The man asked for help in saving them, at least in gratitude for helping him collect supplies. Xiao Yung understood that Shengzi was doing all this only for his own benefit, but his help was truly useful. The guy turned around and looked at his team. At the moment, there was a lot of space in the fortress, but the balance was heavily skewed towards the men. At this moment, a system notification sounded, and Xiao Yung became more interested in this matter. The system gave the task of clearing the area and taking care of Shengji's wife and child, to which the guy immediately agreed. Hearing the agreement, Shengji fell to his knees and began to say that he would not have time to repay for this favor in this life. Bowing at Xiao Yung's feet, the man asked him to do him one more favor. Shengji asked to kill him before he turned into a monster that would threaten his family. Xiao Yung looked at the man and thought about what to do. The guy turned to Shanshan and asked her to bring the bicycle from the warehouse. Xiao Yung said that Shengji should go as far away as possible, avoid people and isolate himself. The man asked why the boy was doing this, to which Xiao Yung replied that there was no time to explain the reason for his actions. Shengzi sighed and said that he would do whatever the guy told him. After a while, Shanshan brought the bicycle, and the man immediately left. He pedaled with all his might and thought only of his wife and son. One of his eyes turned red, and the white of it was completely covered in blackness. Meanwhile, Xiao Yung and his team finished clearing the area around the fortress. They gathered all the infected bodies into a pile and poured gasoline on it. Xiao Yung decided that it would be better to burn the bodies immediately. Black smoke rose into the sky from a huge fire. Watching the fire, everyone realized how tired they were that day. Xiao Yung said that they dealt with lone zombies in a group of 2 or 3 people with melee weapons without being injured. Before the team could start rejoicing, the guy said it was too little. Xiao Yung said that the guys were not ready to meet a group or a horde of zombies. The guy turned around and told me to follow him. After some time, they all found themselves near the warehouse. Xiao Yung called Grandpa Sheng over and told him that he would be heading to the city tonight. The boy handed the old man the key to the weapons room and said that the security of the fortress was now in his hands. Grandpa Sheng took the key and asked if it was really wise to go into the city alone when it was so chaotic. Zhang Shi and Ling immediately suggested going with Xiao Yun. The guy said that they weren't ready for it yet, so they would only get in the way. Having entrusted the guarding of the fortress to Grandfather Sheng, Xiao Yung got into the car and set off. The guy took a gun, a crossbow, and a machete with him. On the way, Xiao Yung looked into the system store and saw that it still hadn't been updated. The rescue mission was difficult, so the guy decided to upgrade the store for 2 points. Soon, Xiao Yung saw new items in the store, as well as the fact that the upgrade had become twice as expensive. The guy thought that he should be more careful with manual updates. Xiao Yung had enough points to purchase the Dark Technology box, which he did. When he received the box, a bright light appeared that blinded the guy. He soon saw that the box contained a serum that increased physical strength by 5 units. Xiao Yung closed his eyes and said it felt like he had thrown a flashbang grenade into his own face. The guy was very surprised by the serum he received, as it was significantly better than all those he had received previously. Xiao Yung decided to use it right away. The guy felt his numbers start to rise, but it wasn't the most pleasant feeling. Xiao Yung's strength level was now more than 2.5 times that of a normal person. With his new abilities, the boy went to Shengji's house, where Tao and his gang had settled. Shengji's wife and son were locked in the bedroom until the man returned. The mother tried to calm the child, saying that Dad would definitely figure everything out. At that moment, the door to the room opened and Tao entered with one of his subordinates. Asu jumped up and asked why they came. Tao grabbed her hand and said that they came to have fun. The man tore the girl's blouse, accompanied by her loud screams. The bandits threw Asa to the floor, and Xiao tried to push them away. At that moment, someone entered the room. It was a middle-aged man named Li who asked what all the noise was about. Seeing what was happening, he ordered them to stop, as they had not yet completed the task. Tao's assistant said there shouldn't be any problems. Li said that if Asu couldn't bear it and committed suicide, Shengze would have nothing to lose and would fight to the death. The man said they could have some fun after they dealt with her husband. Tao and his assistant decided to retreat, saying that Li had ruined their mood. Before leaving, Tao stuck his tongue out at Shengzi's wife and said that they would be back soon. Trembling with fear, the girl first began to calm her son. It was deep into the night, but the streets were still unsettled. Zombies scurried through the streets and crashed into everything. Xiaoyang drove along the road and noted that his reaction and body control had noticeably improved after the injection. The guy easily drove around abandoned cars on the road, holding the steering wheel with only one hand. Xiaoyang noted that it was an incredible feeling. Gradually, the number of infected people increased, so the guy had to stop. The city center was ahead, and the car could attract a lot of attention, so he had to continue on foot. As Xiaoyang got out of the car, he heard the infected approaching him from behind. The guy turned around and saw two zombies running towards him. Xiaoyang waited until the first one ran close enough and dived to the side. The guy grabbed the zombie's shoulder with his hand and pulled sharply. The infected lost his balance and didn't have time to bite Xiaoyang. The guy yanked the zombie by the shoulder with such force that it flew into the second infected. Xiaoyang extended his hand with the ring forward and summoned the weapon from the storage. In an instant, the machete was in his hands. Xiaoyang pushed off the ground and rushed forward. It took the guy just 1 second to deliver 2 swift blows. A moment later, severed heads of the infected began to rain down on the ground. Xiaoyang noted that at the moment, he was completely superior to the current zombies in strength and reflexes, so he could now feel the difference. Even the boy's senses worked much better, so he was able to pick up voices in the distance. Xiaoyang looked in the direction where the sounds came from and guessed that the people were 800 meters away from him. The system immediately sent a notification that a random task had been received due to an unexpected meeting. 4 people were locked in one of the small shops. They barricaded the doors to keep the zombies out. A teenage boy named Zixuan asked his father, Song, if they were really going to die here. The father tried to calm his son down, saying that in that case, they would soon meet with their mother. But this did not calm the boy down. There was a police officer with them who told the man to watch his words, to which he replied that it was not in his power to do so. The policeman looked at the glass windows and doors and also began to think that death would take them today. The number of infected on the streets grew more and more. But at some point, strange sounds began to be heard. All the people locked in the store noticed this, but they couldn't understand what was happening. At some point, the head of the zombie standing closest to the door shattered into pieces. Zixuan and his father were frightened and jumped away from the glass. The zombie hit the glass and slowly slid to the ground, staining everything around with blood. For a while, there was complete silence, which the people in the store were afraid to disturb. The policeman was the first to speak up and told Zixuan and his father to remove everything from the entrance to unblock it. The father and son began to clear away the furniture, and the man stood with a gun at the ready and told them to be quiet. Son slowly removed the furniture from the passage, looking back at every rustle. After some time, the passage was unblocked, and the policeman was the first to look out onto the street. Following him came the father, son, and another girl, taking in their hands everything that could be used for protection. Seeing the dead zombies, Zixuan immediately said that it was done by mutants. Sun asked what he was talking about, and then the guy said that mutated zombies always appear in different games and comics. The father got angry at the boy and said that he now understood why he had such bad grades in school. The policeman couldn't stand it any longer and told them to keep quiet and pay close attention to the situation, as now was not the best time for such conversations. The man told everyone to look in their own direction and move slowly toward the base. Stopping at the turn, the policeman told the team to stop and was the first to look around the corner. Around the corner, the man saw Xiaoyang standing in the middle of the road and not moving. Zixuan looked over the policeman's shoulder and said that it was definitely a mutant. The man said the stranger looked more like a survivor. Xiaoyang heard their conversation and, smiling, turned his head towards them and said that mutants are not so easy to meet these days. A smile appeared on the policeman's face when he realized that the boy did not pose a threat. The man approached Xiaoyang and said that it was dangerous to wander around alone now, so he invited him to come with them. The police officer said a small group of civilians had gathered in Zhongxiang Garden while their team went out to get supplies. Xiaoyang immediately remembered that this garden was located near the Jinyu mansion. Sun suggested that the guy go with them, since the policeman had a gun so they could protect him. Xiaoyang smiled and decided not to refuse such an offer. The team, along with the guy, moved on. Song asked Xiaoyang if he wanted to meet someone important at Jinyu Mansion since he was interested in him. When the guy answered positively, the man asked if he was looking for a relative or a girlfriend. Song patted Xiaoyang on the shoulder and said that the old world had come to an end, so he should mentally prepare for the worst. The police officer said that even if the boy's relatives weren't killed by the zombie army, they could very well have been found by bad people. Xiaoyong didn't understand who exactly was being talked about and decided to clarify. Policeman Li said that there was a group of bandits operating in the city who were killing people and stealing their supplies. The team of survivors had already met them and lost many people. But now the man did not want to talk about it. Zixuan saw the zombie approaching Li and immediately told him about it. The man quickly turned around and saw the infected man, who was already close. At the last moment, Li managed to shoot the zombie in the head twice. The man looked at the infected man and said that this was very bad. The shots attracted the attention of other zombies, so they will soon come for them. The policeman immediately began to look around to find something that would help them survive. Li saw a bus nearby and immediately told everyone to run towards it. The team rushed forward before the infected filled the street. Xiaoyong thought that this was a good decision, but the downside was that they had nowhere to retreat. Everyone ran into the bus, and the last one left was the guy, while Li was already waiting for him at the doors to have time to close them. Xiaoyong sped up a bit to get away from the zombie and crashed into the bus. Li immediately closed the doors and ordered everyone to check the seats to make sure no one was inside the car. After checking the seats, Jixuan said that zombies had surrounded the bus. The police officer said they had been running too slowly, which is why they were now trapped. The zombies crowded around the bus and hit it with their hands. There were more and more of them every minute. Soon, they began to push against the doors of the bus, and Li could no longer hold them back alone. The door had already begun to open slightly when the man saw Xiaoyong reach out his hand towards the door. With one hand, without much effort, the guy slammed the door again. Li didn't understand where Xiaoyong got such amazing strength from. The guy said that he would hold the door, and the others should break the windows and start fighting back. Li immediately ran to the remaining survivors and ordered them to act. Within moments, the bus windows were blown out. The bus was tall, so no matter how hard they tried, the zombies couldn't reach the windows. The surviving team members began to attack the infected. Sleep leaned out of the window and pierced the zombies' heads with rebar. The son and the girl held the man so that he would not fall out of the window, and Li stood behind him, ready to shoot at any moment. The man quickly counted the bullets and said that they were not enough to shoot all the zombies. At this moment, Xiaoyong called the policeman. The guy offered the man a crossbow, and he asked where he got it. Xiaoyong threw the crossbow to Li and lied that he had picked it up on the street when they were running away. The man didn't think about it and started shooting at the zombies. Now he and son acted faster. Soon, all the zombies surrounding the bus were killed. Once the area was cleared, the entire team went outside again. Zixuan said that the critical situation ended in their favor twice, and it was not a coincidence, since they were the children of the fate of the apocalypse. Xiaoyong told them not to let down their guard again, so that such stupid mistakes would not happen. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Xiaoyong Fortress hoped that everything was going smoothly for the guy. Before everyone went to bed, Jiang put forward his candidacy for duty that night. Lin nudged his friend with his shoulder and asked where such enthusiasm came from. Jiang immediately became furious and told the guy to mind his own business. Lin asked why he was reacting so strongly to a simple question and went to his room. Grandpa Sheng said that since the boy had volunteered, he could take it upon himself, and the rest should go home and rest. The old man said that they had nothing to worry about, and that Jiang would wake them up if anything happened. Jiang spent some time on the watchtower and waited until all the inhabitants of the fortress fell asleep. Deciding that the time had come, the guy headed towards the rooms, saying that he needed to sort everything out before Xiaoyong returned. Grandpa Shen was sleeping in his room and had no idea about the boy's intentions. The old man placed the key to the armory next to his pillow. Grandpa Shen didn't wake up when the door to his room opened slightly. Jiang peeked into the room and quickly looked around for the key. Seeing the key, the guy began to sneak up to the old man's bed. Jiang reached out to take the key. At this moment, Grandpa Shen opened his eyes. The old man jumped up in bed and asked what Jiang was doing in his room. The guy was at a loss and couldn't think of anything better to do than hit Grandpa Sheng in the temple. Jiang flew out of the old man's room while the old man shouted loudly after him. The noise woke up the rest of the boys and they came out of their rooms. Grandpa Sheng came out of his room and said that Jiang had stolen the key to the armory from him. Hearing the old man's words, the boys immediately rushed in pursuit of the guy. Jiang ran through the furniture-lined corridor. The guy deliberately dropped furniture so that the guys couldn't catch up with him so quickly. Jiangxi and the others had to stop because they couldn't go any further without clearing the passage. Jiang ran past the infirmary and an idea popped into his head. The guy decided that he would go all the way to seize power in the fortress. Jiang entered the infirmary and approached Cheng, who was tied to a bed. The boy reached for the ribbons to free the infected. Jiang barely managed to jump aside when Cheng released one of his hands and was about to strike him. The guy decided that the zombie was tied poorly, and because of this, one of the knots came undone. Jiang looked towards the exit of the infirmary and decided that it would save him time. Soon, Jiangxi, Lin, and Shanshan cleared away the rubble, but on the way they met Cheng. Jiangxi braked sharply, not allowing the guys to go any further. The guy said that Jiang was probably trying to kill them all since he released Cheng from quarantine. Grandpa Shen joined the boys and said that they needed to carefully catch the guy and lock him back in the infirmary. The old man told the boys to disperse and act according to what Xiaoyong had taught them, and under no circumstances to let themselves be bitten. The team began to gradually surround Chen, who still had his back to them. It seemed as if something had caught the infected man's attention, but he did not move from his place or turn around at the sound of footsteps. Jiangxi approached Cheng closest to him and prepared to attack. The guy jumped on the infected and put him in a chokehold. Shanshan and Lin grabbed Cheng's arms, preventing him from touching Jiangxi. Grandpa Shen opened the door to the infirmary and told the boys to carefully lead the infected man inside. Coming close to the passage, the guys simultaneously pushed Cheng inside. Jiangxi immediately closed the door behind the infected man and locked it. Everyone gathered near the small windows on the doors and began to watch Chen. Jiangxi said that it was too easy, and the other guys agreed with him. Grandfather Sheng said that they had lost too much time, which meant that Jiang had already managed to get to the weapon. At this moment, Jiang came out from around the corner. The guy was unhappy that there was only one homemade pistol in the weapons warehouse. Jiang said he had no idea where Xiaoyong hid the rest. The guy pointed the gun at the guys and said that this would be enough for him to eliminate everyone present. Jiang ordered them all to move back to the room. Jiangxi asked why the guy was doing all this, since Xiaoyong had saved them from death. Jiang said that a big favor could become a big burden, and Xiaoyong treated them as his slaves. Grandpa Sheng said that some people are ungrateful by nature, so they cannot be taught anything. Lin asked his friend not to do this, but Jiang ordered them to shut up and follow the command. Meanwhile, Cheng watched what was happening through the windows of the infirmary. He slowly approached the door, clutching the key in his hand. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong had almost reached Jinyu Mansion. Li said that the area around the mansion was a good place to hide from zombies, but the guys still had to be careful. The man said that the boy could come to their base as soon as he found his loved ones, but he shouldn't enter through the central entrance. Xiaoyong thanked them for their help, after which they separated. Song asked if they should help him, but Li said that it was impossible to survive in that place because there were too many zombies there. The policeman said that they had warned Xiaoyong about this, and that they would be sorry to lose such a person, but they had no choice. Meanwhile, Tao and his gang settled into Shengzi's apartment. The man complained that without electricity, there was no communication. Meanwhile, a horde of zombies scurried around under the windows of the mansion. Tao said he couldn't believe Shengzi could handle this task. His assistant approached the man and said that he had been holding in for too long and needed to let off some steam. The bandits began to say that Shengzi would not return and was most likely already dead. The men decided that all they had to do was tie up his wife to prevent her from committing suicide. They began to open the bedroom door, saying that there was no time to waste, because one could never guess when death would take them. Li got tired of arguing with them and said that they could have fun. Just be careful not to kill the girl by accident. The bandits headed to the bedroom, and Li turned his gaze to the street. For a while, the man did not understand why the view from the window confused him. After a few moments, Li stopped the men, saying that all the zombies outside were dead. The man left the apartment and went out onto the landing. Li heard someone coming up the stairs and thought rescuers had arrived. The man didn't even have time to realize how something rushed past him. Li felt a sharp pain in his neck. Blood appeared on the neck, encircling it in a circle. After a few moments, the head fell to the floor. Meanwhile, the bandits ignored Li's words and went to Shengzi's wife's bedroom. Asu threw a blanket over her shoulders and hugged the child, telling him not to approach them. Tao's assistant began to unbuckle his belt and said that the girl herself should understand why they had come. The man grabbed Xiao by the collar and pulled him away from his mother. Asu rushed after the child, but the man hit her in the face. He threw the boy against the wall and said that they only needed her. Xiao cried and said that he would protect his mother at any cost. However, The men quickly grabbed him and threw him out of the room. The boy demanded that his mother be left alone and threatened that his father would never forgive them for this. At that moment, Li's headless body stumbled into the apartment. Xiao suddenly fell silent and began to shake with fear. A voice came from the door, making him flinch. Xiaoyong entered the apartment and asked if the boy was Shengzhe's son. Xiao was shaking with fear and could hardly say anything. Meanwhile, in the room, Asu fell silent, hugging her bare shoulders with her arms. Tao was angered by the girl's behavior and slapped her on the cheek, ordering her to scream and not spoil their fun. When she didn't make a sound, Tao's assistant grabbed her by the hair and said that he would go first. At that moment, the door to the room swung open with a loud bang. One of the men turned around, saying that the boy was not such a weakling after all. The bandit was about to say something else, but felt a cutting pain in his neck. Tao turned to the man and asked why he was standing there and wouldn't throw the boy out of the room. The next second, all the bandits stopped what they were doing. The bandit fell on his back, and his head was separated from his body. Tao looked at this and asked what happened. At that moment, someone's hand grabbed his head. Xiaoyong threw Tao against the wall with one movement. From the force of the blow, the man began to cough up blood and lost consciousness. Tao's assistant let Asa go and asked who Xiaoyong was and what he was doing here. However, the guy quickly silenced him by kicking him in the face. Meanwhile, Jiang was still waiting for the rest of Xiaoyong's team to return to the room. Grandpa Shen told the boys to retreat to their rooms, and then he would figure out what to do next. Jiang said he would have to make a couple of corpses to establish his power. The guy pointed the gun at the old man and said that he would be first. Shanshan screamed, and Jiang Shi ordered his friend to stop immediately. At that moment, there was a click from the door to the infirmary. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the door and did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, the shutoff valve on the door began to spin rapidly. A few moments later, the door to the infirmary opened and Chang stood on the threshold. There was a key visible in the door, but the boys couldn't believe that the infected person could open the door from the inside. Jiang looked at Chang, who turned towards him with fear. The boy's appearance undoubtedly indicated that he was still infected. Jiang pointed the gun at Chang and said that he could not be left alive. The guy pulled the trigger, but no shot followed. Jiang began shaking the gun, saying it was jammed. At that moment, the infected one rushed at the guy. Jiang began to retreat back, but it was too late, and no one was going to help him. Chang threw the guy to the floor and began to tear him apart. Soon, the infected was completely covered in the blood of his victim. Chang stood up and grabbed Jiang's corpse by the collar, dragging him into the infirmary. The rest of the fortress's inhabitants were afraid to even move, and only Jiang Shi said that Cheng was too calm. The infected man entered the infirmary and sighed. When Chang started to turn towards the exit again, people flinched. However, the infected did not attack, but only took the key from the door lock. Chang threw the key to the survivors and entered the infirmary again. Xiaoyong's team looked at the key lying at their feet. The door to the infirmary closed with a loud bang, leaving Chang and Jiang's body behind. The fortress's inhabitants looked at the doors for some time and could not understand what had happened. By that time, Xiaoyong had already dealt with all the bandits from Tao's gang and tied them up. The guy looked at Xiao and told him to come over. Asu hugged the child and asked what Xiaoyong was going to do with him. The guy did not answer this question and once again told the boy to come closer. Xiao stood up and told his mother that everything was fine. As he got closer, Xiaoyong handed him a knife and told him to take it. When the boy picked up the knife, the guy pointed at the bandits and said to kill them. Tao and his group immediately began to beg for mercy. Asu was against this and said that he was just a child. Xiaoyong said that the boy was no longer a child. The guy told Xiao that he was now the only man who could protect his mother. Xiaoyong said that he must gather all his strength and kill the animals that injured his mother. The moments he had witnessed today flashed before the boy's eyes. His eyes filled with tears, but were full of determination and anger. Xiao rushed at the bandits with a knife in his hands. After some time, all the bandits were dealt with. Xiao stood over the men's corpses and tried to catch his breath. Asu was scared and asked if he was okay. The boy looked at Xiaoyong and asked if these people really killed his father. The guy confirmed Xiao's suspicions. The boy immediately threw the knife he had recently used to kill all the bandits on the floor. Xiao threw herself into her mother's arms, unable to hold back her tears any longer. Asu asked Xiaoyong to take at least Xiao, but the boy refused to leave his mother alone. The guy said that they would all leave together, as he promised Shengji that he would take care of them. After a while, Xiaoyong gave Xiao and Asu weapons, and they went outside. Looking at the dead zombies, the boy asked who could have had enough strength to kill so many infected. Without turning around, Xiaoyang said that he did it, which earned him a look of admiration. After a while, the guy raised his hand and ordered them to stop. Looking around, Xiaoyang asked if Asu knew the way to the 8th building of Rongxiang Garden. The girl thought for a moment, and then said that the guy was now looking towards the 8th building. Meanwhile, the bandits that the policeman had told Xiaoyang about earlier arrived at the survivors' base in the 8th building. The bandits demanded that they be given part of the supplies and all women under the age of 40. The survivors gathered on the landing and asked Captain Lee what they would do next. The man replied that these people don't keep their promises, which means only Yuran and Kaofan will remain alive. Yuran suggested that the two of them go out to the bandits and beg for mercy. Kaofan in turn refused, saying that she did not want to become a plaything of these people. Lee reassured the girls, saying that they weren't going to give anyone away. They just needed to guard the passage so the bandits wouldn't enter. Meanwhile, the bandit boss's assistant said that the leader of the survivors had a pistol, so it would be impossible to take them by storm. The boss said that they didn't need to storm the building. They just needed to shut off the water, and then the people would come out to them themselves after a while. Xiaoyang was watching all this from around the corner of the building. Xiao looked at the people crowded around the building and asked if they were bad, to which the guy answered in the affirmative. Xiaoyang pointed his gun at the bandits and said that these people were as bad as those who had bullied the boy and his mother. After a while, Captain Lee told his group to stay on the stairs while he went down to scout out the situation. The man entered one of the apartments and crept up to the window. Lee looked out the window and counted 7 men in full gear and 3 more who had pistols. At that moment, the sound of a gunshot was heard. Lee immediately flew away from the window, but when he realized that they hadn't shot at him, he became confused. The bandits were alarmed, as they believed that they were the only group with weapons in the area. While they were spinning around looking for the shooter, another bandit was shot. The boss froze in place, realizing that the man standing next to him had been killed. The bandits immediately scattered in all directions, trying to find cover. Captain Lee looked out the window again and saw the silhouette of a guy approaching the building. Soon the man recognized Xiaoyang. The bandits found cover and started shooting at the guy. Xiaoyang moved forward calmly, killing one bandit after another. Each time, the guy hit the enemy's head without fail. The boss was hiding in cover and did not dare to stick his head out. However, the fewer people there were, the more the bandits began to shoot. Xiaoyang walked forward calmly, but none of the bullets hit him. The guy immediately realized that they were dealing with ordinary amateurs. The boss stopped to reload his gun and asked where this crazy guy came from. Xiaoyang noticed him and started shooting at the man's cover. The boss got worried and asked his subordinates why they hadn't shot the guy yet. The assistant immediately leaned out from his hiding place, preparing to shoot. However, Xiaoyang quickly noticed him. The guy instantly changed his target and pointed the gun at his assistant. 2 shots were enough to kill the man. The boss heard the sound of blank shots and thought Xiaoyang had run out of bullets. The man decided that victory was now his and jumped out of his hiding place. The boss flinched when he saw Xiaoyang standing a meter away from him. The man pulled the trigger, but the boy managed to dodge the shot. Xiaoyang lunged forward and grabbed the boss's hand, which was holding the gun. Without further ado, the guy put the barrel of the gun to the man's chin. Xiaoyang pulled the trigger, shooting the bandit in the head. The man fell to the ground, dead. Xiaoyang sat down next to him and began to feel his pockets for ammunition and necessary things. After some time, the guy entered the 8th building through the central entrance, where the remaining surviving bandits were already waiting for him. Xiaoyang noticed them immediately, but did not panic. 3 men immediately rushed at the guy with a bladed weapon. Within moments, all the bandits were dead, and Xiaoyang walked up to the stairs and told the group of survivors to come out. While Captain Lee's team was descending, Asu and Xiao ran into the building. Xiaoyang received another task, which was to recruit survivors from the garden. The guy looked at the bodies of the bandits and asked Lee who they were. The man said they were people from the Bikusan villas in the south of the city. Lee called over 2 guys, Liu Chao and Cheng Jie, and asked them to explain where these bandits came from. The boys said that it was a well-armed gang that had gathered at the Bikushani villas and had collected almost all the survivors from the south. Xiaoyang remembered that in his previous life, Li Shu and Jing came from the south, which made him think that the bandits were from their group. Xiaoyang asked if there were any more settlements in the south, and the guys told him that all the others had been subjugated by the Bikushans. Liu Chao said that these bandits killed half the people indiscriminately and took only beautiful women and children. Now Xiaoyang was sure that he had encountered the gang that Li Shu belonged to. Captain Lee asked what they were going to do next, and the guy said that these bandits had guns. Xiao Yong said to gather everything necessary and take all the weapons and ammunition. The guy handed Li his rifle and said they would now have 5 magazines of ammunition. Xiao Yong said that the Bikushan gang would not ignore what happened, but they needed to hold out for a few days. Lu Chao asked if the guy really decided to confront such a large gang alone. Captain Li agreed with this and said that it would be best to find another place and lie low. Xiao Yong said that he had a personal score to settle with Bikushan, but afterward he would return with a large vehicle and take all the survivors to the east. The guy said that not far from the old tea plantation there was his fortress, which needed people. Xiao Yong took Asu and Xiao with him and wished the remaining survivors in the house good luck. We are transported to the Bikushani villas, which were converted into a bandit base. The streets were guarded by people with weapons in case zombies appeared. Several infected were caught and hanged by their necks from the main entrance of the villa. In this villa, in the living room, 4 people were sitting at the table. A man with red hair named Wen asked if the supplies from the Jinyu mansion had been sorted out yet. Li Shu said that the people had already been sent and should return soon. A dark-haired man named Kai said that rich people lived in those houses, which meant that many interesting things could be found there. Li Shu smiled and said that they were on the same wavelength, and reported that he ordered his subordinates to bring all the survivors. However, Wen did not share Kai's good mood and said that Li Shu had not yet completed a single one of his orders. Li Shu became worried and promised the man that he would do everything right. After the meeting, the man went outside and met with his assistant. Li Shu was informed that a reconnaissance team had been sent out about an hour ago, and they had brought bad news. Soon the man learned that his entire group sent to the Zhongxiang Gardens had been killed. Li Shu did not understand how his people, in full uniform and with weapons in hand, could lose to ordinary citizens. The man ordered to call Taozi and gather everyone who could handle a weapon, since this time they could not lose. Meanwhile, Xiao Yong reached the fortress with the new residents. Shanshan heard the sound of a car approaching and immediately realized that the guy had returned. As soon as Xiao Yong entered the fortress, the system notified that the task of rescuing Shengzhe's wife and son had been completed. The guy got out of the car, and his team was already waiting for him on the street. Having lost one resident of the fortress, Xiao Yong immediately realized that it was Jiang who was the traitor. Shanshan asked if the guy knew about this from the beginning. Instead of answering, Xiao Yong told Zhang Shi to take Asu and Xiao to the room, and then told everyone to gather near the infirmary. When everyone was assembled, Grandpa Sheng asked if Xiao Yong had really known from the beginning that Jiang was up to no good. The boy picked up the defective pistol from the floor that Jiang wanted to use. Xiao Yong said he was not sure that Jiang would be the traitor. However, the guy was sure that one of Jiangshi's friends would be a traitor. Xiao Yong handed over the defective pistol to Jiangshi for him to inspect. The guy took out the magazine and realized that there were rubber bullets in the store. Grandpa Sheng looked at the door leading to the infirmary and asked if Xiao Yong knew anything about the guy locked in there. The guy came to the door and said that Cheng was a rather rare mutant. Xiao Yong remembered that evening when he sent all the residents away from the infirmary and found himself alone with the infected man. The guy then told Chen to blink slowly 3 times if he understood what he was saying. As Xiao Yong expected, the infected one slowly blinked 3 times. Those infected with the alien virus have a small chance of becoming a rare mutant. They usually have higher intelligence and potential than ordinary zombies, and some can even store fragments of memories. Xiao Yong opened the door to the infirmary and said that Cheng was lucky to be rare among zombies. Cheng stood in the infirmary, pressing Jiang's head to the floor with his foot. Cheng turned his head towards those who entered. A few moments later, the infected one bared his teeth and waved his hand. Xiao Yong told Cheng not to keep the infected man, but to finish him off already. The guy grabbed Jiang by the collar and dragged him out of the infirmary, under the surprised looks of the rest of the fortress's inhabitants. When Cheng passed by Jiangxi, the boy asked him if he remembered them. The infected man stopped in front of the guy. Cheng turned his head towards his friend and bared his teeth. Jiangxi and Lin didn't understand whether this was a positive answer. The next second, Cheng jerked sharply, trying to grab Jiangxi by the pants, but the guy managed to jump away. However, the infected man then walked away, and a smile appeared on his face. And Jiangxi said that the guy was still acting like that. After everything that happened, Xiao Yong went to his room to rest and saw that the system had sent him friendship points for Cheng. The guy decided to check the system's store and saw a box of dark supplies. Dark Technologies, Level 2. However, the box cost 50 points, and Xiao Yong only had 46, so he decided to buy the remaining 2 items to refresh the store. The guy bought a box of life-saving and armed resistance with a total of 10 points. Xiaoyong received a powerful weapon with ammunition and an infection blocker that will help cure a person if he becomes infected. The guy still had a task left to replenish the fortress with people, and he decided that it was worth completing it tomorrow in order to pick up the expensive box. Meanwhile, Cheng dragged Jiang to the fortress walls and threw him from a height beyond the territory. The next day, Xiaoyong called all the residents of the fortress and led them to the backyard. The guy said that from that day on, everyone would have at least an hour of shooting practice every day. Now all the inhabitants of the fortress had weapons with which they learned to shoot. Xiaoyong approached Grandpa Sheng and asked him and Jiangxi to prepare several rooms, as he would be bringing a group of people in the evening. The boy turned to Chen, who now had a mask on his face, and said that he would go with him. After some time, Xiaoyong and Cheng reached the highway where the bus was abandoned. Xiaoyong came closer and began to clear the area of infected people. When there was no one left around the bus, the guy headed inside. Cheng helped Xiaoyong throw all the bodies out of the bus. When all the business was finished, Xiaoyong gave Cheng the key to the mask. The infected initially refused to accept the key. Xiaoyong still handed it over and said that Cheng could take off the mask when the 2 of them were alone. However, the guy warned that they would have to put it on again when they arrived at Zhongxiang Garden, so as not to frighten the survivors. Meanwhile, on Li Shu's orders, a group of bandits was assembled, ready to set out at any moment. Sitting in the car with a machine gun, the man said he couldn't believe it took so many people to clear out Zhongxiang Garden. Li Shu threw the cigarette butt out of the window and ordered them to move out. At this time, Xiaoyong started the bus and headed towards the 8th building near Zhongxiang Garden. There were even more zombies on the road during the day. However, Xiaoyong didn't even try to go around them. Xiaoyong crushed everyone in his path. The guy only drove around cars and other obstacles that could make the bus unusable. We are transported to the 8th building near the garden. A group of 8 survivors were eating a snack while huddled in one room. At some point, Zixuan heard the sound of an approaching car and thought that Xiaoyong had come to pick them up. Captain Li stood up first and ordered everyone to calm down, as everything needed to be checked first. The man walked to the window and looked out at the street. Contrary to their expectations, it was not Xiaoyong, but a group of bandits who had come to avenge their comrades. Having learned the location of the survivors, Li Shu got out of the car and ordered them to move out. Li winced and said that the bandits had arrived again. Sun took out a gun and said that life teaches these people nothing. Captain Li told him to calm down and follow the plan, which was to go to the rooftop for an ambush. Song and Jixuan watched to see if the bandits got close enough to the building. Li Shu's group stopped next to the building and prepared to shoot at the windows. Sleep saw this and ordered everyone to run for cover. A second later, a series of shots were heard. Sun barely managed to jump back to avoid being hit by bullets, but he found himself in a rain of broken glass. Li Shu ordered him to give him a loudspeaker and then shoot off all the heads that would stick out of the windows. Taking a loudspeaker, the man addressed the survivors hiding in the 8th building. However, Li Shu didn't have time to say anything else, as the man standing next to him was shot in the head and killed. The man winced and turned off the loudspeaker. Looking at the dead Li Shu, he decided that there was a sniper among the survivors. Not a minute had passed before another bullet hit another bandit in the leg. Captain Li sat on the roof of the building and picked off Li Shu's group one by one. The bandits realized that they were being shot at from the roof and rushed to find cover. Li Shu was informed that the survivors had 1 pistol, plus those that his men had, but none of them had a machine gun. The subordinates asked the man what they should do next, and Li Shu replied that they needed to retreat immediately. The subordinate immediately rushed towards the car, and Li Shu shouted to him that they should have retreated together after the signal. The guy quickly paid for his short-sightedness, as he was shot. Li Shu hid behind the wall and said that everyone would start running when he gave the signal. On the count of 3, the entire group of bandits rushed towards the car. Only Li Shu remained standing in the shelter with a smile on his face. He watched as his men were killed one by one. After a few shots, the man decided that the sniper must have run out of ammunition, so he also ran to the car. Li Shu was right, as the group of survivors did not have infinite ammunition. Taking advantage of this delay, several people from the group and Li Shu himself managed to get into the car. One guy didn't have time to run when Li Shu started moving. Moments later, a bullet pierced the guy's head. Captain Li fired several more times towards the retreating car, but did not hit anyone else. At this time, Xiaoyang was rushing at full speed towards the 8th house near the garden. The guy heard an extraneous sound from a car engine. At the intersection, a car sped past him at great speed. Xiaoyang decided to ignore it, as the task and points were his top priorities right now. By the time the guy arrived, the street was quiet again. Seeing more corpses on the ground, Xiaoyang realized that the machine gun had been useful to the survivors after all. Chen looked at the fresh bodies and drooled. Xiaoyang looked at him with a smile and asked if he was hungry. Having received a positive answer, the guy said that Cheng could eat, since it was better not to leave food for other zombies. A crazy smile appeared on the infected man's face. Xiaoyang told him to find them near the 8th house when Cheng had eaten his fill. The infected one immediately rushed at the fresh corpses and sank his teeth into them. Cheng devoured the flesh with a frenzy. The boy's eyes were usually gray, but now they had turned crimson. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang headed towards the 8th house. Zixuan looked out of the window and, seeing the guy, immediately reported this to the other survivors. All the group members looked out of the window and waved at Xiaoyang. A few minutes later, all the survivors came out into the street, and Xiaoyang asked if they had managed to fight off the bandits. Captain Li said it was thanks to the rifle the boy left behind, and also said that he served as an infantry sniper. Suddenly, a growl caught the attention of all the survivors. People saw the infected person approaching them. It was Cheng. But the survivors saw him for the first time. Captain Li immediately took his rifle off his shoulder and prepared to fire. Xiaoyang quickly lowered the barrel of the gun with his hand and said that the infected one came with him. The man looked doubtfully at Cheng, who did not come too close. Xiaoyang pointed to a few more fresh bodies and told Cheng that he could eat them. Captain Li asked if the boy could really talk to the infected. Xiaoyang said that this was a special case and everything was quite complicated, but he would explain everything in a sweat. And now they all needed to get on the bus. The guy turned to Cheng, telling him to hurry up and then move towards the bus, to which the infected man gestured with his hand that he understood. After finishing his meal, Cheng put the mask on his face. The survivors on the bus watched as the infected walked towards them. Zixuan was very surprised and asked if the guy really put the muzzle on himself. Xiaoyang warned the boy that if he said something like that in front of Chen, he would hit him. At this point, the infected person reached the bus and went inside. When Cheng stepped onto the bus, it leaned over. Capital Li pressed himself back into his seat and asked if he had imagined it. Experiencing some difficulty, Cheng handed the key to Xiaoyang, trying to pronounce the name of the item. The guy was surprised that the infected person had developed new abilities. Xiaoyang decided that he needed to quickly return and invest points to remain the strongest in the fortress. On the way to the fortress, the guy wondered if Cheng was really still a zombie. Meanwhile, Li Shu returned to the villa and was reprimanded by Kai and Wen. The man tried to justify himself by saying that the survivors had a machine gun, so they could not do anything. Wen decided that Li Shu was lying, since an ordinary policeman could not have a rifle on him. However, the man continued to insist on his own and said that they could send someone to check his words. Kai lost his patience and kicked Li Shu, causing the man to fall to his knees. Li Shu realized that it would be better for him to leave right now. When the man left the room, Kai said that this man had been irritating him for a long time. The guy offered to kill Li Shu because his actions caused such great losses. Another boss, a middle-aged man named Shu, said that Kai just wanted to take the woman Li Shu for himself. The guy said that this was not so and suggested sharing the woman as a common thing. Wen said that there was no need to rush, as the right opportunity had not yet arrived. Li Shu overheard this entire conversation, leaning against the wall next to the door. The man realized that it was no longer safe to stay in this place. After some time, Li Shu returned to his villa and caused a pogrom there. The man threw things around, venting his anger on them. Because of the noise, Jing came into the room and asked what happened. The girl tried to calm the man down, but he ordered her to pack her things immediately because they were leaving. Jing began to question him, but Li Shu only said that this place would soon not be safe. The man called his assistant Qinzi, after which a guy entered the room. Li Shu ordered to gather all the remaining people and begin preparations. The man said that they would leave the villas at midnight. Meanwhile, the bus with the group of survivors successfully reached the fortress. Zixuan got off the bus, saying that this was a real doomsday fortress. The system gave extra points because Xiaoyang recruited more people than the task required. The guy got off the bus and told Chen that he would go with him to the southern district tomorrow. Captain Li asked why Xiaoyang was heading to that place. The guy said that there was one unresolved contradiction. so he needed to visit the people from the Bikushani villas. At night, everyone went to their rooms, and Xiaoyang was finally able to purchase a level 2 dark technology box from the system store. It was the first box of the second level, so the guy expected something unusual. Xiaoyang hoped that his purchase would not disappoint him. The box contained a 20-unit physical enhancement potion. Xiaoyang said that the reward from the second-level box is really impressive. When the boy used the potion, he again had to endure the pain of increasing his strength level. Xiaoyang felt that his strength was now 6 times greater than that of any other person. At that moment, a mosquito flew past the room. The guy caught the insect by the leg without any problems. Xiaoyang looked closely at the mosquito and noticed that its speed and agility had also increased significantly. The guy released the insect, which immediately tried to fly as far away from him as possible. Xiaoyang could hear the mosquitoes squeak even from a great distance. When it started to get light outside, it was time to hit the road. Xiaoyang and Cheng went outside where Shanshan and Captain Li were on duty. The man saw the guy and asked if he was really going to the city. Li asked if there were any instructions, and Xiaoyang asked him to give a couple of shooting lessons to the fortress residents. The captain said that he would carry out the order, and that it would not be difficult at all. Xiaoyang walked to the bus and called Cheng to follow him. A couple of minutes later, the bus left the fortress grounds. At midnight, Li Shu began to execute his escape plan. The man and his team left their villa. They were planning to escape under cover of night, but at the exit, a car with its headlights on was waiting for them. The light blinded Li Shu and his men. Su got out of the car with a pistol in his hand. Through the windshield, one could see the silhouettes of Kai and Wen, and Jing was sitting next to them. Li Shu and his men didn't understand what was happening. Su raised his gun and asked where they were all going at such a late hour. Only now did Li Shu realize that he had been caught. The man tried to justify himself, saying that his team had decided to take advantage of the darkness and deal with the Zhongxiang garden. Su didn't believe him and ordered the body to be brought in. The assistant pulled out the body and threw it at Li Shu's feet. The bandits immediately recognized Qinxi's assistant. Li Shu hit the assistant, who said the name out loud and said that it was not him. The man tried to get out of it by saying that he was seeing this person for the first time. However, Su had no intention of arguing with him and ordered his men to open fire. Soon, the sounds of gunfire died down, and Li Shu discovered that he was still alive. The man slowly opened his eyes and looked around. All his men were killed, and only he was left alive, which gave him hope for forgiveness. Su told Li Shu to look at the man sitting in the car, and then it would become clear that there was no point in making excuses. The driver turned off the headlights so that they wouldn't blind the eyes. Having become accustomed to the darkness, Li Shu saw a passenger in the car and was beside himself with anger. Next to Kai in the front passenger seat was Jing, who was clinging to the brunette. Kai said that there was no point in making excuses, because the girl had told them everything. Li Shu realized that nothing could save him, and tried to rush at Jing, but he was stopped. Kai turned to Wen, asking what they would do next. The red-haired man, without further ado, ran his finger down his neck. A couple of minutes later, Li Shu was brought to the main villa, and a rope was tightened around her neck. The still-living man was hanged at the main entrance. Li Shu twitched and died from suffocation. After a while, the street fell silent. By then, Xiaoyang and Cheng had arrived at the villas and got off the bus a few blocks away to remain unnoticed. The boys ran along the fences, trying to find the main villa. They soon came across the hanging corpse of Li Shu. Xiaoyang gestured for Chen to stop. Looking at Li Shu, who had already turned into a zombie, the guy only regretted that he hadn't dealt with him personally. Xiaoyang picked up a sharp stone from the ground and threw it towards the man. The stone cut the taut rope. The zombie fell face down on the ground. Xiaoyang grabbed Li Shu by the head and said that he would help him avenge such a miserable end. Meanwhile, Wen and Kai were having fun, as they had agreed the day before. They tied Jing to the bed and took turns having sex with her. The girl asked why they were treating her like this, to which Wen replied that it was her reward. Kai was putting on his pants when he heard a strange sound outside the window. The guy walked up to the window and looked out at the street. Kai walked to the window and froze when he saw what was happening outside. His men were standing guard under the windows, but now they were all killed. At that moment, someone started knocking loudly on the door. Kai and Wen were distracted by the door, and at that moment, Xiaoyang entered the room through the window. The guy acted so quietly that no one noticed his appearance. Xiaoyang took advantage of this and put a knife to Kai's throat. With one sharp movement, the guy cut his throat. Kai's lifeless body fell to the floor, and Xiaoyang jumped off the windowsill. Wen looked away from Jing, asking who Xiaoyang was. The guy wasn't going to answer and simply threw a knife at the man. The knife sank into Wen's throat and he began to collapse. As Wen's lifeless body fell off the bed, Jing screamed. The girl asked how Xiaoyang ended up here and what he was going to do. The guy chuckled and apologized for interrupting the fun. Xiaoyang walked to the door and asked if Jing wanted to see how Li Shu would react to the girl's appearance. The girl was frightened at the mention of her former lover, as she herself witnessed him being hanged. Xiaoyang opened the door and let Li Shu, who had turned into a zombie, into the room. The infected immediately rushed at the girl tied to the bed. While Li Shu was being torn apart by Jing, she begged Xiaoyang to forgive her and help her. However, the guy did not listen to her pleas. Xiaoyang left the room, closing the door behind him, leaving Jing to be torn apart by Li Shu. After some time, Xiaoyang went outside where Cheng was waiting for him and told the infected man that he could eat all the corpses. Cheng turned towards the nearest body and said that he needed to eat at least one. A strange sound distracted Xiaoyang, causing him to turn around. The guy began to listen to understand what was happening. In one of the villas, the windows were boarded up in a room and people were locked in there. They were huddled in the corners at the moment when the cook came up to the room. A heavy-set man in a chef's hat looked around at those confined in the room. One of the chef's assistants grabbed the girl by the hand and said that she had thin skin, which meant the meat would be tender. The cook examined the girl and said that she was not suitable because she was too thin. The chief pointed to a plump boy being hugged by his mother. The man grabbed the boy by the hand and led him away while the mother tried unsuccessfully to stop them. Soon, the boss's patience ran out and he hit the woman with a backhand. She fell to the floor and her son immediately rushed to her. The woman could not stop crying and begged for mercy for her son. She reached out her hands to the other prisoners, asking them for help. But everyone turned away from her, fearing for their own lives. They were interrupted by a loud sound coming from behind the door. Everyone immediately fell silent and turned their gaze to the door. The chief immediately realized that it was the sound of a shotgun, but their boss had the last one left. The woman took advantage of the moment and grabbed her son, asking if he was okay. At that moment, the door began to open slowly. The chief and his 4 assistants immediately raised their weapons. Time passed and no one entered the room, so the cook ordered one of his men to go and check. Shaking with fear, the man walked to the door and carefully looked out of the room. Before he could see anything, someone's hand grabbed him by the neck. The man was pulled out of the room and began screaming furiously. The others immediately realized that they were being attacked by a zombie, so they prepared to shoot. Bullets hit the front door, but movement behind it had long since ceased. The infected man jumped out of the house and ran along the balcony to the boarded-up windows. When he ran out of ammunition, Chang burst into the room, breaking the boards. The chief screamed and turned towards him, but it was too late. Chang quickly grabbed the man's head with his cold hands. The infected one turned sharply in the air, breaking the chief's neck. Chang jumped back to the far, dark corner of the room. A moment later, the guy rushed back into battle. For some time more, screams could be heard from the room. When the chief and his assistants were killed, Chang stopped, and the prisoners began to wonder whether they would be killed. They saw that the guy was a zombie, but he was wearing a mask and did not attack them. At this moment, Xiaoyang entered the room and praised Cheng, saying that the mask was not that much of a hindrance. The infected one twirled his hand in the air and said that it made him look cooler. The prisoners were shocked that the zombie could speak. For a moment, the room was plunged into oppressive silence. The prisoners didn't know what to expect from Xiaoyang and the infected. Xiaoyang stepped forward and said that there was no need to worry as Cheng would not attack them. The girl said that this super monster is capable of killing in a second. Xiaoyang thought about the girl's words. The guy came closer and asked if the girl had seen anyone like this before. The girl's mother said that they saw such an infected person at the jewelry market in the east. Xiaoyang said it should have taken at least a month, but everything is happening much faster. Cheng didn't understand what was going on, so Xiaoyang told him that there was another rare mutant in the city. The guy said that the level of rationality, as well as the effectiveness of hunting, differs from simple zombies. However, in contrast to their strength, such mutations are often unstable. That's why infected people like Cheng become strange and dangerous. After these words, Cheng became afraid that he too could become a danger to his friends. Xiaoyang understood his worries and assured him that he would not let him go crazy. The guy turned to the prisoners and asked if there were any more survivors. And then they told him that there were a lot of people in the sales office and in the basement. Xiaoyong decided to start his tour from the basement of this villa. The guy opened the heavy door, but there was no sound behind it. Not only the prisoners were shocked by what they saw, but also Chang and Xiaoyong. There were many skinned human bodies in the basement. Other prisoners said that every day the bandits caught and killed survivors. Xiaoyong asked if this was the reason there were no other camps left in the south of the city. The guy said that they themselves could not eat that much meat. And then one of the prisoners said that the meat was taken to other places. Xiaoyong looked at the corpses and guessed that the bandits might have fed this meat to the zombies. The guy asked to tell him about the sales office that he had been told about earlier. One man said that the office was located next to the southern gate, and that people were initially taken there, and that a massacre took place here. At this moment, Xiaoyong received a new task from the system, which was to expand the community. The guy accepted the task and immediately headed towards the sales office. There were two people on duty near the office who heard the sound of gunshots, but thought that their people were using prisoners as targets. They were too distracted to notice Chang sneaking up behind them. In one of the office rooms, half-naked girls were locked up, and the bandits were using them for entertainment. The girls perked up when they heard a noise outside the door. One of the girls hid under a blanket and said that the bandits should be given whatever they wanted, but not allowed inside. The noise behind the door died down and it began to open slowly. The girls were in a panic and did not want a repeat of what had been done to them last time. However, Xiaoyong appeared at the threshold and quickly glanced at the girls. Seeing a stranger, the girls froze, and then heard the guy tell them to get out. Soon, Xiaoyong led all the survivors out of the sales office. One of the girls who was locked in the room asked if the guy would really take them to a safe place. Xiaoyong said it would be safe there, but they would all have to work. All survivors agreed to these conditions. Xiaoyong waved his hand and said that there was no point in wasting time, and it was time to leave. Soon the sales office was empty, and only the dead bandits remained to guard it. Xiaoyong got everyone settled into the bus and headed to the fortress. They reached the fortress late at night, and the guy told everyone to get off the bus outside the walls. Shanshan and Jiangxi were on duty, and immediately noticed Xiaoyong's return, but then noticed that he had not arrived. Xiaoyong, meanwhile, pointed to the fortress and said that this was his house, but he could not let everyone inside. All the survivors understood that the boy was worried about safety, but they began to worry about where they would live. Xiaoyong said that there are temporary houses behind the net near the fortress, and although it is not as safe, the conditions there are good. The guy said that there are a lot of unfinished buildings and vacant lots here, and when they restore them, life will become easier. The survivors bowed to Xiaoyong and thanked him for saving them. The next day, new problems began to appear. People who worked with Ven arrived at the villas. A car and a truck pulled up to the main villa and honked their horns for a long time. There was a girl named Rui sitting in the car who was very unhappy that no one had answered. The girl asked where Wen had gone. Some more time passed, but no one came out to them. And then Rui realized that something was wrong. She couldn't wait any longer and decided to check everything out for herself. A vein appeared on the girl's forehead with anger when she saw what was happening in the villa. Kai, Wen, and Li Shu were locked in a room and had already become zombies. Smelling the human scent, they immediately turned towards the door. The infected rushed at Rui, but she was not afraid. She walked into the room with ease, throwing Lisha aside with one hand. Rui took out her knife and eliminated the remaining zombies. When everyone was finished, she took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from the knife. The girl's assistant came closer and asked where they would get meat now. Rui said they had no choice but to search on their own. However, before that, she would like to personally kill those who are hindering them. Rui walked out into the backyard and saw that it was littered with corpses. The assistant said that there were no living people left in this place. The girl asked how things were with the meat, and then the man replied that it was in the warehouse and ready for transportation. After some time, on Rui's orders, a truck was driven up to the main entrance. The girl waited outside while her subordinates loaded all the meat into the car. At some point, Rui noticed something that could help her find the people who had thwarted her plans. The assistant saw the girl bending over a section of asphalt and asked what she had found. Rui looked at the tire tracks and said that she really wanted to know who could have done such a thing. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong sat on the observation tower and thought about how he could increase his community score. The guy believed that in this task, numbers were the most important indicator. Xiaoyong looked at the camp located outside the walls and thanked the man who sold him this land. Suddenly, the guy remembered how the survivors told him that another rare mutant had appeared. After some time, Xiaoyong called Shanshan and Jiangxi with him and went into the temporary camp area. Upon seeing the guy, all the survivors immediately rushed towards him with smiles on their faces. Some even fell to their knees and thanked Xiaoyong for saving them. The guy approached the girl who had previously told him about the mutant and asked her where exactly they had seen that super monster. The girl replied that the mutant was seen in the Huaran store, in the jewelry market, when she and her group went to get supplies. She said that her entire group scattered after the monster killed several people. The girl said that when she and her daughter were running away, they came across a group from the villas and thought they were saved, but they also turned out to be monsters. Xiaoyong thought about her words and wondered what he should do. Shanshan said that they shouldn't get involved in this matter, but Zhengxi, on the contrary, believed that they should take as much as possible while they could. Xiaoyong said that they must deal with this monster since this place is too close, meaning it is a direct threat. The girl the guy was talking to dropped the basin from her hands and started begging her not to go there. Xiaoyong said that she shouldn't worry as they knew what to do. The guy told Zhengxi to call Cheng, since it was time for them to meet the new mutant. Meanwhile, a small group of survivors approached a shopping center next to a jewelry market. It was a team from the real estate company where Xiaoyong was buying land for the fortress. Xiaoning walked ahead with a frying pan in her hands and said that they needed to explore this place to find supplies. Everyone was confident that they wouldn't meet any other people, since few people would be wandering around shops during the apocalypse. The group entered the shopping center, which was plunged into complete darkness. The survivors turned their attention to the store shelves and saw that they had already been cleared out. But something could still be found. Xiaoning walked forward and banged the frying pan on the wall to make noise. Not hearing any extraneous noise, the girl asked if anyone was there. Having received no answer, Xiaoning decided that they were alone here. However, just a few moments later, zombies jumped out from around the corner. The team immediately prepared to fight back. After some time, they successfully dealt with all the zombies. The team members assumed that most of the zombies were taken away by those who had cleared the store before them. The team decided to move on and did not notice the zombie lurking in the darkness. It was a mutated infected who was already happy that fresh prey had wandered towards him on its own. Ju went deeper into the store and discovered a decent supply of food, which immediately caused delight among the rest of the team. Xiaoning walked further and saw something that made her even more delighted. In the furniture department, the girl saw a large bed. Xiaoning immediately jumped onto the bed and said that she didn't want to leave. Soon they began to discuss the possibility of staying in this place, and Ju decided to step aside to smoke. The man stepped aside with one of his former colleagues and lit a cigarette. A friend asked Ju if they could really stay there. The man replied that the mall was too big and attractive to other survivors, so it was a bad idea. Ju said there was a 2-story building nearby that might suit them, but he didn't have time to finish. Something sharp and long pierced the man's back, piercing it right through. Ju's friend saw the mutant who had pierced the man and was now laughing, promising the taste of fresh meat. The guy immediately rushed to the other survivors, shouting that there was a ghost in the shopping center. The joy immediately disappeared from the faces of the survivors, and they looked at the guy. He was about to tell him what had happened, but the mutant caught up with him faster and pierced him with long claws. The monster lifted the guy's body off the ground. The survivors saw their friend torn in half. Xiaoning was shaking with fear, and she could only hear the others starting to run away. The girl ran along with the others, hoping that they would be able to escape. However, the mutant was already running after them, intending to kill them all. The monster killed the survivors one by one, starting with those who fled last. Xiaoning stopped turning around and only heard how her friends were gradually killed. The girl heard the guy running right behind her scream. Xiaoning was already very close to the exit and was the last one left. The girl looked at the daylight seeping through the entrance to the shopping center and hoped to make it in time. However, Xiaoning tripped and fell to the floor. The girl turned and couldn't help but scream as a shadow loomed over her. Xiaoning covered her face with her hands, but nothing happened. Looking at the person standing next to her, the girl saw Cheng, who was not paying any attention to her at all. Xiaoning said she didn't want to die, and then the infected person just walked past. The girl watched him go, and then heard a familiar voice that said there was nothing to worry about. Xiaoning turned towards the exit and saw Xiaoyong and Zhengxi. The girl immediately recognized the brunette as the guy who had recently bought land from their organization. Only after her words did Xiaoyong remember the girl who had advised him on purchasing real estate. The guy quickly remembered the girl's name. At that moment, a loud roar came from the shopping center. Xiaoning grabbed her head and started screaming, But Xiaoyang said that everything would be fine and they would deal with the mutant. The girl thought that the guy didn't understand what they were really facing. Xiaoning turned towards the direction from which the sounds came and froze. The girl saw Chang block the mutant's attack. Xiaoyang asked if the guy could handle the monsters alone, and he replied that he would try to do so. Chang waved his hand sharply, pushing away the mutant's hands. The monster immediately jumped back into the depths of the shopping center. The mutant said that this was the first time he had seen someone like him, so it was a very interesting meeting. The monster rushed forward again, but now its target was Chang. The guy managed to jump to the side in time to avoid being hit by the clawed paws. The mutant said he was very interested to see if his evolution would speed up if he ate Chen. However, he relaxed too much, which the guy immediately took advantage of. Chang struck the monster in the face, sending it flying back. The mutant hit the floor with his head, after which he said that the enemy was really strong. Chang had already approached him and was about to kick him. The mutant noticed his approach and only turned his head slightly in his direction. Chang lowered his legs, striking, but there was no one in the same place. The guy started looking around and quickly noticed where the mutant had gone. The monster quickly climbed onto the ceiling, clinging to it with its sharp claws. The mutant's hair began to fall out, and he said that now he would need the power he had been accumulating for so long. Chang flinched as he felt his opponent become stronger. Now the mutant moved much faster than his opponent. Chang tried to dodge, but time after time the monster got ahead of him. Zhangxi said that the guy was losing, and then Xiaoyang said that they shouldn't have delayed this, since they wouldn't have been able to beat him later. Xiaoyang materialized a machine gun in his hands, which greatly surprised Xiaoning. The guy took aim and promised Chen that he wouldn't tease him anymore if he held the mutant for a second. The infected immediately grabbed the monster by the arms and tried to hold him in place. At that moment, a shot rang out. Xiaoyang hit the mutant's head without a hitch. Chang released his opponent and he took a few steps back. However, the monster soon regained its balance. The mutant said that it was painful, and that's why he would kill everyone here. Zhangxi couldn't believe that a shot to the head didn't kill this mutant. Xiaoyang didn't wait, and immediately continued shooting. The bullets hit different parts of the mutant's body, but he only laughed. Soon, the monster's entire body was covered in wounds, and he could not move, but continued to laugh. Xiaoyang offered Cheng to eat the mutant, but the boy thought about his offer. The system sent a notification that the guy had been awarded extra points for destroying a dangerous creature. Once the threat was eliminated, Xiaoyang suggested robbing the store so as not to return empty-handed. Contrary to Xiaoning's expectations, food gathering was an unusual activity in Xiaoyang's understanding. The guy used the ring to load all the useful items into it. Xiaoyang looked at the bodies of the dead and said that they couldn't be left like that, so he offered Cheng something to eat. Meanwhile, Rui found the place where all the survivors from the villas were taken. The girl's car stopped near the fortress, and she asked the assistant what he saw. The man looked through binoculars and saw Shanshan standing on the observation tower. Looking down, he saw a camp set up next to the fortress. The assistant said that there were a large number of people there with poor weapons, and their only advantage was a strong building. The man didn't understand how these people managed to take over the villas, but Rui said they did it with the help of zombies. The girl laughed and said that God saw their suffering and sent them booty and a new home. Rui gave the order to return to gather as many men and weapons as possible before the attack. The car turned sharply and rushed in the opposite direction from the fortress. At this time, Xiaoyang, Xiaoning, and Zhangxi got into their car and headed towards home. The girl was overjoyed to hear from Zhangxi that the fortress had mattresses and hot water for showers. Xiaoyang drove and didn't pay attention to their conversation until he saw a car ahead. The guy immediately told Zhangxi to prepare a weapon in case of an attack. The guy took out his machine gun and looked out the window, ready to open fire at any moment. Two cars passed each other on the road as if it were an ordinary day. Xiaoyang watched the car go by. For a second, his gaze met Rui's, after which a notification from the system arrived. The task stated that Xiaoyang needed to repel the attack of the villains. The guy immediately assumed that they were talking about the people they had just passed. Soon, Xiaoyang entered the fortress grounds. First of all, the guy climbed up the observation tower. Xiaoyang asked Shanshan if there were any strangers around. The girl replied that a car had passed in the distance but had not come any closer, and at first she had thought that it was Xiaoyang returning. The guy listened to her and told her to tell Old Man Sheng to gather everyone, as he had an important announcement. Meanwhile, we moved to the southern suburbs to the coal plant. A small group of survivors tried to establish radio contact, and soon succeeded. They heard that someone was looking for survivors and asking them to gather at the coal plant. The group had listened to this recording more than once and had already arrived at the meeting place. They already thought they had made a mistake, but at that moment, a car drove up. The car stopped next to the group. Rui got out of the car and asked if the group had arrived because of the message. The leader of the group said that they decided to answer the challenge. The group consisted only of young men, who immediately noticed the girl, who was dressed quite revealingly. They didn't even look at the girl's face as their attention was entirely focused on her figure. Rui came closer and flirtatiously invited the guys to follow her. The boys looked at each other, thinking that if the task was difficult, they could just have fun with the girl. Soon they approached the warehouse. The boys were glad that they had finally managed to find shelter. The leader of the group said that he needed to go to the toilet and was about to leave the warehouse. Rui stopped him, saying that there was a restroom inside. The guy followed the girl, who took him to the restroom. He was doing his business and watching Rui with a smirk. The girl stood next to the guy and looked at him with a grin. The guy decided that Rui was showing interest in him and suggested that she stop being shy. However, he didn't have time to react when the girl attacked him. There was no longer a trace of a smile on Rui's face. The girl killed the guy in cold blood. Rui said she expected a good catch, but it turned out bad. The girl went out into the corridor, and the subordinate reported that they had already finished. Rui looked at the dead members of the group and ordered that their bodies be dragged to the toilet, and that the second and third be called. Meanwhile, all the inhabitants of the fortress gathered in the meeting room. Xiaoyang said that they don't know anything about the enemy, but they can attack at any time. The guy said that he, Jiangxi, and Cheng would clear out the unfinished building in the southeast so that the survivors could take refuge there. Shanshan and Lin asked the guy to take them with him. Some members of Captain Li's team also expressed a desire to join. Xiao also raised his hand, but his mother immediately calmed him down, saying that there was nothing for a child to do there. Xiaoning raised her hand and offered her help. Xiaoyong said that it would not be so dangerous there, and Old Man Sheng and Ling would stay to guard the fortress, while the rest would go with him. Soon the guy gave everyone weapons, and they set out on their journey. They approached the unfinished building, and Xiaoyong quickly looked around. When the guy gave the signal, the group moved inside the building to clear it of zombies. All the survivors performed well, following Xiaoyong's instructions. When all the zombies were destroyed, the guy gathered everyone together for inspection. After Xiaoyong made sure everyone was safe, the guy said that the survivors would wait out the attack here. Many spoke out against this, saying that they were ready to defend the fortress. Xiaoyong thought about their proposal and said that they would still need to clean up here. The guy said he would give the group pistols and ammunition, and that they would be in constant communication during the attack. Meanwhile, Rui's gang was actively preparing for the attack. They loaded weapons and all the necessary equipment into the vehicles to storm the fortress. Rui was watching the work when she was distracted by one of her acquaintances. The thin man, the third, brought with him a mutant named the second, 3 meters tall, who could speak. The girl reported that the Bikushan villas had been attacked, so they would now have to find their own food. Ignoring the mutant's insistence that he wanted meat, the third asked who had attacked Bikushan. Rui said it was a group from the eastern suburbs, and that tomorrow morning she would take second and attack them. At night, Xiaoyong was busy studying the updated system store. This time, there were 2 whole second-level boxes in the store, which immediately attracted the guy's attention. Xiaoyong's glasses were enough to open both drawers. The first box contained a physical overload skill that increased personal stats by 25%. Xiaoyong calculated that he would now be 8 times stronger than an ordinary person. The guy thought that he couldn't wait for the moment when he could test his new abilities. The next day, Rui gathered her group and set out for the fortress. Several cars were driving ahead and several motorcycles were following them. Rui said that first they would drive up and kill all the survivors outside. The girl said that the second would begin to break through the gate, and in the meantime, they would hide behind the modified cars. The mutant sat next to Rui in the back seat and kept saying that he was hungry. The groups united and rode together towards the fortress. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong was looking for a suitable place to defend the walls from the enemy. The boy took Captain Li with him, and he expressed his concerns regarding the place Xiaoyong had chosen. The guy said they wouldn't need a good view, and then Li asked why they called him then. Xiaoyong recalled that the man had talked about working as a sniper for a couple of years. Captain Li rubbed his head and said he only worked at the job for a couple of months before they closed it down. Xiaoyong asked if the man could hit the target from 200 meters away, to which Li replied that he could hit it from 500 meters. The guy smiled and said that this is exactly what they needed. At this moment, Zhang Shi came over and brought what Xiao Yong asked for. The guy was out of breath as he dragged the huge box upstairs. Xiao Yong opened the box and Captain Lee immediately realized that the person in front of him was Barrett. The man asked where the boy got such a weapon, but Xiao Yong ignored the question and said that they only had 10 bullets. The guy handed the Barrett into Lee's hands and he stopped asking questions, completely turning his attention to such a rare weapon. Xiao Yong asked Zhang Shi if everyone was ready, and, upon receiving a positive answer, he told everyone to get ready, as the enemy was close. After some time, Shanshan reported through the earpiece that she saw something strange in the distance. Captain Lee was positioned on the roof and could also see the enemy through the Barrett's scope. Rui's car drove close enough for the assistant to report that there was not a single person left outside the walls. The driver suggested retreating and thinking about a plan, but the girl ordered them to act, as they had already been noticed. Following her command, the group headed towards the fortress walls. As soon as the enemy was within firing range, Shanshan gave the command to attack. The fortress's inhabitants lined up on the wall with firearms in their hands and opened fire. A hail of bullets rained down on the cars. One of the drivers was hit by a bullet and lost control. The car passed in front of Rui's car and flew off to the side. The car crashed into the fence, causing an explosion. Rui was informed over the radio that they had been spotted, but she couldn't believe what was happening. A hail of bullets continued to rain down on the cars. The girl ordered to immediately move to the wall to hide under it. The drivers stepped on the gas and drove into a blind spot near the gate. The second one was immediately released from the car. The monster was given a grinder so that he could cut through the gate. The mutant began to strike, trying to cut through the thick layer of metal. Shanshan reported on the radio that the enemy was breaking down the gate. The girl immediately gave the order to shoot. While the mutant was breaking down the gate, Rui's men hid behind cars and fired back. Several bullets hit the railing very close to the fortress's inhabitants, causing them to jump back. One of the bullets hit Lin in the right shoulder. Zhang Shi picked up his friend and said that the enemy's weapons were no worse than theirs. Sun crouched down and said that they needed to hold their positions as they had enough ammunition. Meanwhile, the group led by Old Man Sheng saw that the enemy was breaking through the main gate. Xiao Yong contacted them through the earpiece and told them that everything was going according to plan, so they could rest assured. The guy ran out of the observation deck and headed towards the observation tower. Xiao Yong moved around the fortress to better control the situation. Rui was informed that they had half of the bullets left, and then the girl asked the second how things were going. The monster replied that he had almost done everything. A few moments later, the gates were broken through. Shanshan went down to the backyard and told them to support the gate with fire and not let the enemy pass. Rui was very interested in how the people of the fortress would cope with the nightmare of evolution. The girl ordered everyone to hide behind the mutant and secure the perimeter as soon as they got inside. The second one began to push the sheets of metal aside. Xiao Yong took a good position for observation and told Captain Lee to get ready. The man took aim at the largest enemy and replied that he was ready to shoot on command. The second one was in his sights. The mutant roared as soon as he managed to penetrate the fortress territory. The inhabitants of the fortress looked at him and could not believe that he was a man. They started shooting at the second, but it seemed as if he didn't care. As the mutant approached, the people retreated deeper into the courtyard. The second was not wearing a shirt, which made it clear that regular bullets did not cause any damage to him. They got stuck in his muscles and then fell to the ground. Old Man Shen took a closer look and realized that the mutant was regenerating very quickly. Rui chuckled and asked if this was really their first time meeting an evolver. Captain Lee was informed through an earpiece that weak weapons were powerless against the mutant. The man said he would try another way, and then fired the Barrett. The projectile was so powerful that it blew off the second's head. A second later, the giant fell to the ground. The people of Rui could not understand what had happened. The girl couldn't even imagine where these people were able to get such a caliber. Meanwhile, Xiao Yong sneaked up behind the enemy. The guy opened fire on Rui's men, causing panic to immediately break out among them. The girl said that they underestimated the enemy's strength. Rui opened fire and ordered everyone to retreat to the vehicles immediately. The girl ran towards Xiao Yong and only now was able to see him. Rui immediately recognized him as the guy they had crossed paths with on the road. The girl understood that Xiao Yong would shoot at her first, so she immediately began looking for a way to defend herself. Rui grabbed one of her assistants and used him to shield herself from the gunfire. Xiao Yong noted that the girl's reaction was too fast, which could indicate that she was also an evolutionist. Meanwhile, Rui threw her subordinate's body at the guy to distract him. Xiao Yong had to take a few steps back to avoid colliding with the body. The guy reported over the earpiece that the girl was going to run away. Meanwhile, Rui walked around Xiaoyang and rushed towards the car. Captain Li took aim at the girl from the rooftop. The man said that Rui forgot to ask his gun for permission to escape. Captain Li fired, severing the girl's leg. Rui fell very close to the car and started screaming loudly. Li reloaded the Barrett and said he missed. Meanwhile, the chief assistant dragged Rui into the back seat of the car. The car moved off and was soon out of range. Xiaoyang was asked over the earpiece what they would do if they came back for revenge. But the guy replied that it would not be a problem. The system had sent a mission to destroy the cannibals' base, so he now knew exactly where they were heading. After some time, all the inhabitants of the fortress gathered together and rejoiced at the victory. Xiaoyang ordered that the wounds of the injured be treated immediately, and that all the corpses be frozen for Chang. The guy said to take the survivors from the abandoned building, since the fortress is currently safe. Xiaoyang was happy that thanks to this quest he now had 76 points, so he could go wild today. Meanwhile, the rest of Rui's team arrived at the base. The assistants pulled the girl out of the car, helping her move. The third one came out of the building to meet them with a pipe in his hands and asked what had happened. The girls said that they were too careless because they did not expect the enemy to have such weapons. Rui was angry about the loss of her leg and ordered that human flesh be brought to her immediately. However, no one moved from their place, and a grin appeared on the third's face. Rui pointed her finger at them and ordered them to move. The third said that the girl does not keep her dirty language to herself, even in such a state. Rui's face showed fear and anger, and she asked if the third was really refusing to obey. The girl ordered two of her subordinates to immediately seize the third. However, the men did not move, which made the girl turn around and look at them. The third squeezed the pipe and said that the second was dead and Rui was now useless, so they were not going to tolerate her anymore. The man asked those gathered if he was speaking correctly. The cannibals began to surround the girl, and she asked if they really thought she couldn't handle them. However, the more people appeared around her, the more her panic grew due to the fact that she could not do anything. The third stepped forward and raised the pipe over the girl. The whole crowd immediately rushed at Rui. The girl quickly found herself on the ground and suffered multiple blows. Rui soon lost consciousness. When the girl was finished, the gang member approached the third and addressed him by his nickname. The man immediately turned around and asked what the guy called him. The guy immediately fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness. Having received forgiveness, the guy said that Rui and the second were dead, and that many strong people had also died, which is why their fighting power had fallen. Everyone was afraid that they might encounter a mutant that was wandering around the city. The third one immediately remembered who they were talking about and began to think. The man decided that they just needed to go to the guys from Siegen. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang gathered his men and set out to carry out the mission of clearing out the cannibal base. Jiangxi and Capital Li decided to go with him. Xiaoyang stopped near the cannibals' base and led them along. After searching the entire base, they realized that no one was there, and near the entrance they discovered Rui's body. Xiaoyang said that he was not at all surprised that they would kill even their own. Jiangxi decided to ask the guy why the mutant who destroyed their gate didn't look like Cheng. Captain Li picked up the conversation and said that he heard the enemy call the mutant an evolutionist. Xiaoyang said that in order to become an evolutionist, you need to eat people. Jiangxi and Li shuddered at his words. Xiaoyang said that the easiest way to get zombie abilities is by eating people. Jiangxi noted that Xiaoyang also had abilities, and Li suggested that they needed to feed on human flesh to survive. Xiaoyang said that cannibalism is the most obvious way, but not the only one. The guy rummaged through his sweatshirt pocket and pulled out a red crystal. Xiaoyang said that the mutant needs to absorb alien energy to evolve. In ordinary people, energy is dispersed throughout the blood and flesh, but in rare mutants and evolvers, it is concentrated in the core. The longer the disaster lasts, the greater the chances of zombies collecting energy in the core. Captain Li began to think about this issue, but Jiangxi immediately said that he would not do it. Xiaoyang said that only mutants like Cheng could become stronger by absorbing zombies. A few moments later, the guy received a notification from the system that he had completed the task of destroying the cannibal base. Xiaoyang wondered how this happened, since they didn't kill anyone, causing him to become less attentive. Hearing the screams of his partners, the guy jerked sharply, avoiding a collision with a zombie. Xiaoyang killed the infected man and said that he had snuck up too stealthily. The guy took out a knife and cut open the zombie's chest, revealing a glowing crystal inside. Xiaoyang took out the crystal and said that this was a very useful skill, meaning their hunt was not in vain. Now the guy had 2 crystals, and he handed one to Jiangxi and Li. Jiangxi refused to eat them and offered to give everything to Captain Li. The man stared at the crystals in his hands for a moment, deciding whether or not he should eat them. Soon, Li made up his mind and ate 2 crystals at once. The man immediately felt his body begin to fill with energy. Looking at Li, Xiaoyang said that he was only on the path to evolution, so he shouldn't rush. The captain decided that the boy was afraid of the threat from him, so he said that there was no need to worry about it. Since the task was completed, Xiaoyang saw no point in staying any longer, so he decided to return. We are transported to the territory of the Sigan Steel Factory. The third's people came to join this group. Security at the entrance ordered them to stop and identify themselves. The third one spread his hands in a conciliatory gesture and said that they had come from the coal factory. The guard had already heard the man's nickname, so he told him to wait for the boss. After some time, the third and his people were invited to go to the warehouse. The gang leader Peng and a girl named Lin asked why the third had come this time, and where Rui and the second were. The man became nervous and lied that they had been attacked and that Rui and the second had been killed when they were trying to defend the base. It was clear that Peng did not believe him, but he did not act hastily. The man ordered his men to take the third and his group to a safe place. Peng turned to Lin and they realized that they had the same suspicions about the third. Meanwhile, Pan's men took the third and his team to the waiting room. The subordinate addressed the man, but he again began to scold him for calling him by his nickname. However, this time the subordinate did not apologize and said that he had a bad feeling. The guy said that the place they were locked in looked more like a prison than a shelter. At that moment, the door to the room opened, hitting the wall. The guard told everyone to get out. Soon, everyone was brought back to Peng and Lin. The third asked what had happened so urgently that they had been called again. Lin asked what the third thought they should do with the man who killed their leader. The man began to prevaricate, saying that this was all some kind of misunderstanding. Lin stepped forward and asked Lycan's guard to explain to the third what he was accused of before he died. The man came forward and said that he had been at the coal factory and that in the yard he had found Rui's bludgeoned body. But the second one was not there at all. Lycan said the only reasonable explanation would be betrayal when they learned of the leader's injury. The third one started saying that this was not true since there was no evidence of his guilt and it was just speculation. Pan asked what kind of world the man lived in if he thought they needed evidence to kill someone. The man said that he would have killed them all long ago if not for the power of Rui and the second. But they are no longer there and no one will stop him. Pan gave the order to kill everyone, but one guy from the third's team asked to spare him in exchange for information. Lin became interested in his words and asked what important thing he could tell them. The guy said that a large group of people had gathered to the east of the city, and they had a lot of supplies, and it was they who killed Rui and the second. Lin asked how strong the opponent was, and the guy replied that they were about equal in strength. The girl thought for a moment, and then told Pan that this was a serious threat. The guy from the third's team said that those people didn't know how to become evolvers since they hadn't seen any of them. Lycan thought about the guy's words. Peng asked why Rui's group lost then, and learned that the new group was well armed. Lin walked up to the guy and said that this was useful information, which brought a smile to the guy's face. However, the girl decided that this was not a reason to spare them, and ordered her people to kill the entire third's group. For a few moments, the third and his men were stupefied. As soon as Lin's men began, screams and pleas began to come from the direction of the factory. With the third's entire group wiped out, Pan said they needed to deal with the new problem as quickly as possible. Lin said that attacking head-on was too risky, so they needed to become even stronger. The girl ordered a reconnaissance team to be sent to the fortress to make sure they didn't know about the evolvers. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang was sitting in his room, thinking about what he could buy with 126 points in the system store. In the updated store, the guy saw another second-level Dark Technologies box for 50 points. Xiaoyang decided that luck was on his side today, and bought this box and the second box of the first level. The Dark Technologies box contained a 20-unit strength boost potion. The guy immediately used it, but while he was coming to his senses, there was a knock on the door. Shanshan entered the room and said that they had caught a suspicious person near the fortress. Xiaoyang sighed and got up from the sofa, saying that he would check. Jiangxi and Captain Li stood near the gate, holding in place a dark-haired man who said he was not an enemy. Xiaoyang stood in front of the man and asked why they were looking for him. The stranger smiled and asked how he could address the leader of the group. Xiaoyang said his name, but there was not a trace of a smile on his face. The man said his name was Asen, and he came from the Segan steel factory. Song approached them as he heard a familiar name. The man told Xiaoyang that this was the largest factory in the area, which had become a settlement after the apocalypse. After learning that Segan was 3 kilometers further than the coal plant, Xiaoyang decided to ask Asen why he had come so far. The man replied that people would unite, since there was complete darkness all around. Asen said that their leaders sent him to look for other settlements to take the survivors to them. Lin stepped forward and told Xiaoyang not to trust the man, as he was walking around the base drawing a map. Xiaoyang picked up the piece of paper that Lin handed to him and looked at it. The guy looked at Asen and decided to use the mind's eye. Xiaoyang saw that the man was not positively disposed towards them, but he was not aggressive either. The guy decided that Asen was hiding something, so he took out a gun and pointed it at the man. Xiaoyang said that they were living in the same apocalypse, so he would kill him if he didn't tell them the truth. Asen swallowed in fear but continued to insist on his own. The man said he was telling the truth, but his group was simply acting cautiously, for which they should not be blamed. Xiaoyang quietly asked Jiangxi if he had seen Asen Cheng, but received a negative answer. The guy waved his hand and said to let Asen go. The man was at a loss, as were the rest of Xiaoyang's group. The guy handed Asen the card, saying that he could take it with him. The man immediately fell to his knees and began to thank Xiaoyang. Without delay, Asen ran out of the fortress territory. Xiaoyang watched him go, imagining how many points the system would give him for the steel factory. 5 months passed without incident, during which time people began to disappear from the factory. The dump workers believed that the tentacled monster might have returned. As they approached the group of garbage, they heard a rustling sound. One of the workers decided not to wait for security and to personally check what was the source of the sound. When the man tried to get closer, someone threw a knife at him. The weapon pierced his throat, killing him instantly. Lycan stood guard at the main gate and smoked. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to loud screams and cries for help. A landfill worker ran towards him, shouting that the monster had killed his colleague. The guy ran up and said that a tentacle monster did it. Lycan cursed and followed the worker, saying that this time the monster attacked unexpectedly. The man gave the order for everyone to take cover, and for the evolutionists with escape skills to follow him. Soon, a small group arrived at the landfill, where another attack had taken place. Lycan ordered them to retreat if they saw the monster, and not to try to engage it in combat. The man watched from cover for a while. Soon, Lycan realized that there was no threat nearby. The group approached the scene and began to speculate about what had happened. One aide said the attacks had increased after the destruction of the coal factory and villas. However, Lycan was sure that the tentacle monster had nothing to do with it. Meanwhile, we are transported to Xiaoyang's fortress. The guy still had the task of increasing his community's score hanging over him. Xiaoyang held out longer than in his previous life, and assumed that if nothing changed, civilization would recover. The guy didn't understand why he hadn't received an assignment to the steel factory for so many months. Xiaoyang's thoughts were interrupted by Shanshan's voice, who had just arrived from a mission. The guy immediately jumped off the wall to find out how the sortie went. Xiaoyang landed next to the girl and asked if anyone had seen them hunting. Jiangxi stepped forward and said that they were already strong enough to notice the surveillance. Xiaoyang looked at the boy Xiao and asked how his sortie went. The boy was inspired, and Xiaoning, standing next to him, said that Xiao personally dealt with the zombies today. Xiaoyang praised them for their work, and at that moment he received a new task from the system to support potential allies. The guy assumed that they were talking about people from the steel factory. Soon, Xiaoyang gathered the council and said that he wanted to enter the factory alone. But Li's capital was against it. Song guessed that Sigang might have bad intentions, so they wouldn't be able to help Xiaoyang if something happened. The guy replied that at the moment he was stronger than even Cheng, so he could handle it himself, and he would also find out whether Sigan was their friend or enemy. Xiaoyang addressed Old Man Sheng, Shanshan, Li, and Jiangxi, saying that he entrusted them with the defense of the fortress and the town. The grandfather nodded and told the boy to be careful, because without him, the fortress would be indispensable. Meanwhile, Lycan finished inspecting the scene of the attack and came to Peng and Lin to report important news. However, the guards blocked his passage and told him that he could only enter with the permission of the two leaders. Lycan was furious because the news was really important. The man grabbed one of the guards by the neck. The second guard tried to stop him and bring him to his senses. Soon, Lycan came to his senses and began to apologize for his actions. Lycan began to notice that lately he was increasingly losing control of his emotions. At that moment, Lin's voice came from the office. The girl told the security to let Lycan through. The man entered the room and immediately made eye contact with the leader. Lin asked why Lycan came to her. The man reported that he found female footprints at the scene, although the victim was a man. Lin immediately realized that this meant that the attacks were not being carried out by the tentacle monster. The girl said she would take this into account. Lin warned the man that he shouldn't tell everyone about this. The girl said that the new killer would only frighten the settlers, and they would stop doing their work. Lycan wanted to object, but Lin did not allow it. The girl came close to the man and asked if he wanted to say anything else. Lycan blushed and immediately rushed towards the exit, asking for forgiveness for disturbing him. The man ran out of the office, slamming the door. Fighting his embarrassment, Lycan said that he had forgotten to ask something again. Meanwhile, Pan's voice came from behind the next door of the office, saying that Lin was too careless. The girl said that Peng could take on this job personally since he was so careful. In the next room, a man was cutting up a body and said that in that case, the cleaning would be Lin's. The head of a missing member of the settlement was found in the trash can. Soon, Xiaoyang moved to the steel plant. The guy killed zombies along the way and made sure no one noticed him. Once he got close enough, Xiaoyang decided it was time to change his appearance. The guy materialized scissors from the space of the ring. With quick, careless movements, the guy cut his hair a little shorter. Xiaoyang squatted down and ran his hand along the asphalt, getting his fingers dirty. The boy used dirty fingers to draw stripes on his face. Xiaoyang changed into shabby clothes and put on glasses with one cracked lens. Having completed the transformation, the guy headed towards the entrance to the plant. At the entrance, a security guard stopped the guy and asked who he was. Xiaoyang smiled and said that he noticed survivors nearby, so he decided to join them. The guard smiled and asked if the guy was alone. The guard asked how Xiaoyang had been able to stay alone for so long. Xiaoyang lowered his head and said that there were 10 of them. But recently a horde of zombies attacked, so all the rest died. The guard chuckled and said that the guy wasn't particularly strong. Xiaoyang pretended not to understand what was being said and said that he had some experience in fighting zombies, so he would try his best. The guard grinned and said that wasn't what he meant, but the guy shouldn't think about it. The guy invited Xiaoyang to follow him if he wanted to join their group. The guard said that he had to pass a test first, and the guy noticed him taking a knife out of his pocket. Xiaoyang thought that it would be hard to find kind people in this factory. Before they had gone far enough from the gate, they were called out to. Lycan approached them and asked what the stranger was doing there. The guard became nervous and said that he was leading a lone man to a search. Lycan asked why he would do it in another place, and Xiaoyang was sure that the guy was going to take him away and kill him. Lycan told the boy that he could hand over his weapon and pass, but Xiaoyang asked how he could be sure that he would not be killed inside. The man replied that there was an apocalypse going on around them, and that these were just precautions. But the guy could always leave. Xiaoyang pretended to think about it, then handed the knife to Lycan. Having taken the knife, the man searched the boy for other weapons. Xiaoyang thought that Lycan still had some moral principles left, which meant that the people from the factory were different from the people from the villas. Realizing that the guy had nothing but a knife, the man asked if he was an evolutionist since he had survived in such conditions. Xiaoyang said that he really felt stronger than before, so Lycan said that he needed to report to his superiors. The man brought the guy into the meeting room and told him to wait here. Xiaoyang looked around and said that the meeting room with reinforced doors looked more like a prison cell. After a while, Pan entered the room and apologized for the wait. Xiaoyang was about to say his name, but then he coughed and said his name was Jiang. Peng said that he was informed that the boy had already undergone evolution. Xiaoyang replied that the man most likely already knew the answer, and at that moment, an axe flew at him. The boy easily deflected his head, and the axe flew past, hitting the wall. Xiaoyang looked at the weapon stuck in the wall. Seeing that Pan was no longer attacking, the boy decided that he was not trying to attack him, but was just testing him. Xiaoyang pointed to the axe and said that it was dangerous. Pan laughed and said that he had understood everything correctly after all. Xiaoyang said that if the man had made a mistake, he would have been dead. But Peng said that such losses were acceptable. The man said that they both knew how to become evolutionists. Peng said only a couple of people in their community knew about this method. The man warned that no one else should know about this. Peng suddenly rushed towards Xiaoyang. The man almost grabbed the guy by the neck, saying that otherwise he would kill him. Xiaoyang thought it was good that Peng attacked with his bare hands. Otherwise, he would have responded reflexively. The guy decided not to resist, thinking that the system would not give him 80 points for this. However, Peng noticed that Xiaoyang had managed to take out a knife and said that the guy had excellent reflexes. The man said that the guy was a good fellow, but he shouldn't get cocky, because he was still much stronger. After leaving the room, Peng ordered the guards to take Jiang to the negotiation room. Peng was the first to enter the hall and called Ling to introduce Xiaoyang to her later. The man introduced Lin and said that next to her were two settlement leaders, Hubin and Li Cheng. The girl entrusted the care of Xiaoyang to Hubin, asking if he had any objections. Ling approached Xiaoyang and said that he was lucky to find the strongest settlement in the city, but only useful people received food. The guy nodded and said that he understood everything. Hubin walked up to the guy and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that today was their turn to patrol. Soon, a small group led by Hubin began patrolling. A guard named Ah Ching, who had met Xiaoyang at the gate earlier, was unhappy that the boy had been assigned to their group. With them in the group was Asen, who had been sent to Xiaoyang's fortress several months ago, but in disguise he could not recognize him. Hubin asked if Peng had given details about their settlement, to which Xiaoyang replied that he had only been warned not to talk about evolution. The group leader said that only Lin, Peng, and their four knew the secret of eating human flesh. Hubin warned that everyone who knew the secret was related, so only Xiaoyang could leak the information. Xiaoyang looked at Ashin and thought that the only danger came from him, since the man had seen him in the fortress. Xiaoyang asked if Lycan knew about evolution, to which Hubin replied that the man was talented and strong, but he didn't need to know. The team leader said that if Lycan found out, neither he nor Xiaoyang would live to see the next day. The guy decided that Lycan had great potential, so no one wanted to share information with him. Soon, Hubin stopped and said that they had arrived at the place. They were near a building that housed a small settlement for 7 people, and no evolutionists were found among them. Xiaoyang asked if they were going to hunt them, but Hubin said that they were not barbarians, but cultivators. Ah Ching put his hand on Xiaoyang's shoulder and said that it was time for him to change his way of thinking and not be as stubborn as Lycan. The guy said that they are the top of the food chain, as they are strikingly different from ordinary people. Xiaoyang realized that Hubin wanted to take these people to raise them into a settlement, and then finish them off. The managers said that they would only take 5 or 6 people and deal with the rest on the spot. Xiaoyang didn't understand what was going on, so Hubin decided to show him clearly. Meanwhile, members of the small settlement were busy building and strengthening the walls. The young man was plastering the walls, but was already very tired. The man who was covering his back said that something was coming. Soon, a horde of zombies jumped out from behind the trees at them. Panic immediately arose among the people, and they prepared to fight. Their weapons were weak, and fear made them act in a confused manner. They tried to fight back, but the zombies attacked and killed them one by one. There were too many zombies, and they knew they couldn't cope. Xiaoyang watched from the side and asked if Hubin's plan was really to unleash zombies on the settlement. The leader said that if they brought more than 10 people, they could form a group and rebel. Soon, Atsin and Asen prepared to go after Hubin to save the remaining people. Among the survivors was a girl who was already surrounded by zombies who were about to tear her to pieces. Before she could be bitten, someone blew the monster's heads off with one blow. The girl saw the zombie's body fall to the ground. Turning around, she saw her savior, Atsin, who was holding out his hand to her with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, Hubin and Asen fought off the remaining members of the settlement. Soon, all the zombies were finished. Hubin said that they were evolutionists from the Sigan steel factory. The people from the settlement heard about the evolvers for the first time and had no idea what kind of people they were. Xiaoyang looked at the settlers and realized that they were not much different from Jiangxi's group, as they were all only in their early 20s. Suddenly, the guy felt a strange threat. Xiaoyang turned around abruptly and looked towards the multi-story building. However, the guy was unable to see anything suspicious. Xiaoyang wondered if he was imagining things. But at that moment, Hubin called out to him. The leader ordered the guy to help remove the bodies. Xiaoyang turned away from looking at the building and got to work. However, the guy wasn't imagining things, and there really was a threat in the building in the form of a tentacle monster. The settlers reported that they had few supplies left in their warehouse. Hubin ordered Xiaoyang to drag the supplies to the entrance while he drove a small truck here. As the leader passed the guy, he said that the bodies of the dead people also needed to be collected in a pile, as they would take them away. Hubin ordered the others to follow him. Soon, Hubin's entire team and the survivors went with him to the base, and Xiaoyang was left alone. The guy took a knife out of the ring space and said that everything was going more than well. Meanwhile, Hubin led a group of survivors to the base and the people thanked him for it. The girl Atsun saved asked if there was water in their village to wash herself. Atsun pulled the girl into his arms and said that they had not only hot water, but also all the hygiene products. Asun was the last one to walk, so it was he who heard the strange rustling sound. The man turned his head towards the sound and froze. Hubin noticed this and asked what happened, to which Asun said that someone was hiding nearby. Hubin immediately signaled to the entire group to get ready. Atsun continued to flirt with the girl, who clearly did not like such increased attention. Hubin, Atsun, and Asun stepped forward, covering the settlers with their bodies, and tried to understand where the attack would come from. However, no one ever showed up, so Atsun said that Asun was simply becoming paranoid. The man looked around and said that there was no mistake and that someone was definitely watching them. As soon as Asun turned away, a tentacle pierced his throat. Hubin immediately understood who they were up against. The group tried to attack the monster, but it was too fast. Hubin didn't even have time to notice how the tentacle one chose him as its next victim. The monster quickly approached the guy from the side. Meanwhile, Xiao Yung was calmly searching for crystals in the zombies' bodies. The guy was able to get 2 whole cores out of all the zombies, which was quite a good catch. At this moment, Xiao Yung heard screams from the direction where Hubin had taken the settlers. The monster wrapped its tentacles around Hubin and began to squeeze. The tentacles were breaking the guy as if he were a doll. The settlers could not contain their screams. Atsun was only now beginning to understand the situation they were in. Having finished with Hubin, the monster turned its attention to Akin. The guy panicked and began to retreat back. Atsun grabbed the girl from the settlement by the hand and said that he was not going to die here. The guy threw the girl right into the monster's tentacles. The mutant immediately grabbed the girl and wrapped her body around him, just as he had done with Hubin earlier. The tentacles began to contract, and soon the girl could neither scream nor breathe. Her eyes began to roll back, and she was about to lose consciousness. Before that could happen, something cut off the tentacles. The girl fell to the ground and was able to take a deep breath. Before her stood the man who had freed her from the monster's tentacles. Ah-Ching immediately recognized Xiao Yung. The guy pointed behind him and asked if this was the tentacle monster he had been told about earlier. Ah-Ching said it was the son of the tentacle, but Xiao Yung didn't understand what that meant. The guy said that the tentacle one constantly says something about his son and turns zombies into his own kind, which is why they are called sons. Ah-Ching knew that even Lin and Peng couldn't stand against the tentacle son alone, so he had to retreat immediately. The boy took off running, telling Xiao Yung to hold off the monster until he brought reinforcements. All the settlers immediately started running, leaving the guy alone. Xiao Yung immediately realized that Ah-Ching was just buying time to escape. At that moment, the monster came to its senses and stretched its tentacles towards the guy. Xiao Yung allowed himself to be wrapped around, then turned his head towards the mutant. The boy thought that calling the monster-turned monsters his sons was a very funny idea. Xiao Yung jerked his hand, pulling the tentacles towards himself. The monster was unable to stand on its feet due to such force, and Xiao Yung said that he was very interested in this. The monster dug its feet into the ground to slow down. Sensing Xiao Yung's strength, the tentacle one did not dare to approach him. The guy said he hadn't had the opportunity to test his awakened abilities, so this was a good chance. Xiao Yung tensed his legs, getting into the right position. The guy activated the physical overload ability. Xiao Yung tugged the tentacles that were binding him again, causing the monster to move. The tentacle lost its balance and fell to the ground. Xiao Yung walked up to the monster and put his foot on its head. The tentacle growled, but gradually its tentacles released the guy. The rescued girl watched all this and could not contain her horror. Xiao Yung easily dealt with the monster, which had killed several people in front of the girl's eyes. After some time, the guy dealt with the monster, tearing it to pieces. Covered in tentacle blood, Xiao Yung approached the girl and asked if she was okay. The girl took a couple of steps back and screamed in horror. Xiao Yung wiped the blood from his face and asked him to calm down, as he was a human, not a monster. Meanwhile, Atsun returned to base with several survivors from the settlement. Pen, Lin, and Lycan came out to meet him, and the girl asked where the others had gone. Atsun ran up to them and pointed towards the settlement, saying that Asun and Hubin had been killed by the tentacle man's son. Lycan asked about Xiao Yung, to which Ah-Ching replied that the guy definitely couldn't survive. After these words, Pen became furious. The man looked at the people that Atsun had brought with him. The boys were scared and didn't understand what was happening. Pen got angry and threw an axe at them, saying that all this was because of useless people. The weapon instantly cut into pieces one of the people brought from the settlement. Lin ran to Pen and tried to calm him down. A few moments later, a bunch of tentacles fell at the man's feet. Everyone fell silent and looked towards the entrance in surprise. In front of them stood Xiao Yung with a girl from the settlement. Lycan smiled and said that the boy had survived after all. Lin looked at the bundle of tentacles and asked where they came from. Xiao Yung said that he took the tentacles from the monster, thereby avenging the deaths of Lin and Pen's relatives. The man and the girl could not believe that the guy was really that strong. Xiao Yung said to prepare people in transport, as they needed to take the loot. After some time, Lin and Pen called Akin for a serious talk and asked if it was really the tentacle son who attacked them. The guy replied that he was sure, since this monster instantly killed Hubin and Ashen. Ching said that the monster was so strong that even Lin and Pen would have trouble facing it. Peng talked about checking Xiao Yang and said that he was sure that the guy was not that strong. Lin suggested that they had exaggerated the strength of the tentacle, and Peng said that Xiao Yung couldn't be left near Lycan. There was a knock at the door, so Lin gestured for everyone to be quiet. As soon as the girl gave permission, Lycan entered the room and addressed Pen. Lycan expressed his condolences and then recommended that Xiao Yung be appointed as another leader of the settlement. However, Pen refused, saying that they did not know the guy's past. Lin waved her hand, indicating for the man to stop. The girl said that Xiao Yung has the strength to become a leader, but he has no achievements or contributions, so he is not trusted. Lycan asked if it wasn't enough for them that the guy was able to single-handedly kill the tentacle's son. Lin said that if the guy could kill the tentacle one himself, then that would solve two problems at once. Lycan reminded that even Peng and Lin couldn't handle the monster, which meant Xiao Yung couldn't handle it either. The girl said that the guy would not be sent to certain death, but the entire settlement would help him. After some time, Xiao Yung himself was told about this plan, and he asked why they trusted him with such an important role. Lin smiled and said that it was because the guy was much stronger than all of them. Peng promised that Xiao Yung would become the third leader if the mission was successful. The man approached Lycan and asked if he was against such an appointment. Lycan replied that he had no objection, after which Pen announced that in 2 days they would set out to hunt for the tentacle. Xiao Yung might have been delighted by such a generous offer, but thanks to the mind's eye, the boy could see through the hidden intention. The guy saw that Lycan was neutral towards him, while Lin and Pen were hiding their hatred. Late at night, a radio went off in the Xiao Yung fortress. Lin rushed out of his room and shouted loudly that Xiao Yung was calling them on the radio. Captain Li immediately went out into the corridor and grabbed the radio, greeting the guy. Xiao Yung ordered Cheng and other strong fighters to be brought to the country park in the south the day after tomorrow morning. The guy said it was time to get rid of the threat in the southern part of the city once and for all. After some time, Capital Li gathered all the inhabitants of the fortress, and they began to decide who would go on this mission. It was decided to leave Grandfather Shen in the fortress so that he could help the others guard it. Shanshan, Jiangxi, Cheng, Lin, and 3 other people will go with Captain Li. Xiao jumped forward and said that he would also go on the mission. The mother ran up to the boy and asked why he kept interfering, but Xiao replied that he was already a man and should help. Uncle Song came up and said that the boy was really strong, and now he couldn't be called weak even in the main team. Captain Li agreed that Xiao needed to gain experience, so he would take him under his responsibility. 2 days later, Xiao Yung and the group from the Shigong factory arrived at the hunting ground. Pen was the first to get out of the car and looked around. Xiao Yung asked how they would lure out the monster, to which the man replied that there was no need to rush, as they had a plan. Xiao Yung looked around carefully so as not to arouse suspicion. Quite quickly, the guy discovered what interested him. Xiao Yung saw a glimmer of light on the roof of one of the nearby buildings. Captain Li's squad was positioned on the roof and was watching Segan's group through binoculars. Shanshan asked if they should go closer, but Li replied that they should follow Xiao Yung's advice and stay away from the park. The man ordered the ropes to be prepared to strike from the flank when it all started. Meanwhile, Lin began to put into action their plan to lure out the monster and called a boy from their team to her. The boy was scared, but he still approached the girl and asked what they wanted from him. Lin smiled and told the boy to go to the park, but he said he was only there to carry things. Lycan did not like this situation, and he approached the girl asking what was going on. Lin said that the monster kept talking about his son, so they should give him one, and assured him that the boy would not be harmed. The boy immediately began to back away, saying that he did not want to be bait. Peña's patience soon ran out. The man walked up to the boy and grabbed him by the collar, ordering him to go to the park before he personally killed him. Pen threw the boy forcefully towards the park. The boy did not have the strength to resist, as he was exhausted. It took the guy some time to recover from the impact with the ground. Captain Lee saw what happened through binoculars and said that the hunt had begun. All members of Lee's group rushed to the ropes and began to descend from the roof. Meanwhile, the boy got to his feet and began asking for help. At that moment, from the depths of the park, a loud cry was heard from a monster calling for his son. Within moments, the monster reached the park entrance and landed on the path. The boy stood with his back to him and begged the people of Siegen to save him. The tentacle monster looked forward with eyes burning with anger. Lycan saw the monster and said that it had taken the bait, so it was time for them to save the boy. The man was about to rush forward, but Lin grabbed his hand. The girl reminded that Lycan should not steal Xiaoyang's merits. Xiaoyang stepped forward and said that it was his time to act. A second later, the guy took off with such force that the asphalt cracked under his feet. Xiaoyang needed to get to the boy before the monster's tentacles entangled him. The guy flew up to the boy at great speed and grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. With a sharp jerk to the side, Xiaoyang threw the guy back towards the gate. Lycan was nearby and caught the boy before he hit the ground. The sudden movements caused Xiaoyang's glasses to fall off. The boy stood in front of a tentacle monster who demanded that his son be returned to him. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoyang realized that he was familiar with the man who had turned into a tentacle monster. Lycan was worried there that the boy had fallen into the clutches of a monster and was about to rush to his aid. However, Pen and Lin twisted the man's arms, forcing him to fall to his knees. Lycan said that if they didn't help Xiaoyang, he would die. Lin chuckled and said that was their plan. The girl understood that Xiaoyang was more likely to become the tentacle's next victim. Lycan got angry and asked why they had set all this up. At this point, Xiaoyang intervened in the conversation and said that he could explain the reason for such actions. The guy said that he knew Pen and Lin's secret about eating people. Lycan couldn't believe what Xiaoyang said. At this moment, Xiaoyang's group emerged from cover and began firing at Sigang's men. Xixuan was next to Captain Lee and two other guys and were shooting at the enemy. Meanwhile, Xiao, along with Shanshan, Jiangxi, and Cheng, ran towards Xiaoyang. The boy lit a Molotov cocktail and said they had come to help. Xiao threw the bottle at the monster with all his might. The monster smashed the bottle with its tentacle, causing burning liquid to pour out onto it. Despite this, all the monster's attention was focused on the boy. Tentacle looked at the boy and recognized him as his son. Xiaoyang also looked at Xiao and confirmed his suspicions. The boy started swearing, saying that the monster was too strong. Tentacles got angry and shouted at Xiao not to swear. Jiangxi covered the boy with his body and said that this was not an ordinary zombie. Cheng was the first to rush into battle, and Jiangxi told him to be careful. Feeling threatened, the monster directed its tentacles at the infected. Meanwhile, Sigen's group hid behind the trees, trying to escape enemy bullets. Lin peered out from behind the tree and was surprised to see the new mutant fighting on the side of the humans. She watched as Cheng dodged the monster's tentacles. At some point, the tentacle one was able to grab the guy. However, a moment later, Cheng tore the tentacles apart. While the guy was fending off the bulk of the attacks, the monster decided to strike from the side. Thanks to Chen's warning, he was able to repel the attack. After a while, the tentacle and Cheng stopped, as if trying to figure out what to do next. Xiaoyang, who was still entangled by the tentacles, smiled and said that Cheng had found a worthy opponent. Peng watched Xiaoyang and couldn't understand how he managed to continue laughing even in such a situation. However, Xiaoyang soon got tired of being tied up, so he broke the tentacles that were holding him. Suddenly, Atsun remembered how the people from the enemy group had addressed the guy. The guy immediately reported to Pen what Xiaoyang's real name was. Aching recalled that, according to Aching, the leader of the fortress in the suburbs was named Jiang Xiaoyang. Pen hit the tree trunk with his gun and said that the guy had managed to trick them. Lin assumed that they were attacked by the main forces of the fortress. The girl quickly looked out from behind the tree and glanced at her opponent. She looked from one part of the team to the other, analyzing the forces. After finishing, Lin said that everyone in the enemy group was equal in strength to Lycan, but their weapons were much more powerful. Turning her gaze to the fortress leader, the girl said that their main problem was Xiaoyang. Also, according to Lin's observations, the problem was Cheng, who fought on equal terms with the tentacle one. The girl concluded that there were no guarantees of victory, and the losses would be terrible no matter the outcome. After some time, Lin came up with a plan and ordered Pen to distract the enemy and cover her. The man immediately grabbed an axe and got to work. Pen jumped out from behind the tree and threw the axe towards the enemy. The axe flew at great speed towards its target. However, the weapon hit not the tree, but the ground. Chunks of earth flew in all directions, forcing people to take cover behind trees. Dust rose into the air, obscuring the view. Captain Lee knew the enemy was trying to sow chaos, but he didn't understand what he was planning. Taking the opportunity, Lin ran towards Xiao. Lin from Xiaoyang's team jumped out in front of the girl, shielding the boy with his body. The girl kicked him. The guy flew to the side, and at that moment, everyone realized that Lin was an evolutionist. No one else bothered the girl, so she approached Xiao. Lin grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up so that his feet did not touch the ground. Shanshan cried out in alarm, but she couldn't do anything. Xiao grabbed Lin's hand and told her not to dare take him hostage. The girl smiled and said that the boy also had powers. However, Lin was not going to tolerate Xiao, so she slapped him in the face. Tentacle had already stopped paying attention to Cheng, as he was worried about Lin grabbing Xiao. Cheng took advantage of the situation and jumped onto the monster's shoulders, grabbing it by the neck. The guy took a deep breath, preparing to use all his strength to rip his opponent's head off. However, before he could do so, Xiaoyang ordered him to stop and let go of the tentacle. Chen looked at the guy with confusion. Xiaoyang pointed at Xiao and said that the monster was now ready to risk its life, and it would be best not to interfere with it. Lin grabbed the boy by the neck and ordered everyone to drop their weapons before she could tear his head off. Captain Li stepped forward and offered himself as a hostage if the girl would release Xiao. Lin chuckled, saying that she had chosen the right target since everyone was so worried. Captain Li didn't know how he would explain everything to Xiao's mother if something happened to him, since he was the one who took him under his wing. Lin tightened her grip on the boy's neck and told everyone to drop their weapons on the ground and move back 100 meters. Li told his team to carry out the girl's order immediately. Lin told Xiaoyang's mutant to destroy the tentacle one. However, the girl completely lost her vigilance and did not notice how the monster was already stretching its tentacles towards her. Lin was saved by a shout from her teammates. To escape the tentacles, the girl had to let go of Xiao. However, the monster did not stop and continued to attack the people of Sigan. Pen cried out as Atsun was hit again. Lin landed further away and asked why the tentacle one had suddenly attacked them if it had been fighting Chung at the time. The girl looked at Xiaoyang, who was standing to the side and watching what was happening with a smile on his face. Lin noticed Cheng standing calmly next to the guy and watching a fly fly by. Captain Li told Xiao to crawl back to them immediately, but the tentacles had already grabbed the boy by the leg. The man was about to run to help, but Xiaoyang stopped him, saying that the boy was not in any danger. Capital Li didn't understand why the guy was so sure of it. Meanwhile, the tentacle one grabbed Xiao and pulled him towards itself. Now the monster was calm and addressed the boy by name, which made Xiao begin to understand who was standing in front of him. Xiaoyang turned to Shengzhe and said that he had kept his word and the man's wife and son were fine. Xiao looked at the monster in surprise and tried to figure out if it was really his dad standing in front of him. Xiaoyang came closer and said that he was not mistaken when he thought that Shengzhe would become the same as Cheng. After all the boy's doubts were dispelled, he threw himself at his father with hugs and burst into tears. Pen watched this and said that it was time for them to retreat. However, Shengzhe's expression quickly changed at his words. In an instant, the tentacles rushed towards the people of Sigan. The first victim was Pen. The tentacles wrapped around the man, preventing him from moving. Pen saw Lin standing nearby, so he told her to cut off the tentacles immediately. Still waiting for no help, the man turned his head, asking what she was waiting for. However, all he saw was Lin taking the opportunity to run away, leaving him in the clutches of the monster. The girl believed that they would hardly defeat the tentacle even together, so all she could do was give Pen up and run away. Within a few moments, Lin realized that her plan had failed. The monster wrapped a tentacle around her leg before she could escape. Shengzi pulled the girl's leg, causing her to fall face down on the asphalt. The impact caused her glasses to fly off and blood to flow from Lin's nose. The girl rose up on all fours and began to curse the tentacle one. A moment later, Shengzhe pulled her towards himself again, dragging her along the asphalt. Even though Pen himself was in an unenviable position, he was glad that the girl had not managed to escape. The man looked at Lycan, who was standing nearby, and said that there were only two of them left. Lycan was about to go over to free Pen from captivity, but a hand fell on his shoulder. The man turned around and saw Xiaoyang, who had managed to sneak up on him silently. The guy promised that he would help Lycan get out of this alive if he did not resist. Seeing that the man had done nothing, Pen shouted that he too had become a traitor. Meanwhile, Shengze lifted Pen off the ground. With a sharp blow, the tentacle slammed the man onto the asphalt. Pen coughed in pain and tried to rise. At that moment, several tentacles rose above him. They struck Pen's body at once, cutting him into pieces. Having finished with the man, the tentacle one pulled Lin, who continued to scream, towards him. The tentacles wrapped tightly around her body and began to contract. The girl looked at the monster with fear. Within moments, black liquid began to flow from her eyes, nose, and mouth. The tentacles squeezed Lin tighter and tighter. Soon, the girl was torn to pieces. Shengzi retracted his tentacles and looked at the body parts that had fallen to the ground. At this moment, Xiaoyang received a message from the system about the completed task. Now the guy realized that Shenzhe was the potential ally. Xiaoyang decided to leave this question for later and asked Lycan if he had any questions. The man asked if the boy really came from the fortress and what his words about eating people meant. Xiaoyang asked if Lycan really believed that evolutionists were created by chance. Now the man began to guess where his strength, superior to the others, was coming from. Lycan recalled how in Siegen he was given food containing meat. Meat in food was only available to some people. So many people wanted to get it, but it was forbidden. One day, Lycan met a girl who also wanted meat, but her mother only apologized for her daughter's behavior. The man wanted to share his lunch with the girl, but the mother began to refuse. Lycan began to realize that all this time he had not been eating ordinary meat. Moments flashed before his eyes when he was informed about the tentacle attack and the missing people. One such day, the girl to whom Lycan was offering his lunch disappeared. When the man realized that most likely the girl was in one of the dinners, he vomited. Lycan was furious that he had been deceived all this time. The man couldn't contain himself and ran up to Pen's body. Lycan began to hit him on the body, blaming him for everything that happened. The man vented his anger for a while. Lycan came to his senses when he realized that he was covered in blood. The man looked at Xiaoyang's men and angrily asked if they ate people to gain strength. Captain Li stepped back and asked who Lycan thought they were. Xiaoyang threw the crystal to the man and said that they knew another way to gain power. Lycan caught the crystal and Xiaoyang said that mutant cores can be obtained from zombies or revolvers. The guy said that the kernels are harder to find than human flesh, but they are more effective and have no side effects. Lycan asked what side effects were involved. Xiaoyang assumed that the man must have noticed how difficult it had become to control his emotions after evolution. Lycan assumed that the same thing awaited him as Pena and Lin, but the boy said that the symptoms would not get worse if the man ate flesh. Xiaoyang finished with Lycan and turned his attention to Shengze. The boy approached the monster and asked if he could speak. Shengze couldn't control his speech that well, but it was clear that he was thanking Xiaoyang for saving his son. The guy said that the mutant just wants to put pressure on his emotions, using his son as a cover. However, Xiaoyang quickly calmed down and said that it didn't matter. The guy noted that Shengze, like Cheng, was sane, but the man looked terrible, and it would be difficult to return to his previous state. The mutant said that he didn't need anything, as he was used to being here, but he was glad that his son was safe. When Xiaoyang was able to decipher what Shengze was saying, the man gave him a thumbs up and told him he was smart. Xiaoyang turned to Lycan again and said that he would now have to lead the remaining people from the factory. However, the man said that this could not be done because people could be in danger due to the fact that he had already eaten human flesh. Xiaoyang thought about his words and realized that Lycan was right. The boy approached Captain Li and asked if he would take control of the plant, to which the man agreed. Xiaoyang walked up to Lycan and said that he would go with him. The boy promised that he would look after the demon in Lycan's heart. Meanwhile, in the neighboring city, on the outskirts, things were unsettled. In this part of the city, plants were taking over buildings and streets too quickly. Even in the middle of the night, the screams on the street did not stop. The monsters that filled these streets were unlike any Xiaoyang had encountered before. One of the guys from the trapped group tripped and fell to the ground. His friends understood that they could not help him in any way, and they themselves did not want to die. The guy could only watch as his group ran away. The boys screamed and begged for help, but the plants had already begun to entangle his body. Soon the green mist covered him completely, and the monsters reached his body. After some time, the guy was torn to pieces. However, vines began to entangle his limbs, connecting them together. His body was now entangled in plants and growths, turning the boy into the same monster as those who killed him. Meanwhile, the guy's group managed to break away from the zombies pursuing them, but they had to stop. The girl named Atun was exhausted, but her boyfriend In tried to pull her along with him. The leader of the group, a guy with black hair named Jean, ordered everyone to stop. Jean told everyone to shut up and listen. Soon, everyone realized that the sound of the wind could be heard. Everyone was happy, as this meant that they were approaching the edge of the jungle. However, while they were resting, zombies managed to catch up with them. The group immediately rushed towards the exit from the jungle. In grabbed Atoon's hand and said that they were almost there, so they couldn't just die. Soon the group noticed that moonlight was visible ahead, which was dimmed in the jungle by the fog. Thanks to this, they realized that they were already at the border. This gave the boys strength, and they rushed towards the exit from the jungle. Atoon was so happy that she didn't notice the vine that had crawled towards her from the tree. The girl was shouted at to be careful, but it was too late. The vine wrapped around her neck. Before anyone could reach Atoon, the vine pulled her up, straight into the mouth of a giant predatory plant. Just a few moments later, the monster bit off the girl's upper body. Ying couldn't help but scream when he saw what happened to his girlfriend. The guy rushed to Atoon's body, but Jean stopped him, demanding that he come to his senses. Jean heard the growling of zombies coming from the jungle. There was no time to wait any longer, so the guy slapped Ina on the cheek, trying to bring him to his senses. Jean said that if they wanted to live, they needed to run as fast as they could and leave Atoon's body here. Soon, the remaining 4 guys from the group of survivors got out. Zombies infected with predatory plants came to the edge of the jungle and watched them. They stood at the border for a while, as if deciding something. One of the infected took a step forward, and moss began to spread from his foot across the asphalt. Following him, the rest of the zombies began to leave the jungle, infecting everything in their path. Meanwhile, Jean's group had already managed to reach the suburban park. The guy stopped and said that he already knew this place. Initially, this park became their main target. However, upon arriving at the site, the guys realized that there was no one in the area and the park looked abandoned. Jean suggested that the government had to evacuate this city too after what happened in their city. In noticed something ahead and pointed it out to his friends. There was someone standing behind the pole, not far from them. Jean came closer and addressed the man, asking where the evacuation point was. When the group got close enough, they saw Shengze. Mistaking the man's tentacles for plant vines, the boys were afraid that the plants had reached here too. The group immediately started running with loud shouts. Shengze watched them go, not understanding the boys' words. Soon, the group became exhausted and they stopped, thinking that they had lost contact with the mutant. Jean didn't understand how the plants managed to get beyond the jungle. The boys began to panic as they realized that they had failed to escape from this trap and now had nowhere to go. At that moment, the boys heard the growl of a zombie. Turning around, they saw plant-infected zombies moving towards them. The group soon realized that they were cornered and surrounded. In fell to the ground and said that they shouldn't have left the jungle because they could have lived for a couple more months with Atoon. The infected inevitably approached them. One of the guys grabbed a knife and held it to his throat, saying that he would not let himself be torn to pieces. The guy was about to commit suicide, but a tentacle flew past him. The tentacle blew one of the infected apart with one blow. The boys turned around and saw Shengze approaching them. The mutant was ready to protect them, which greatly surprised the group members. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang watched the surroundings from the balcony of his room in the fortress. The guy noted that it was windy last night. At that moment, a message came from the system that a branch of Sigan had been created, for which the guy received bonus points. Since Xiaoyang now had a lot of points, he decided to go to the system store and check the update. The guy was very surprised when he saw the 3rd level box and began to guess what could be in it. Xiaoyang bought all 3 available boxes, and in one of them he found a slave mark, which allowed him to subjugate one target. The guy thought about who he could give it to, but soon decided to save it for later. The system sent a new task, which was to eliminate the threat posed by the weeds. Xiaoyang didn't understand what was being discussed and wondered if he should start weeding the beds. At that moment, the radio started working, and the guy was informed that Shengze had a problem. Shengze came to the fortress, causing a stir among the settlers. People wondered if this mutant really obeyed Xiaoyang. Seeing that people were frightened by his appearance, Shengze did not come too close. After some time, his son and wife ran out to meet him. Seeing them, the man shouted 2 words: son and wedding. Grandpa Sheng didn't understand why he said that, and Xiaoyang explained that the mutation had damaged his speech apparatus, so he mixed up the words. The wife and son ran up to the man and hugged him. Xiaoyang turned to more important matters and went to inspect the body of the dead infected. Shengzi said that he had encountered a large dish of stewed meat and vegetables, but Xiaoyang did not understand anything. Jean decided to explain and said that the neighboring city was engulfed by the jungle, and many people in it had mutated into plants. Xiaoyong thought about his words as he examined the branch that had been torn from the infected person's body. Throwing aside the branch, the guy asked Jean if they had personally seen how the inhabitants turned into zombies, to which he received a positive answer. Xiaoyong approached Grandpa Sheng and asked him to appoint someone to bring an armored jeep from the neighboring street. After this, the guy invited Jean and his group to go with him and check the border between the cities. Soon, Xiaoyong and a small group arrived at the outskirts of the city. Jean looked at the edge of the jungle and said that the vines had grown even stronger than they had when they left. Xiaoyong said that they would deal with it and gave the order to enter the jungle. Jean winced and stepped back. The guy said that the jungle was very dangerous, and he did not run away from there to come back again. Xiaoyong said that if they left things as they were, the jungle might swallow up the steel factory, which would harm their daily lives. The guy also said that there was another problem that they needed to deal with soon. Jiangxi and Shanshan asked what this was about. Xiaoyong said that they needed a force that would help the fortress residents deal with crises on their own. The boy ordered Captain Li and his steel factory crew to be brought in to take part in the hunt. After a while, everyone was assembled and the hunt began. The mutants in the city were no longer hiding, and one of them was eating when he was distracted by a strange sound. The monster turned around, but didn't notice anything suspicious. While the mutant was distracted, Xiaoyong attacked him from behind. The monster didn't even have time to realize how he was cut in half. Meanwhile, the team from the fortress and the steel factory united and hunted monsters and mutants. Thanks to Xiaoyong's supplies, they had enough weapons to worry about nothing. They dealt with even a horde of zombies with ease and without losses. Once all the infected in the area were killed, it was time to reap the rewards of the hunt. Xiaoyong taught his subordinates how to extract crystals from zombie bodies, and they set to work. Meanwhile, a mutant named Chan was wandering around near the fortress and cursing. He constantly encountered only zombies on his way, but he wanted to have a snack on a living person. One infected was about to attack Chan, but miscalculated his opponent. With one blow of his hand, the mutant blew off his head. The man became a mutant because he consumed too much human flesh, and now could not stop. The absence of human flesh in his diet caused him almost physical pain. At some point, Chan stopped and sniffed. At this time, one of the plant's guards decided to open the gates and go out in the middle of the night to kill several zombies wandering around. His partner, noticing this, scolded him and ordered him to immediately return inside the walls. All this was observed from the side by a mutant who, by the smell of people, calculated the location of the steel plant. The man licked his lips, saying that he had never eaten such clean people. However, Chan understood that these people had powerful weapons, which meant it would be dangerous. The man decided to endure it for a couple of days, but it was driving him crazy. When Xiaoyong returned to the fortress from hunting, he made some purchases in the system store. Soon, the guy had no glasses left. When all the preparations were completed, Xiaoyong ordered Grandfather Sheng to immediately gather everyone in the conference room. When all the hunters returned to the meeting, Xiaoyong praised them for their success and the number of crystals they had collected during the 3 days of hunting. The guy said that the crystals would be divided between Captain Li and Jiangxi. However, the boy and the man immediately began to refuse, saying that all participants in the hunt deserved a reward. Xiaoyong said that they have many weapons for defense, but they need elite hunters, not immature evolutionists. Uncle Song told Captain Li not to refuse the offer, reminding him that Xiaoyong had never made a mistake. When Li and Jiangxi agreed, Xiaoyong told Shanshan to follow him. After some time, the guy and the girl went into the next room and were left alone. Shanshan closed the door behind them and asked what she should do. Meanwhile, some members of the hunting team could not contain their curiosity and crept up to the door. They leaned against her and heard Xiaoyong tell the girl that it would hurt a little. Almost immediately after his words, the door to the room swung open. Jiangxi was embarrassed to be caught eavesdropping. Xiaoyong held the door and looked at Jiangxi, who asked if the guy was really that fast. Xiaoyong grabbed the boy by the ear and dragged him into the room. The guy kicked Jiangxi in the butt, pushing him towards the table where Shanshan was sitting. Coming closer, the guy saw that the girl's sleeve was rolled up, and there were 2 syringes lying nearby. Jiangxi suggested that Shanshan had been vaccinated. Xiaoyong said that the guy ate a lot of crystals to become one of the best fighters, so the girl can try her strength on him. Jiangxi looked at the guy doubtfully and said that he doesn't hit girls. Xiaoyong chuckled and said that Shanshan could hit Jiangxi in the face with all his strength and promised that he would endure everything. Jiangxi turned up his nose at these words and said that he was indeed very strong, so the girl did not have to hold back. Shan, without thinking twice, hit the guy on the cheek with all her strength. The guy flew back, and only Lin and Chang, standing behind him, kept him on his feet. Xiaoyong said that Shan had received a power-up potion, so only he and Cheng could defeat her now. Jiangxi rubbed his burning cheek and said that he felt as if he and Captain Li were much closer to Xiaoyong. Lin chuckled and said that the commander would not be so close to Jiangxi because he was not gay. After a while, the group of hunters gathered together again, and Xiaoyong called out the names of Cheng, Shengze, and Lycan. The guy pointed to Jean and said that he would also go with them to the city shrouded in jungle. Jean got scared and asked why they decided to take him. The guy started waving his hands and saying that he had just escaped from there and was not going to go back there again. Lycan called Jean a coward who didn't want to save his friends, but the boy replied that he had no one left alive. Xiaoyong watched their conversation until someone shouted out from the crowd. In stepped forward and said that he was ready to go with them into the jungle. Meanwhile, the mutant who had revealed the location of the fortress wandered around the western suburbs in search of one place. The man felt his brain working more and more slowly, and was even afraid to imagine what would happen if he didn't eat human flesh. At some point, Chan heard voices coming from the neighboring house. The mutant rushed towards the sounds of voices, glad that he had managed to find his target. With some apprehension, the man began to open the door. The mutant caught 2 men and 2 women engaged in a very piquant activity. Chan cleared his throat, getting their attention. A dark-haired man named Bin turned around and asked how Chan dared to come back. The man put his hands in front of him and said that this time he did not come to steal, but to convey some information. The red-haired girl named Yui and the short-haired girl named Ali doubted that the man knew anything. Chan said that he found a group of pure people, but they have weapons, so he needs help to deal with them. All 4 mutants stood up and walked close to the man. A smile appeared on the face of the bald guy named Shang, and he said that if the man was deceiving them, he would become their lunch. Chan nodded his head and swore that he was telling the truth. Yui stepped forward and said that since Chan was one of them again, they could enjoy each other. The man looked at the girl's figure and thanked her for the treat. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong's team headed into the jungle, and Ying accompanied them, warning them of all the dangers. Xiaoyong called Ying a real man because his friend John refused to return to that place. The guy said that he came to take revenge on the mutant who killed his girlfriend, and his parents were still somewhere here. Xiaoyong ordered Lycan to cover the rear, and Shengze and Cheng to move on either side of Ying to protect him. The guy thanked them for it, but Xiaoyong said that they were doing this because Ying was their only guide. At some point, a slippery vine touched Xiaoyong's face. The guy looked at her, asking Inu what it was. It took Inu just one look to realize that there was a monster in front of him. The guy immediately shouted at Xiaoyong to retreat back immediately. However, the vine had already managed to grab the guy by the throat. The predatory plant pulled Xiaoyong upward, preparing to bite off his head. However, the guy had already managed to grab the vine with his hand. In an instant, Xiaoyong was back on his feet. The vine shook with tension as the guy pulled it towards himself with such force. Xiaoyong pulled harder and tore the monster's organ out of its mouth. Ying was amazed at how easily the boy dealt with the plant. A huge mass fell at Xiaoyong's feet. The boy watched as the organ shook for a while. Meanwhile, the monster tried to escape, which immediately attracted Xiaoyong's attention. The guy told Shengze that the monster was waving its tentacles in front of their noses, so the man could deal with it. Shengze immediately sprang into action and directed his tentacles towards the monster. The man wrapped his tentacles around the plant's head, squeezing it tightly. Shengze turned around, gradually pulling the monster towards him. For some time, the man squeezed the plant with his tentacles in order to destroy it. When the movement stopped, Shengze lowered the monster to the ground. Feeling free, the plant began to emit green mist from its mouth. Xiaoyong immediately smelled a pleasant scent spreading around the plant. The guy quickly realized that this was not a good sign. Xiaoyong turned to the group to say that this fog was hardly safe. However, turning around, the guy saw that none of his team was nearby. Inhaling the green mist, Ina's head began to spin. The guy shook his head, trying to come to his senses. In looked at the group members and didn't understand why they had stopped moving. At that moment, the guy heard a rustling sound in the bushes. In got scared and turned towards the sound, asking who was hiding there. The guy saw his girlfriend Atun behind the bushes. Ying couldn't believe his eyes. The guy approached the bushes and asked if the girl had really survived. Atun waved her hand at the guy and told him to go to him, because they were already waiting for them. Ying followed the girl, not realizing that the green mist had already begun to control him. At this time, a group of mutants reached the plant that Chan had found. The man pointed to the plant and said he had not lied. Feeling the smell of clean people, saliva began to flow from Bin's mouth. His thoughts were completely filled with hunger, and he no longer heard what the others were saying to him. Chan tried to stop him from acting rashly, but it was too late. Bin took off, heading towards the people standing at the gates of the steel plant. The man could not wait any longer as his hunger reached its peak. One of the guards heard something moving towards them. Two guys saw a man running towards them, and at first they didn't feel threatened by him, since he didn't look like a zombie. However, they reacted too late, and the mutant attacked one of their guards. The man bit into his arm, causing the boy to scream in pain. The incident was immediately reported to Captain Lee, who is now the leader at the plant. The man immediately rushed to help. Meanwhile, Bin had bitten one guard and was already moving towards the second. They shot at him, but it was all in vain, since he didn't even feel pain. The mutant rushed at the guy, intending to bite him. At that moment, Captain Lee appeared and threw Bin aside. One blow was enough to throw the mutant off the plant's territory. Having recovered from such an unexpected blow, Bin jumped to his feet. At this time, Captain Lee managed to take a machine gun and began shooting at the mutant. Realizing that the man was not so simple, Bin decided to retreat. When the mutant disappeared, Captain Lee ordered the wounded man to be taken to the infirmary, and the bleeding stopped. As the adrenaline began to wear off, Bean began to feel his strength draining away. Soon, the man fell face down on the ground. Yui approached him and said that she warned him not to go in without preparation, but he didn't listen to her. Bean said he was fed up with her jokes and demanded that a piece of meat be brought to him immediately so that he could recover. Shang chuckled and said that the man was in no condition to order them around. Bin got angry and said that now was not the time for showdowns, and that he urgently needed meat. At that moment, Ali's patience snapped and she put her foot on the man's back. The girl said that it is easier to feed fewer mouths. Once Bean was dealt with, the mutants began to develop a plan to invade the factory. Ali said that it would be very easy to get in because they were people, not zombies. The girl said that it would be enough for them to enter through the front entrance. Meanwhile, Ying was approaching his girlfriend, but complained of strange sensations. Atun began to get angry, but the guy did not notice the changes in her because his head was spinning. Before Ying could get close enough, someone threw a machete. The weapon cut off Atun's head in an instant. In saw the girl's body fall to the ground. Seeing Atun's death for the second time, the boys screamed. The machete was thrown by Xiaoyang, who was surprised that even he was affected by the green mist. In looked at the guy and started yelling at him, asking why he killed Atun. Xiaoyang became more serious and told him to look again at what he had just killed. In turned again to the bushes where he had seen Atun. His head was spinning, but gradually the illusion began to dissipate. Soon the boy saw the body of the monster lying in the place where he had recently seen Atun. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang walked up to Cheng and tapped him on the head, bringing him back to his senses. Gradually the boy approached the others and woke them up from their sleep, induced by the plant's pollen. Lycan said it felt like several years had passed, and Shengza began to speak even more incoherently. Xiaoyang summoned a knife from the ring storage and said that the flower released some kind of hallucinogen and hypnotized them. Lycan approached the guy who was bending over the plant and asked what he was doing. Xiaoyang said that he tried to find the core of the plant, but it turned out to be just a doll. The boy noticed that the vines were going underground, so he assumed that the monster's real body was nearby. Xiaoyang began to dig the ground and soon discovered something. The vine entered into a round fruit that shook underground. The boy pulled the fruit out of the ground and began to examine it. Xiaoyang said that this fruit is like a storage of nutrients. The boy quickly moved the fruit to storage, deciding that they could try to eat it later. Xiaoyang asked what Ying knew, but the boy replied that Mr. He had much more information about plants. The guy said that the man was hiding in the high-rise building with them before Jean's group decided to escape. Xiaoyang decided that they should try to find Mr. He and ask Ying to take them to him. Meanwhile, a group of mutants began to carry out their plan. Yui threw her jacket over her shoulders and, pretending to be exhausted, walked towards the factory gates. When she got close enough to be noticed, the girl tripped over a rock. Yui fell to her knees and screamed loudly enough for everyone to hear. The guards looked over the fence from the observation decks and saw her. They immediately decided that there was a person in front of them, and a small group ran towards her. When the two guards got close enough, Yui pretended that her jacket had accidentally slipped off her shoulders. One of the guys suggested telling the leader about the girl first, but the second was sure that the zombies could get to Yui first. The girl was wearing only a short skirt and a bra, which made the guards blush. The guard picked up Yui and carried her towards the factory, while the rest of the mutants watched from the side. Chan chuckled and said that the girl was very pretty. Ali didn't like that they were talking about another girl like that, so she threw her leg over the man's shoulder. The girl looked seductively at Chan and said that she was even better than Yui. While the mutants were having fun, Yui couldn't help but smile at the fact that their plan was working. Meanwhile, Xiao Yung's team moved deeper into the jungle, but they couldn't keep track of time because it was dark. Xiao Yung asked how much longer they had to go, to which Ying replied that they were almost there. Suddenly, someone called Ina by name. The guy turned towards the house and saw a middle-aged woman peeking out from around the corner. Ying immediately recognized the woman as Aunt Yang, but something was bothering him. The guy rubbed his eyes, trying to figure out if the woman was just another hallucination. Xiao Yung stepped forward and said that they had not inhaled hallucinogens, meaning these people were real. Along with Aunt Yan, there were 3 other men who were currently arguing. Some didn't want to die prematurely, while others wanted to help Inu get rid of the monsters that surrounded him. Aunt Yan ordered them to stop and prepare for battle. On the count of 3, all 4 of them ran out from their hiding places and rushed towards Xiao Yung's group. Shengze prepared to engage in battle, but Xiao Yung ordered everyone to remain still. One of the men shot at them with a crossbow. Xiao Yung easily blocked all the arrows with one hand. Before the people got close enough, the boys shouted at them to stop panicking immediately. Auntie Yan's group stopped, not understanding what was happening. Ying stepped forward and tried to calm his aunt down, saying that Xiao Yung and his men were not their enemies. Aunt Yan was not completely convinced, but still ordered a ceasefire. Ying said that Xiao Yung and his men were survivors who rescued them beyond the jungle border. Aunt Yan asked where everyone else and Atun were, and said that half of them were killed, as was Atun. But with the rest, they were able to find a safe place. Aunt Yan wanted to ask many more questions, but she was confused by the monsters standing behind the guy. Chang and Shengzhe looked too scary for people who had never seen friendly mutants. Xiao Yung understood their concerns and hurried to reassure Aunt Yang and the others, saying that these mutants were on their side. The guy turned to the mutants and told them to do something to defuse the tense situation. Chang took off his mask and said that he was very gentle, although ugly, and Shengzhe stood in a bodybuilder pose, showing off his muscles. In realized that things couldn't get any better and said that these mutants saved them, and only thanks to them they remained alive. Aunt Jan decided that since the mutants were still not dangerous, it meant they could be ignored. Meanwhile, Captain Li reported to the fortress about the recent attack on the guards. Shanshan was sent to the factory to investigate the situation and help. The girl rode up to the gate on a motorcycle and radioed Captain Li to inform him that she had arrived. While Shanshan was waiting for the gate to open, she noticed some movement. At the last moment, the mutants hiding behind the car managed to fall silent. Captain Li personally came out to meet the girl. The mutants peered out from behind the car, amazed that Shanshan was definitely an evolutionist, but remained a pure human. They already imagined what the girl would taste like and what abilities they could get from her. Meanwhile, Captain Li explained in more detail what had happened and escorted Shanshan to the infirmary. They chained the bitten guy to a gurney to protect themselves if he turned around. Shanshan brought the infection blocker that Xiao Yung said to use if someone was bitten. Captain Li took the medicine but said that the guy was not bitten by a zombie and that no symptoms of infection appeared, even though several hours had passed. Shanshan didn't understand who could have bitten the guy. And then Yui entered the conversation and told about a group of mutants. Captain Li had not seen the girl before, which is why she said that she had recently escaped from the area where the mutants had settled. With tears in her eyes, Yui said that these monsters attack people and eat them, but she barely managed to escape from them. Capital Li said that it was the girl who led the mutants to the walls of their plant. Yui said she was just trying to escape, and one of the guards she seduced started protecting her. Li said he doesn't blame the girl, but instead sees an opportunity to learn more about the enemy. Yui said that the mutants were already close and could attack at any moment. And after that, Captain Li told the girl to go and rest. Shanshan followed the girl with an attentive gaze. The girl was silent for a while, trying to understand what was bothering her so much. Captain Li saw this and asked what happened, to which Shanshan replied that Yue was too suspicious. The girl decided that she might have simply overindulged, and the man attributed it to Shanshan simply being tired from the heavy workload. Meanwhile, Aunt Yang led Xiao Yung's group to the high-rise building that Ying had mentioned earlier. Xiao Yung asked why the group didn't stop at the factory where it was safer, to which the woman replied that their situations were different. Ying said that their city was covered in a fog that turned people into plants, and it only fluttered above the 10th floor. Entering the house, Aunt Yan pointed to the stairs and told us to quickly go up. At the top, they met with Professor He, and Xiaoyang's first step was to explain the situation their city was in. When the jungle dwellers heard what had happened outside their city, there was no sign of joy on their faces. Xiaoyang decided that it was worth introducing Cheng and Shengzhe to explain in more detail what had happened to them. When the mutants entered the room, everyone stepped aside, afraid of running into them. Professor He asked what the situation was like in other cities, to which Xiaoyang replied that it was every man for himself, so they didn't know. The boy remembered that the man was studying mutated plants, so he decided to show him the fruit he found in the jungle. Just by looking at the fruit, Professor He said that this tuber was edible, and Aunt Yang often went to pick them. The man said they found out about it when they ran out of supplies and had nothing else to do. At that moment, one of the guys ran into the professor's office and said that something was happening outside. The guy pointed to the window and said that the plants wanted to surround them. The professor became alarmed and asked how many there were, but the boy could not give an exact answer, as there were too many plants. Another guy ran to the window and said that a flower float was coming towards them. Xiaoyang heard the new term and asked if what was approaching was dangerous. Professor He looked down and replied that they could all die today. The man realized that he needed to act immediately. The professor ordered the women, children, and young people to go up to the upper floors, and all the elders should go with him. Ying was alarmed and looked at the man doubtfully. Professor He ordered to hurry, because it was better to try to save at least a couple of people than no one at all. Everyone immediately rushed to carry out the man's order. Professor He looked at Xiaoyang and said that he was also too young to die here, so he should leave. The guy chuckled and said there was no need to worry about him so much. Xiaoyang said that he was now very interested to know what kind of monster the professor was so afraid of. Professor He walked to the window and looked at what was happening outside. The old man said that if they didn't manage to reach the main body of the platform, other plants would finish them off. Xiaoyang asked if the platform controlled all these plants. The professor said that the platform controls the monsters with pheromones, and such a crowd means that the boss is nearby. Xiaoyang opened the window and looked out, startling the old man. The boy took out a rifle and said he wanted to test the enemy's strength, but the professor was more interested in where the weapon came from. Xiaoyang fired at the targets several times. The guy defeated 2 monsters, piercing their bodies and tearing off their limbs. However, the plants came into action on their bodies, bringing them together. Realizing that the monsters were very resilient, the guy decided to look at their regeneration rate. Xiaoyang started shooting at one target without stopping. The guy did this until the monsters stopped regenerating. When the body was almost completely covered in wounds, the monster stopped. Soon he fell to the ground. After killing just one monster with 2 magazines of ammunition, Xiaoyang understood what Professor He was so worried about. The guy waved his hand and boxes began to appear in the room. Ignoring the surprised looks, Xiaoyang opened the lid of the closest box. What surprised the group of survivors even more was that the guy opened the boarded-up lid with his bare hands without any effort. Approaching the box, the survivors saw a Molotov cocktail. Xiaoyang approached Professor He and told him to defend himself with the contents of the boxes if anyone got past them. The old man did not understand what was being discussed. Before he knew it, there were 3 fewer people in the room. Xiaoyang, Shengzhe, and Cheng jumped out of the window. Professor He rushed anxiously to the window, shouting that they were on the 16th floor. However, for Xiaoyang, this was not a problem. All 3 landed safely, and no one was injured. The monsters immediately rushed at them. Xiaoyang was the first to enter the fray, clinging to the head of the nearest monster with his hand. With a sharp jerk of his hand, the guy tore off his head. Cheng also entered the fight, killing everyone in his path. The guy easily tore off his opponent's limbs, throwing them in different directions so that they would not recover. Sheng's head dealt with the monsters by throwing them aside with his tentacles. The survivors watched from the window what was happening, and the professor could not believe the abilities of this trio. Meanwhile, Lycan warmed up and said that it was time to stop looking out the window and prepare to meet the escapees. The man told half of them to grab the cocktail bottles, and the other half to drag flammable items away from the entrance. Feeling that they could still survive today, everyone rushed to carry out Lycan's task. After some time, the bulk of the monsters were destroyed. Xiaoyang threw another body aside. The guy ordered Cheng and Shengzhe to search the monsters' bodies for crystals. Xiaoyang said that in the meantime, he would conduct research on the platform that Professor He had spoken about. At this time in the high-rise building, Lycan also successfully completed his part of the task. All the monsters that entered the building were destroyed with fire. Professor He said to inform the others that the danger had passed. By this time, Xiaoyang had already managed to find the platform. Looking at the creature, the guy noted that it was very disgusting. Xiaoyang stood on the branch of a tall tree and watched the carcass with a flower on top, moving on many legs. The guy assumed that this was the main body. Xiaoyang noticed in time that the monster had discovered him. The boy jumped to the side just as the vine hit the branch, breaking it. After landing on the ground, Xiaoyang guessed that the platform's strength was on par with Shengzhe. But even despite this, the guy was not going to back down. Xiaoyang grabbed the vines that were trying to wrap around him and said that he had fought against a tentacle monster recently. The guy pulled the vine, causing the platform's body to sway slightly. Sensing a threat, the flower on top of the platform began to release a poisonous mist. Xiaoyang chuckled and said that such a trick wouldn't work on him twice. The boy took a deep breath before the fog reached him. A thick green fog enveloped the boy's body. But it was of no use. The platform continued to release more and more poison. Xiaoyang pulled the vine again, causing a pair of the platform's legs to buckle. The guy immediately threw the vines aside and rushed straight towards the main body. Xiaoyang summoned the slavery mark he had recently received from one of the boxes in the system store. The boy jumped to be next to the flower. Touching the bud, Xiaoyang placed a mark of slavery on the platform. A purple glow completely enveloped the monster. This glow continued for some time, illuminating the forest. After some time, the survivors in the high-rise saw a flower platform approaching them, which caused panic. Professor He looked out of the window and confirmed that it was indeed a platform, causing everyone to wonder where Xiaoyang was. At that moment, the guy himself entered the room and asked Cheng and Shengzhe how things were going. Xiaoyang asked if they had managed to find any crystals in the monsters they had recently killed. Shengzhe started to answer first, but his words didn't make sense, so it was impossible to understand the situation. Cheng gave a thumbs up and said there were a lot of crystals, but not all of them were there. Xiaoyang sighed and said that one was speaking incoherently and the other was talking nonsense. Professor He was still worried about the flower platform approaching them, but the boys said that it was with them now. All the survivors couldn't believe Xiaoyang's words. Soon it was decided to go down and see everything for ourselves. Xiaoyang walked up to the flower platform and said that it would not do any harm. And only after that did the professor dare to come closer. The old man was still worried that the monster could attack them at any moment. But this never happened. Professor He walked over and pointed at the flower platform, asking how Xiaoyang managed to tame it. However, the boy ignored this question, asking what the old man thought about this creature as a botanist. Professor He said that this mutated monster should retain its old characteristics and habits. Competition among plants is very high, at the level of the law of survival of the fittest, as there is a constant struggle for sunlight. Trees didn't exist from the beginning. They evolved and became larger to absorb the wind. Meanwhile, low plants have weakened, which is why the grass in the forests is much thinner than in the fields. The professor suggested that the platform repeated the evolutionary process and became more aggressive, losing the ability to receive light. The old man suggested that the monster had developed the ability to hunt animals in order to survive. Lycan noticed that the flower platform slowly released vines and directed them towards Xiaoyang. The man took out a knife and warned the boy about the danger. Xiaoyang stopped Lycan, saying that the flower platform couldn't disobey his orders, so they just needed to watch. The vine slowly crawled towards the back of the boy's neck. She grabbed Xiaoyang's body sharply, penetrating under the skin. The boy felt a connection formed between him and the flower platform. Xiaoyang stood silently for a while, causing Lycan to become uneasy. However, soon the guy came to his senses and said that Professor He was absolutely right in his guesses. The vine detached itself from the boy, and Xiaoyang extended his hand towards the platform, saying that the servant's survival was his responsibility. The boy ordered the monster to come out, after which the flower began to tremble. After a few moments, it opened, and a poisonous green fruit emerged. Tentacles stretched from the fruit to Xiaoyang's hand. The monster's heart slowly descended onto the guy's palm. Upon contact with Xiaoyang's skin, The fetus began to penetrate the human body. Lycan watched from the side as the tentacles disappeared into the guy's body and asked what happened. Xiaoyong looked at his hand and said that the monster had now become a part of him. The guy decided to test the power of the flower platform and stretched his hand forward. The vines immediately burst from his palm. They wrapped themselves around a nearby tree with all their strength. A moment later, the thick trunk cracked and the tree fell. From Shengzi's speech, it could be understood that these vines were stronger than his tentacles. The system sent a notification that Xiaoyong had received the gardener achievement, which was a first. When the monster's heart left its old shell, the danger was destroyed. Meanwhile, strange things began to happen at the plant. There was a knock on Yui's room door and she smirked, saying that another fish had been caught in her net. The girl opened the door and saw a guy who brought a cake for her. Yui pretended to be embarrassed and asked who had asked her to pass the treat to her. The guy smiled and said that he decided to please the girl himself. The guy didn't notice how Yui's gaze became predatory. The girl stroked the guy on the back of the head, thanking him for the treat. He took this as a call to action and rushed at the girl. Yui retreated into the room and asked what the guy was going to do to her. The guy got scared and immediately retreated, saying that he had misunderstood her. Yui said that there were a lot of people around and the walls were thin, so it would be better for them to go outside the factory and play an exciting game. After some time, the girl lured the guy outside the walls and had fun with him. When they finished, the guy moved a little away from the girl lying on the hood of the car and said that she was very beautiful. He became embarrassed and asked her name. Only now did the guy notice that there was a trash can next to the car, from which some clothes were visible. The guy walked up to the trash can and said that the sleeve of the sweater resembled his friend's clothes. The guy opened the tank lid and was horrified by what he saw. The bin contained his friend's bloody clothes and his remains. Meanwhile, Yui tidied herself up and crept up behind the guy. She grabbed him by the neck and prepared for another feast. Time passed, but Yui's infiltration of the steel plant never bore fruit. Chan woke up from a blow to the head. Shang was angry that the man was sleeping instead of watching the plant. Yui was supposed to give a signal when she took the victim out of the factory grounds, but Shang thought that Chan might not have seen him. Chan justified himself by saying that he had only dozed off for 10 minutes, and Ali began to calm Shang down. The girl assumed that Yui had decided to take all the loot for herself, and that was why they had not received a signal from her. The mutants decided to check the area around the plant to find any traces of the girl. They soon discovered a trash can full of human bones, indicating that Yui had deceived them. Ali approached Shang and said that she too could infiltrate the plant and seduce victims. However, after these words, the man became even more angry. He grabbed Ali by the neck and said that she also wanted to take all the meat for herself. Chan hastened to reassure Shang, saying that this was their only chance to get into the plant, so they couldn't kill the girl. Shang released his hand and Ali fell to her knees. The man said that if the girl dared to betray them, he would personally enter the plant and kill her. After some time, Ali tried to enter the plant's territory and approached the gate. The girl asked for help and soon the gates opened for her. 3 guards came out to Ali and asked who she was. The girl feigned fear and said that zombies were chasing her and she barely managed to escape from them. Looking at Ali, the guards said that they had been lucky with women lately. However, before they could let the girl in, a scream was heard behind them. Yui ran out into the street and said that Ali was a mutant in human form who devours people. From Ali's reaction, the guards immediately realized that this was not a lie. So they grabbed their pistols. A hail of bullets rained down on the girl, from which she tried with all her might to escape. No matter how hard Ali tried, several bullets hit her body. The girl fell to the ground, and seeing this, the guards decided to go get gasoline to burn her body. When the boys returned to their place, they discovered that Ali was no longer there. The guards realized that they needed to leave someone with her, but it was too late. So they decided to immediately inform Li and Shanshan. Meanwhile, Ali took advantage of the fact that she was not being watched and ran away to Chan and Shang. The girl could barely move her legs because of her injuries. Having reached the place, Ali's strength finally left her, and she fell at Shang's feet. The girl grabbed the man by the leg and began to beg him not to kill her, promising that she would obey all his orders. Shang said that they were birds of a feather, which meant that Ali should understand what he would do to her now that she was useless. The man moved a little to the side and grabbed hold of a large cobblestone. Shang raised it over the girl and said that now they would have to come up with another plan to seize the food from the factory. Ali couldn't say a word because horror gripped her body. A moment later, The sound of cutting flesh was heard. Chan came up behind Shang and delivered a slashing blow to his neck. The man's head fell to the ground. Ali watched in surprise as Shang's large body fell to the ground. Chan licked the machete and said that he would give it to the girl to heal her, and he would take the rest for himself. Ali chuckled, realizing that Chan had only attacked Shang because he would gain more from it than from her death. Meanwhile, panic began to grow at the plant because people began to disappear. 2 guys had already disappeared without a trace, which began to greatly worry Captain Lee. Shanshan walked towards the exit and said that she would look for clues around the factory. The girl went outside alone and began to look around. She soon discovered something that indicated the reason for the disappearance of people. Shanshan discovered a trash bin full of human bones and bloody clothes. After some time, the girl brought Captain Lee and several people who unmistakably recognized their acquaintances by their clothes. Yui was among the observers, and from the torn-up tank she realized that Chan and Shang had found the hidden bones. Shanshan looked at the girl and said that there were no signs of a struggle in the settlement or around it. The girl looked at Yui and asked what all this meant. Yui began to back away and asked why the girl was looking at her like that. Shanshan didn't wait any longer and threw a knife at the girl. Yui looked at the weapon flying at her and realized that she had no other choice. The girl dodged much faster than a normal person could have. The knife crashed into the tree growing behind Yui. The girl looked at Shanshan angrily. Shanshan flexed her hand and looked at the girl as if she wasn't surprised. From the looks of the people around her, Yui realized that she had been exposed. The girl urgently needed to figure out how to get out of here alive. Yui rushed towards the guy standing next to her. The girl pulled out a knife and put it to the guy's throat, who was confused and didn't have time to shoot. Shanshan said that if Yui killed him, he would not leave here alive. The girl grinned and said that if she didn't get out of here alive, she would take a few with her. Shanshan didn't want to risk the man's life and let Yu pass. The girl left Yui in sight as she retreated further and further, holding the boy hostage. Soon, Yui decided to take the gun from the guy, after which she knocked him to the ground. The girl shot the guy in the leg a couple of times to divert people's attention to him. While people rushed to help, Yui started running. Shanshan was waiting for this moment and took out her gun. The girl fired several shots at Yui, and a couple of bullets hit their target. Yui felt her strength rapidly fading, but she continued to run. Shanshan ran to the factory gate, saying that she would take a motorcycle and give chase. Captain Lee stopped the girl, saying that they didn't know how many more mutants were near the plant, so it wasn't safe. Shanshan agreed with him and said that all new survivors should be quarantined, and she would report this to the fortress. Captain Lee let the girl go, thinking that he could not have imagined that she would be so reliable and determined at such a young age. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang continued to clear the jungle in the neighboring city. Monsters not controlled by the flower platform began to wander around randomly. Xiaoyang killed all the monsters he encountered along the way with the help of his new power. The main force of advancement now became Xiaoyang and Shengze, who could attack from a distance thanks to their tentacles. They cut the monsters into pieces with ease. Lycan and Cheng followed behind them with canisters of gasoline. Once Xiaoyang and Shengzi's work was done, they stepped aside. Lycan and Cheng poured gasoline on the dismembered bodies of the monsters. Soon the threat was destroyed and the way was cleared. Xiaoyang and his team watched the monsters burn. Professor He said he couldn't tell whether he felt safe or not. Xiaoyang received a notification from the system that one of the settlements had successfully repelled an outside attack on its own. Soon the guy took all the survivors from the jungle and delivered them to the fortress. Grandpa Shang met Xiaoyang at the gate and said that Shanshan had gone to the factory to settle the matter. After a short report, Xiaoyang introduced the new arrivals. Old Man Shang and Professor He immediately found common ground due to their ages. Xiaoyang said that after some time, he would lead the professor and his people back to the jungle to establish a third settlement. At this moment, Shanshan returned to the fortress. The girl saw Xiaoyang returning from a mission and immediately greeted him. Shanshan told him everything that had happened at the factory and said that newcomers could not be trusted. Professor He thought they would be chased away, but Xiaoyang said they had already passed his test and were no longer considered newbies. Xiaoyang thought for a few moments, then said that he had good news. The system sent a notification about a new task that was supposed to bring a good reward. Meanwhile, Yui successfully escaped from the factory, but her injuries were serious, and she was completely exhausted. The girl leaned against a half-destroyed wall and tried to catch her breath. Yui heard something metallic sliding across the asphalt and approaching her. The girl looked out from around the corner and saw those she would rather not meet. Ali and Chan came closer, and the girl asked if Yui had really been abandoned by her new friends. Yui immediately began to justify her behavior by saying that she had a plan. Ali laughed and said that everything became clear when she gave it away at the factory gate, which almost got her killed. Ali ordered Chan to kill the girl so that they could have a feast at least on her corpse. However, the girl was not allowed to finish speaking. Chan came up behind him and plunged the machete into Ali's body. The man said that the girl should not be offended by him, since she had already lived longer than she should have. Ali told Yui not to trust Chan, because he did the same thing to Shang. However, Yui remained silent so as not to fall into the man's hands. Ali told Chan that now they were both wounded, so he could kill Yui since she had already betrayed them. The man said that her idea was not so bad, and the girl hoped that a connection had formed between them. However, Chan still killed Ali, saying that he preferred redheads. The man gave Yui an arm and a leg to heal her wounds, and took the rest for himself. Meanwhile, Captain Lee told Xiaoyang in more detail what had happened at the plant in his absence. Xiaoyang asked Lycan if he knew anything about cannibals. The man replied that he himself was one of them, and despite the fact that he had not mutated, he still had a general idea. He said that cannibalism removes human limitations and returns us to primitive nature. The cannibal gave in to extreme selfishness, short-sightedness, anger, gluttony, and bloodlust. Xiaoyang compared them to a group of dangerous lunatics, so they would have to deal with them anyway. But right now, there were more important things to do. The guy instructed Lycan to keep a close eye on the factory and report by radio if the situation gets out of control. Over the next 2 months, Xiaoyang was busy with a more important task. Meanwhile, in the remote corners of the jungle, the survivors began to worry as they were disturbed by a strange approaching sound. A small group of 7 people decided not to wait until the last minute and began to pack their things to leave. They set out at night, as plants are less active at this time of day. However, the group still encountered monsters that were restless due to the noise. The boys tried to escape, but one of them was still caught. The group soon realized they were trapped and began to blame their leader, Liang, for choosing to go at night. Liang said they had no choice but to follow the loud sounds. The guy hoped that these sounds were not made by monsters, but by the military. After a while, the group became exhausted and stopped. While they were resting, the loud sound became closer and closer, causing them to become uneasy. At some point, a tree standing nearby began to fall over. The boys barely managed to jump aside to avoid being hit. Peeking out from his hiding place, Liang asked what kind of monster could have felled a tree with such a huge trunk. Soon the boys saw people cutting down trees, and they already knew one of the workers. Liang jumped out from behind the tree and ran to his friend Ying. The guy turned to his friend and was surprised, since their group had already split up a long time ago, and he thought that there was no one left alive. The roar of monsters was heard behind Liang's group, causing the guy to start shouting that they needed to run. However, Ying smiled and said that they shouldn't be afraid of this pile of vegetables. The guy picked up the radio and reported that the second squad had encountered the plants. Ying told Liang and his group to stand behind them and not worry about anything. A squad with flamethrowers soon arrived at the scene. Liang was surprised at how prepared Ying's new team was. The cleanup team stepped forward and opened fire. The flames burned the plants, preventing them from getting any closer. With this level of preparation, these monsters no longer posed a threat. Lycan said that now they don't even have to lift a finger to deal with this city. Liang asked how Ying was able to gather such strength, to which the boy replied that it was all thanks to Xiaoyang. Liang was startled when he saw Cheng and Shengze nearby, and said that monsters were approaching them again. Ying put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said that these monsters were protecting them, but they should still go to Xiaoyang. After some time, the boy led Liang's group to a small clearing, which they began to use as a field for growing food. Liang was skeptical of the idea, saying that it was not a good idea to grow food in a place filled with monsters. Instead of words, Ying placed the fruit they had grown into the boy's hand. The boy saw the fruit in his hands moving. Liang got scared and immediately threw away the fruit, and Ying continued to try to calm him down. The guy said that they were able to use monsters to grow fruitful plants with a large harvest. Liang asked who they sold their souls to in order to do this, to which Ying once again said that it was all thanks to Xiaoyang. At this moment, Xiaoyang was talking to the professor, who said that they could now change the properties of plants as they wished. The boy asked if there were any other wishes for the flower platform, But the old man replied that everything was fine as is. Now Xiaoyang was completely satisfied with his work in the jungle and decided that it was time to solve the cannibal problem. After some time, the guy and Chen headed to the western suburbs where the cannibals lived. Cheng reported that someone strong had been following them for some time. The mutant asked what they would do with the enemy, to which Xiaoyang replied that Cheng could eat them. Yui and Chan were watching the boys, and at one point, the girl decided that the time had come to attack. However, the man grabbed her by the shoulder, stopping her from acting rashly. When Yui asked what the problem was, Chan replied that the boys were already being bothered by others. At this moment, a large group of cannibals came out to meet Xiaoyang. The guy stopped and waited for the first action from the enemy. The girl with short black hair said she had never seen better prey. The cannibals immediately realized that they were dealing with a pure evolutionist, and this aroused their great interest. They also noticed Cheng, but he drew less attention from them, as they thought it was all due to Xiaoyang's abilities. Yui watched this from the roof of a nearby building and began to scold Chan for missing their chance. However, the man sensed a catch and suggested that they watch from the sidelines to understand whether they had done the right thing or the wrong thing. Within a few moments, it became clear that Chan was not mistaken. Cheng attacked a group of cannibals, killing them with ease. Xiaoyang was no easy target either, dealing with his opponents with just a machete. The cannibals soon realized that they would not be able to cope with such an enemy, so they began to retreat. Xiaoyang saw one of the opponents begin to climb the wall of the house. The mutant had already reached out to grab the edge and jump onto the roof. At that moment, he heard Yui on the roof telling him not to approach them. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang found a metal beam on the ground. The guy lifted it with ease and took aim. Xiaoyang threw a beam towards the mutant climbing onto the roof. Hearing the strange sound, the cannibal turned his head, but it was too late. The beam pierced his body through and through. Xiaoyang threw it with such force that it even broke through the wall. The guy took a knife out of the ring storage and said that these cannibals might have special cores. Chan peered cautiously over the roof railing and was horrified. After a while, Xiaoyang left, and the man invited Yu to go downstairs. Walking through the scene of the massacre, Chan noted that only 3 bodies had been eaten, while the rest remained in place. The man and the girl were incredibly happy that luck had smiled on them, and that a great feast was now awaiting them. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang moved on and asked Cheng why he ate so little, to which the guy replied that their bodies were big. After the mutant's words, a rustling sound was heard in one of the houses. Xiaoyang immediately noticed this and stopped. The boy summoned the machete again and headed towards the direction from which the noise came. The survivor realized he had been spotted and jumped out of cover, threatening to fire his crossbow. Upon seeing the man, Xiaoyang immediately realized that he was an ordinary person. The survivor heard the boys talking, so he was shaking with fear. Xiaoyang came closer and told the man not to move. However, the survivor got scared and fired. Xiaoyang intercepted the arrow fired at him with one hand. The man couldn't believe that a crossbow bolt could be caught with bare hands. This time, Xiaoyang didn't hesitate and was next to the man in an instant. The guy snatched the crossbow from the hands of the survivor. Xiaoyang walked deeper into the building and said that they were not cannibals, so everyone could come out of hiding. A few moments later, people began to appear from behind the furniture, and one girl asked who they were. Soon, Xiaoyang discussed everything with the group of survivors and asked where they were heading. The leader of the group was named Gao, and initially he and his men were going to go to the steel plant. However, they decided that ordinary people could not cope with cannibals, so now they are heading to a safer place. Gao said that there was a settlement in the northern suburbs that hunted cannibals, so they would like to join them. The man said that according to rumors, there is a strong leader there who kills cannibals with his bare hands. Gao said that cannibals rarely form a group, but the guy Lian from the man's group said that the mutants are currently plotting something. The man yelled at the guy, saying that the guy was crazy if he thought cannibals could cooperate. Gao told Xiaoyang not to listen to the guy, since he only wanted to go to the steel factory because his brother might be there. The leader was sure that Lian's brother had not survived, and that at the factory it was quite possible that the people themselves might be cannibals. Xiaoyang said that the former leaders of the steel plant did indeed eat people, but now they are finished. The guy asked what the name of Lian's brother was, since he could well have known him. The boy said his brother's name was Lycan, and he was a deputy officer in the southern suburbs. Xiaoyang smiled and said that he knew Lycan very well. The guy said that at the moment the man is at the steel factory helping to monitor the harvest. Lian was very happy to hear this, and said that now they definitely needed to go to the steel factory. However, Gao stepped forward and said that they could not trust the stranger's words, as he could very well lure them into a trap. Xiaoyang said that he didn't have to lure them into a trap in order to kill them. At that moment, the sound of a gunshot was heard. Xiaoyang quickly reacted and dodged to the side. Gao turned to the man who had shot, but the man began to say that he had not done it on purpose. A loud scream came from afar, and Gao realized that the sound of the gunshot had attracted the attention of the cannibals. The man gave the order to hide immediately. Gao saw that Xiaoyang and Cheng were not following them and asked what they were doing. The guy recalled that, in the man's opinion, cannibals would fight among themselves if they gathered in one place. Gao didn't argue with the guy and told him not to blame him for his death later. A group of survivors began to climb to the second floor of the building to hide from the cannibals. After a while, they all locked themselves in the farthest room and sat on the floor so that they could not be seen from the windows. Gao hoped that Xiaoyang and Cheng would not betray them. By that time, a group of cannibals had already surrounded the guys on the street. From the very beginning, the mutants began arguing about how many people were here before they arrived and where they all went. However, after a few moments, they turned their attention to Xiaoyang, who had caught their attention. Gao peered out the window cautiously and said that there were already 10 cannibals, and they were continuing to gather. The man was sure that not even bones would remain of Xiaoyang and Cheng. One of the mutants couldn't take it anymore and rushed at Xiao Yunu. As soon as he got close, the guy deprived him of his head with one movement of his hand. The cannibal's body fell to the ground behind Xiaoyang. The mutants were surprised at how fast the guy moved. Xiaoyang said that he didn't have time, so they could all attack together. Such smug words angered the mutants, and they all rushed at the guy. Xiaoyang ordered Cheng to deal with the cannibals in order to expend more energy and then eat well. As soon as the guy rushed into battle, Xiaoyang crouched down, not paying attention to the mutant running at him from behind. The guy used all his strength and jumped very high. The mutant slammed his hands on the ground where Xiaoyang had been sitting just a moment ago. Gao saw this and couldn't understand how the guy could jump so high. Looking at Xiaoyang, who had taken a place on the roof of a neighboring building, the man guessed that he was also a mutant. Meanwhile, the cannibals began to realize that the enemy was much stronger than them. The mutants began to scatter in terror in different directions. As soon as they turned away, they started shooting at their heads. Xiaoyang took out a rifle from the ring space and began to shoot at those running away. The guy said that they wouldn't let anyone go unless they could defeat Cheng. The guy shuddered after his words and said that cannibals are very strong. The mutants realized they had no other choice, so they all attacked Cheng at once. The boy cast aside his fear and prepared for battle. With his bare hands, he pierced through the bodies of his opponents. Cheng tried his best because his life depended on it. The cannibals soon realized that they would not be able to survive, as they were unable to defeat even Cheng alone. They tried to escape again, but Xiaoyang immediately shot them all. Gao and his group watched from the window and were shocked that the guys had cut down a dozen cannibals without even breaking a sweat. When all the mutants were dealt with, Xiaoyang looked towards the windows and said that it was now possible to go out. Gao cautiously walked outside and approached the guy who had just jumped off the roof. The man said that they wanted to join the settlement at the steel plant and asked Xiaoyang for permission to do so. The boy gave his permission, but said that he first needed to visit the settlement in the north that Gao had told him about. The man didn't understand why Xiaoyang decided to go there. The guy said that he had something very important to do. Xiaoyang needed to figure out whether he would have to kill the entire settlement. We are transported to the territory of a settlement in the north, where at the moment cannibals have gathered at the gates. The guard reported that 7 mutants were trying to get through the gate. The man asked what they would do with them, and at that moment a man came out onto the bridge. It was a middle-aged man with a beard named Feng. The man's daughter, a dark-haired girl, ran up to him and said it was too difficult, even for him. Feng ignored his daughter's words and told the guard to lock the gate and not let anyone in or out. After this, the man jumped over the fence. His daughter Mian asked him to be careful. The man landed near the gate, forcing the cannibals to move away a little. The cannibals knew that if they killed Feng, the entire base would become their meat. However, Feng was no ordinary person. The man released his powers, and soon his body was covered in a layer of bare muscles, spikes, and mouths. The monster was almost 4 meters tall and inspired fear even in cannibals. One mutant looked at the man and said that he was even more terrible than themselves. However, hunger forced the cannibals to act rashly, so they attacked Feng. They threw heavy stones at him and hit him from different sides. The cannibals hoped that they could take Feng by force. It soon became clear that they would not survive. Despite multiple wounds, Feng continued to fight back, pushing the cannibals away from the gate. The man roared and rushed at the mutants again. After some time, all the cannibals were dealt with. The people opened the gate and looked at Feng, who was lying on the ground in the form of a monster and could not move. The settlers did not want to leave him there, but it was also too dangerous to leave, since the man could not control himself in this state. Despite the fear of death, people wanted to help Feng, as he could not recover until he ate the cannibals. Mian was very touched by the fact that the settlers stood up for her father. The guard gave in to the pressure of the people and violated Feng's order. Soon the gates opened and a group of settlers rushed towards the man. Feng was at the border of the circulation and ordered them to retreat immediately. The people refused to obey, saying that they could not leave him in such a state. The settlers tried not to get too close and simply dumped the cannibals' corpses closer to Feng. The fanged mouths on the monster's body began to consume the flesh. The settlers stepped aside, unable to bear to witness such a terrible sight. For some time, the people dragged the cannibals' bodies towards Feng, but controlled the distance so as not to get into his hands. Although the settlers respected the man, they were equally afraid of his strength. At this moment, another group of cannibals arrived at the walls of the settlement, realizing that Feng was in an exhausted state. The mutants were glad that someone would make their task easier. The settlers noticed a group of cannibals starting to approach them. Everyone took up the weapons they had and said that they would protect Feng just as he protected them. Meanwhile, Gao's group led Xiaoyang to a settlement in the north, and the boy noted that there were fewer cannibals in these areas. The group leader became cheerful when he began to recognize the places. However, his joy was interrupted by a series of shots. Everyone stopped and began to listen to the gunfire coming from afar. Xiaoyang said that they were one step away from the target, as the shooting was a kilometer away from them. At this time, the mutants began to gain the upper hand and had already killed several people. Mian also came out to defend her father and the settlement, saying that she would fight to the end. One cannibal approached the girl and said that her meat looked tender. With one sharp movement, the man knocked the pistol out of Mian's hands. The cannibal extended his hands to her, with a smile on his face, and asked what she would do now. Before the man could touch the girl, Feng, in his monster form, struck him on the head. The monster regained his strength and entered the battle. However, in this state, Feng had little control over himself, which resulted in his daughter being injured. The cannibals had already begun to devour people, but stopped when the monster began to act again. They all rushed at Feng at once. Mian wanted to run to her father, but one of the settlers stopped her, saying that she couldn't stay here. The monster's strength was once again running out, and Feng gradually began to take on a human form. At that moment, the cannibals saw a boulder flying at them. One mutant didn't have time to jump back, which is why he was killed on the spot. 3 more cannibals managed to jump aside. Neither mutants nor humans could understand what had happened. Xiaoyang arrived at the gates of the settlement and decided to intervene. For a few moments, everyone stopped, trying to figure out who the new group had come to help. The settlers initially thought that other cannibals had arrived, but Cheng, whom they called a monster, made them change their minds. Cheng heard himself being called a scary monster and became sad. But Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh. The cannibals also tried to figure out whether the new arrivals were on their side, but the smell made them doubt it. Xiaoyang ordered Cheng to deal with the cannibals, and the mutant asked why he always got all the dirty work. The next second, the guy jumped up. The cannibals realized that the new arrivals were not on their side and rushed to attack, saying that zombies were not that difficult to deal with. However, their confidence was quickly crushed. The settlers began to retreat back, realizing that Cheng was very strong, and perhaps even stronger than Feng. At this point, Gao and his group approached the settlers and told them not to worry. While the man was talking about who they were and where they came from, the cannibals tried to figure out how to deal with Cheng. The mutants doubted their own strength, but thought that together they could cope. They gathered in a group and stopped in front of Chen. However, none of them dared to attack first. At this moment, several cannibals decided that Xiaoyang was easy prey and decided to attack him. However, the guy only gave them a stern look. There was no weapon in Xiaoyang's hands. The guy pierced the cannibal's body with his bare hand. This was enough to stop the attack. Xiaoyang tore the mutant apart before his fellow man's eyes. The cannibals decided they couldn't handle this guy, so they started running. However, Xiaoyang had no intention of letting them go and aimed his vines at them. The plant pierced the bodies of the fleeing cannibals. Soon, the entire area in front of the settlement gates was littered with corpses. The settlers were afraid of Xiaoyang's strength and called him a demon. but Gao tried to convince them that the boy would not attack them. Feng still hadn't returned to his human form, so his body moved on its own. The limb turned into a tentacle and attacked Xiaoyong. The boy winced when he felt pain in his left arm. Looking down, Xiaoyong realized that the tentacle had injured his arm. The guy immediately released vines. The plant wrapped itself around the monster's shapeless body. Xiaoyong gripped the monster's tentacle tighter, pulling it closer. The guy was very angry because he met someone who could hurt him. Xiaoyong decided to test the monster's resilience to falls and threw Feng to the ground. Mian screamed and rushed towards them. Xiaoyong stopped when he heard the girl's scream. Feng's daughter fell to her knees and began to beg the boy to let her father go. Xiaoyong looked at the monster doubtfully, and then the girl said that it attacked because it lost control. The boy released the monster and asked if Mian really thought Feng would be able to return to human form. Xiaoyong still listened to Feng's daughter and, following her words, brought the corpses of the cannibals to him. Cheng looked at the monster devouring the bodies and grimaced. Xiaoyong looked at the guy and reminded him that his lunch didn't look any better. The settlement guard approached and suggested that they go to the base, but Feng should be left here. Soon the settlers escorted Xiaoyong and Gao's men into the fenced area. The settlement's guards fell to their knees before Xiaoyong and Cheng. The settlers thanked the boys for helping them repel the cannibal attack. Xiaoyong said he was just helping out and asked how long the settlement had been there and what happened to Feng. Mian answered first, saying that her father was infected with mimic flesh. Xiaoyong had never heard of anything like this before, so he asked for more details. The flesh mimic is a magical but extremely dangerous organism. It was found on wild animals and mistaken for a simple disease, but after cultivation, it was discovered that it could change shape. This organism is capable of imitating the cells it has absorbed, and not just repeating them, but improving their functions and properties. Although it was unethical, Mentor Mian decided to ignore the rules and conduct experiments on humans. Less than a week later, the patient's cancer cells were destroyed. By that time, the disaster had already begun, so people believed that the flesh mimic was their key to salvation. Mian could not have imagined that she would turn out to be a disaster. Xiaoyong immediately realized that the stable tissue had gone out of control, which the girl confirmed. The flesh mimic consumes all of the host cells until every single one has been replaced, causing the infected to lose their human appearance. Carriers develop a desire to infect others, and over time, their structure turns into a mass that cannot be reversed. The mass loses coordination and mobility, withering away after depletion of nutrients. Therefore, the mimic flesh strives to gather together as long as it can maintain human form. This instinct determines the final destination, the sea of flesh. Xiaoyong heard a man's voice saying that the boy was now one of them. The guy looked at the man and was surprised. Feng assumed his former form and said that Xiaoyong was infected because he had wounded him. The man said that the boy's days were now numbered. Xiaoyong chuckled and said that he had already extracted the dangerous flesh. The guy said that he is much stronger than the average person, and this also applies to his immune system. Xiaoyong unleashed the power of the flower platform. The guy said that there was a more amazing and deadly life form hidden inside it. All the settlers froze in place, watching the amazing plants spreading from the guy. Xiaoyong asked if it would be possible to deliberately mimic the flesh. The boy extended his hand to Feng and asked him to infect him again to see if he could tame the mimic flesh. The man separated a lump of infected flesh from himself and said that Xiaoyong could do it himself. Feng threw the infected flesh into the boy's hands. Xiaoyong twirled the moving mimic flesh in his hands. Nothing happened, so he placed it on his palm and began to watch. Xiaoyong said that merging was impossible, so the only thing left was to kill the mimic flesh. The boy asked Feng how he controlled this power. The man replied that he himself was a flesh mimic, since all the cells in his body had ceased to be human. Xiaoyong asked how Feng could maintain his humanity then. The man said that only common sense and a sense of responsibility support him, but they too will soon disappear. Feng asked Xiaoyong to take his daughter and the rest of the settlers under his protection, and he would do everything he could to help him. Mian couldn't hold back her tears. At this point, the system sent a notification that a new series of tasks had been opened. In total, the guy had already encountered 3 types of disasters, and now he had to solve the 3rd riddle. Feng said that the day was not far off when he would be forced to join the Sea of Flesh. Xiaoyong said that he would go with the man, but the man did not understand why he needed to do this. The guy said he was just interested in seeing it, but Feng was interested in what would happen to his people then. Xiaoyong said there was nothing to worry about and called Jiangxi on the radio. After some time, Reinforcements arrived at the settlement. The settlers stood next to the gate and could not believe what they saw. Shengze and his son Xiao entered the settlement. The boy was very happy to see Xiaoyang again. The guy asked Shengze if his wife was against him bringing his son with him. The boy answered for his father, saying that he was no longer the child he had been. Xiao turned towards the gate and said that their pursuers could go out before he pulled them out himself. For some time, there was no sound from the city. However, after a couple of minutes, new cannibals began to emerge from their hiding places. Not understanding how they could have been noticed, the mutants came out to the gate and said that they now understand who they are all uniting against. However, they pointed to Shengze, who was standing closest to them and matched the description of the monster. One of the cannibals said there were rumors that Shengze could handle several of them on his own. The man tried to explain that he had just arrived there and did not understand what was being discussed, but he did not say anything coherent. Meanwhile, Feng realized that the cannibals had confused Shengze with him. A group of cannibals decided to attack the enemy as a group in order to overwhelm them with numbers. Xiao stepped forward and said he would handle it, and his father told him to be careful. The cannibals rushed in a crowd to the gate. Xiao pulled out his pistol and prepared for battle without a trace of fear. The guy started shooting at the enemy. The leader of the cannibal group was confident that Xiao Yu would not be able to keep up with his speed. However, after several unsuccessful shots, the guy finally hit the target. Xiao quickly reloaded his gun and said that he himself was not an ordinary person. The guy moved to the side to shoot the cannibals approaching from the side. The mutant leader took advantage of the opportunity and came from behind. The cannibal was about to grab Xiao, but he seemed to have disappeared. The guy moved even faster than the mutants, and within a second he was behind the enemy. Xiao killed him with a precise shot to the head. The settlers could not help but be surprised when they watched the boy's actions. Xiao had just landed after a successful attack when another cannibal attacked him from behind. The guy understood that he wouldn't be able to dodge this. At that moment, Shengze came to the rescue and pierced the enemy with a tentacle. The man pulled the cannibal away from his son. The settlers believed that Xiaoyang had brought monsters with him. After the group of cannibals thinned out, they realized that they had underestimated their enemy. The mutants decided to turn their attention to Shengze, deciding to attack all together. The man extended his hand in their direction, and a dozen tentacles rushed towards the enemy. All the cannibals were cut into pieces. When it was all over, Xiaoyang came out to Shengze, leading a group of settlers. The boy praised Xiao for his good work, and then the boy said that thanks to the new harvest, all people are becoming stronger. Xiaoyang was glad that the energy of evolution had begun to appear in all of his people, even though it was still weak. Xiao looked towards the settlement and asked what they were doing here. Xiaoyang turned to Feng and said that he now understood the big picture. The guy pointed at the man and said that they were here because of a creature called mimic flesh. Every territory they encounter contains something unique. Different cities were facing their own type of disaster, and Xiaoyang was curious about which enemy would be next. Meanwhile, in one of the cities, a settlement was waging its own battle to the death. In this city, giant beetles were the cause of the disaster. People tried to fight back, but there were too many monsters, so they had to flee. The guards got into their cars and left their settlement. However, the beetles continued to pursue them, and gradually there were fewer and fewer cars. There were still many people left in the settlement who begged not to be abandoned. Soon the beetles got to them. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang walked around the settlement with Feng and said that his people would be able to protect this place from cannibals. At some point, the guy noticed something that interested him. In a room with a glass wall, there was a man tied to a chair, and Xiaoyang asked if he was a cannibal. Feng said that he uses this cannibal to identify people infected with mimic flesh. Many infected people strive to infect as many people as possible, but with the help of this prisoner's sense of smell, he can identify them. The cannibal behind the glass smiled broadly and said that today he could tell without further ado who was infected. Feng flinched at his words, as the man had never behaved like this before. The cannibal said that he would be very interested to know whether a man who had lost his humanity could feel sadness. The man said that Mian was infected. Feng came closer to the glass and asked what he was talking about. The cannibal said that the daughter, whom the man so desperately protected, was now infected by him with mimic flesh. Mian looked at her hand, which her father had scratched during a recent battle with cannibals. Feng froze in place, and Xiaoyang put his hand on his shoulder and told him to calm down. The man looked up and said that the worst part was that he was already calm. Feng knew that his heart should be breaking into pieces now, but it didn't react. which meant that his limit had been reached. The man looked at Xiaoyang and said that it was his time to surrender to the sea of flesh. Feng asked if the boy could cleanse Mian's body the same way he did with his own. Xiaoyang said that it would not be possible to do this because his immune system would not help other people. Mian said that it didn't matter because she had already lost everything she could hold on to in this world. Xiaoyang said that there was no need to give up prematurely, because he didn't say that he had no other treatment methods. The guy handed the girl a syringe and told her to inject herself. Xiaoyang said that this was a blocker that had worked on other viruses, and perhaps it would help this time too. Mian didn't think about it for long and injected herself with the medicine, since she had nothing to lose. The cannibal behind the glass just laughed, saying that mimic flesh and viruses were different types of organisms, which meant nothing would work. However, after just a few moments, his confidence melted away before our eyes. Xiaoyang said that from the cannibal's expression, one could conclude that Mian was no longer infected. The settlement guard was glad that the girl would now be okay. Mian said that then they could give 1 dose of the blocker to her father, and he would become human again. However, Xiaoyang and Feng were certain that this would not work, as the man's human part had long since been absorbed. Feng said that right now he is just a mimic flesh that maintains the form of a human. The man said that it was time for him to go to the Sea of Flesh and asked if Xiaoyang had changed his mind about going with him. The guy replied that he was ready at any moment. The next day, Xiaoyang and Feng went to City K together. At some point, the man said that they were already close, which meant it would be very dangerous. Xiaoyang and Feng were stopped by a voice coming from behind. A group of children ran out to them, and one of the oldest boys asked if they would have some food. Xiaoyang didn't understand what all these children were doing here, but Feng looked worried. The man partially addressed and said that there could be no people in this place, and he was right. Meanwhile, things were unsettled in Feng's settlement. Xiao was patrolling the area when he noticed a huge beetle behind the walls. The boy had already shot several of the same ones last night, but they kept appearing. Mian said that she was seeing them for the first time, and that they only started appearing that night. Xiao suggested that the beetles might be drawn to his father. The sound of an approaching car distracted them from their conversation. Mian became alarmed, and Xiao immediately took out his gun. The boy said that they had to act carefully as they had uninvited guests. Soon, 3 military vehicles arrived at the settlement. The driver of one of the cars was incredibly happy that they were able to find people. The settlers came out to defend their home with weapons in hand, and Xiao pointed a pistol at the new arrivals and ordered them to get out of the cars. The leader of the group got out of the car and asked not to shoot. Xiao immediately realized that the new arrivals were neither cannibals nor evolutionists. The leader raised his hands and said that they were not going to do any harm, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He looked at his people, and the man immediately ordered them to put away their weapons so as not to frighten the settlers. Mian told Xiao to be careful, but the boy said that the guests didn't seem like bad people. The man approached the boy and said that he was unlikely to be the leader of this community. Xiao replied that he was only temporarily protecting this settlement. These words made the assistant leader of the new arrivals laugh. Xiao didn't like this and said that they should respect what they wanted to accept. The leader of the group said that his name was Yan Bin and he came from City B, which was overrun by insects. Xiao thought about the man's words. The boy threw a recently killed beetle on the ground and asked if they were talking about them. Members of Yan Bin's group said that the insects in this city are much smaller than theirs, but this does not guarantee safety. Xiao said that the bugs only appeared yesterday, but they have their own problems in the city. Yan Bin said that on the way here, they saw walking corpses and assumed that they were being controlled by parasites. The man gave a signal and said that they had good fighting power. Yan Bin's men immediately took out their entire arsenal, after which the leader said that this was enough to deal with even a horde of zombies. Mian said that they should go inside the settlement, since they would not be able to protect such a crowd from the cannibals. Yan Bin said that they would take on the defense of the settlement themselves, since for them this was kindergarten level. Xiao chuckled, thinking that the man was too self-confident. Meanwhile, we returned to Xiaoyang and Feng. The guy quickly dealt with all the infected. Pieces of mimic flesh were scattered across the asphalt and did not even move. Feng had been watching Xiaoyang all this time and noted that his strength was astonishing. The man said that only the infected live in this place, so the fate of any lost person is very tragic. Fen said that it was time for them to go, as he felt that they were almost there. After some time, they came out onto the roof of one of the buildings, and Xiaoyang saw the whole picture. A sea of flesh enveloped entire streets of this city in a formless mass. The mimic flesh in Feng began to awaken. The man jumped onto the fence. Feng was about to jump down to merge with the sea of flesh. Xiaoyong grabbed his arm, stopping the man. Feng looked at the guy and asked why he stopped him. Xiaoyong asked if the man would really give in so easily without even trying to resist. Feng said it was useless because his will would collapse completely, and he would lose to his instincts. Xiaoyong raised his hand to the man's face and released the vines. Feng asked what the guy was going to do. The vine penetrated the man's skin in the forehead area. Fen felt the plant penetrate his head. A green glow began to emanate from Xiaoyong as he released the power of the flower platform. The guy said that the main problem is that the man lacks a structure of consciousness. Xiaoyong said he would add it himself. The boy felt dizzy as his consciousness merged with Feng's. After a while, Xiaoyong let the man go, and he asked what the guy had done to him. Xiaoyong said he implanted adaptive spores into the man's head to help maintain his brain structure. The guy said that the flesh mimic is actually a protozoan mimic. Xiaoyong explained that the loss of the host's body structure is not an instinct, but a mistake. The sea of flesh is a desperate attempt to continue existence through a constant influx of new life forms. But eventually it began to absorb all life in its path, and then it would begin to devour itself. Xiaoyong was convinced that lack of species diversity would lead to collapse. The guy said that the spores cannot return Feng to humanity, but they will help him maintain his current form. Adaptive spores continually divide and rebuild their structure while the mimic consumes it. This creates a kind of balance, which means that Feng will not forget himself. The man asked if he could remain himself, and Xiaoyong replied that he would unless something unexpected happened. Feng thanked them for their help, but he believed that this was just the status quo. The man was afraid that he would not be able to last long in this daily struggle with his nature. Xiaoyong jumped onto the rooftop parapet and said there was a second thing he wanted to try. The guy said that Feng should jump now. The man stood up and asked why this was necessary. Xiaoyong didn't explain and said that he would jump down after Feng. Meanwhile, a second detachment from the city of V arrived in the city captured by the mimic flesh. They stopped to refuel the vehicles, and Group Captain Han urged his men on. The assistant approached the man and told him that he shouldn't smoke at the gas station. Han put away his cigarette and asked if there was any information from Yan Bin, to which the assistant replied that their radio had been destroyed. The assistant said that Yan Bin should have slowed down so they could still catch up with him. The men heard someone approaching them. Turning around, they saw a small group led by a girl who asked if they had any supplies. The assistant approached them and asked if there were insects in this city. The girl replied that they had no insects and offered to share their supplies with the man. The assistant found it strange that the girl reduced all the topics to supplies. The man offered Han to go with the survivors, but the captain immediately shouted at him to turn around. The group of survivors instantly transformed into flesh mimics and attacked. Meanwhile, Feng was trying to figure out if Xiaoyong was joking with him. The guy reminded him that the man was going to jump anyway, so there was no point in resisting it now. A few moments later, Xiaoyong and Feng jumped off the roof together. The sea of flesh raised its tentacles upward. Xiaoyong carefully observed the mimic's behavior. The boy and the man landed on the asphalt as the sea receded. However, it immediately rose up around them like waves. The flesh wrapped around their bodies and was about to swallow them. The sea closed in, completely covering Xiaoyong and Feng. For a few moments, the sea of flesh sank into calm and continued on its way. However, Xiaoyong's forces burst out in the form of many stems. The plant began to be entwined with a sea of flesh. Xiaoyong escaped the mimic's clutches and rose above the sea of flesh on the vines. Soon the vines detached themselves from the boy. Feng was also no longer absorbed by the sea of flesh and asked what happened. Xiaoyong told the man not to stand idle and to get to work. At first, Feng didn't understand what was being said, but then he felt something moving in his head. His body began to overflow with the power of the spores that Xiaoyong had implanted into his brain. Instead of mimic flesh, vines began to emerge from Feng's body. The vine created by Xiaoyong came into action and extended its tentacles towards the man. Feng's vines reached out to them in response. After a few moments, they began to interact. As their energy collided, Feng felt his body begin to overflow with power. After some time, a huge tree appeared in the middle of the sea of flesh. Feng became part of the trunk and did not understand what had happened. Xiaoyong approached the man and asked what it was like to satisfy his instincts. Feng looked at the vines that were coming out of his body and starting to play with him. At that moment, not far from the tree, something began to break through from under the sea of flesh. Mimic couldn't fight for long and released another tree flap. Feng asked if the sea of flesh really obeyed him. Xiaoyong said that the man currently only controlled a fifth of it, and it would take half a month to capture the entire sea of flesh. Meanwhile, the trunk nearby continued to stretch, turning into a full-fledged tree. Xiaoyong said that Feng is in the main trunk, and the appearance of other trees means that another part of the sea has been controlled. The guy said that the man will become a sea of flesh when the entire area is filled with trees. Xiaoyong reminded that he was the one who controlled the adaptive disputes, which meant Feng should never go against him. The man said that he was not so stupid as to go against someone to whom he was grateful. At that moment, they heard a noise that was gradually getting closer. It was Han and his assistant who were shouting that they would rather die from the clutches of insects than from these monsters. The assistant running ahead stopped abruptly. Han bumped into the guy and asked why he was standing there, but then froze in place at what he saw. The branches of a huge tree towered over the houses, blocking out the sunlight. The men had never seen such a big tree before. They didn't understand where it could come from in the middle of the city. The men were so lost in thought that they completely forgot that the monsters were already catching up with them. They didn't know what to do. Turning to the tree, they noticed the same flesh that the monsters were made of approaching them. The men wanted to run away somewhere to the side, but it was too late. They were standing with their backs to the tree when a shadow loomed over them. The flesh behind them rose up and revealed a huge mouth. A moment later, a tentacle emerged from the mouth and rushed towards the monsters. It smashed one of the monsters into pieces. The other mimics, seeing this, started running. However, the tentacles began to multiply, spreading across the asphalt. Like vines, they rushed after the monsters. Once they were close to their victim, they rose from the ground. Having sharply increased in volume, the tentacles turned into mimic flesh and hung over the monsters. Like a predatory flower, the mimic captured all opponents. Once the victims were trapped, the vines began to pull them into the mass. Han and his assistant watched what was happening and were afraid to even move. The mate said they were saved, but the captain told him to keep quiet until the monster noticed them. At that moment, Feng's voice was heard, saying that he could already see their every move. Not seeing a person nearby, the men began to look around to find the speaker. The mimic flesh approached them, and Fen emerged from it. Hong asked who he was, but Xiaoyong answered, saying that Feng was the embodiment of the sea of flesh. The men didn't notice the boy sneak up behind them, but Xiaoyong was more interested in where Hong and his assistant had come from. Meanwhile, Yanbin told Mian in more detail about the insects that had infested their city. The man also spoke about brain parasites that turn everyone into slaves. Mian thought for a while and then said that it looked like a eusocial species. These insects have no individual desires, only the will of the collective, so they can be incredibly united. Yanbin asked if the settlers now understood how dangerous an enemy this swarm was. Suddenly, loud sounds began to be heard from outside the walls of the settlement. The settlers and new arrivals headed towards the gate. As they walked outside the community, they saw people standing on the roofs of neighboring buildings. All the settlers were on guard, as they understood who they were meeting. Xiao told the new arrivals that they were cannibals. Yanbin asked if these people really eat human flesh. Xiao said that now the man and his people would be able to find out what kind of enemy their settlement was facing. The cannibal girls said that they saw the leader of the settlement go to the city of K, and now the community is defenseless. The girl offered to protect the settlement in exchange for one person every few days. Xiao said it was a ridiculous proposal, but the girl replied that she would give him half an hour to think about it, and after that, the massacre would begin. Yanbin said that the girl had completely lost her conscience. The man took out a machine gun and asked if the cannibals knew what it was. The girl immediately realized that these people had only recently arrived, since they decided to scare them with weapons. The cannibals decided that there was no point in waiting any longer and rushed to attack. Yanbin and his men were shocked that people simply jumped off the roofs of buildings. By eating human flesh, cannibals became very strong, and falling from heights was not a problem for them. Only now did the people of Yanbin realize that they were not dealing with ordinary people. Yanbin immediately gave the order to shoot to kill. The cannibals ran towards them and didn't even try to dodge the bullets. Now the man understood why this group of people were laughing at their weapons. Yanbin continued to fire, but some of his men realized it was useless and began to retreat. The man ordered to hold the line and retreat only when ordered. Taking advantage of Yanbin's distraction, one of the cannibals approached him. The mutant was about to grab the man, But at that moment, a tentacle appeared and pierced his body. Yanbin froze as he felt blood splash on his face. The fight stopped when another man emerged from the settlement. Shangzi calmly walked towards them, killing the cannibals with his tentacles. The cannibals began to argue among themselves, because according to their information, the leader of the settlement, who was a monster, had gone to the city of K. Soon, all the mutants decided to run away. Chang, who had not intervened until this moment, jumped out from behind the settlers. The people of Yanbin froze when they saw another monster. Chang landed in front of the cannibals who were trying to escape. Before the mutants could even figure out who they were up against this time, the boy attacked them. With his bare hands, he tore the cannibals apart. After some time, all the mutants were dealt with, and Chang approached Shengzi. Yanbin and his men could not recover for a long time. Xiao approached the men and asked if they thought people were much more frightening than some insects. Yanbin couldn't utter a word, and only nodded his head in response. Meanwhile, Hong told Xiaoyang about the problem that City V was facing. The guy thought about it and started searching the system for information. The system has added a quest to eliminate insects and increase the reward for the Collector of Disasters quests. Earlier, Hong said part of his group had headed south along the main road. Feng told Xiaoyang that their settlement was in that direction. Hong's assistant asked if Xiaoyang needed the base, to which the guy replied that there were still some things there that needed attention. The guy looked at Feng and asked if he agreed with him. The man said that he had already merged with the Sea of Flesh and there was no turning back. So he asked Xiaoyang to take care of Mian. The boy replied that he would bring the girl and the others to City K. But Feng said that it was too dangerous. Xiaoyang asked if the man really hadn't noticed how his nature had already begun to change. Only now did Feng feel that the urge to infect and kill had begun to recede. Xiaoyang said these adaptive spores provide a more efficient and simple source of energy. The guy headed towards the settlement and told Han and his assistant that the second part of the group was waiting for them there. As soon as Xiaoyang returned to the settlement, Xiao ran out to meet him, telling him how they had defeated powerful enemies. Yanbin followed the boy out and was glad to see Hong. The man approached his friend and said that Xiaoyang had not lied to them. Yanbin asked where the rest of the people were, to which Hong replied that they all died after encountering monsters. There was silence between them for a while. However, Yanbin quickly perked up and said that the people in this settlement were incredibly strong, so they had nothing to fear. Han said that he also had something to tell, and then they would know what real madness was. Mian walked up with Xiao Yunu and asked if her father had become part of the Sea of Flesh. The guy replied that they had merged, but there was no need to be upset, since the man had retained his sanity. Xiaoyang said that he found a way to curb the mimic's power, so it's much safer there now. The guy said that now they all need to pack their things and get ready to move, since they found a better place. After some time, all the settlers followed Xiaoyang to the new base. The group tried to avoid the streets where the flesh mimic appeared. Soon they heard a voice from the next street. All the settlers immediately grabbed their weapons when people came out to them. Yanbin asked why everyone was so tense, since the girl and child were definitely not cannibals. Han and his assistant immediately opened fire. Yanbin tried to stop them, saying that they were ordinary civilians. However, the man shrugged his shoulders and ordered to look at the enemy again. Looking at the girl with the child, Yanbin was horrified. People began to lose their human form and transform into mimic flesh. At that moment, from the other end of the group, they said that the enemy was approaching from the other side. A group of people who looked no different from ordinary civilians were walking towards Xiaoyang's group. The group of survivors realized that they were surrounded on all sides. Hong told Xiaoyang to run to the Sea of Flesh boss and they would cover. Yanbin said that there was nothing to worry about because Xiaoyang's people were strong. But Hong was confident that the enemy would be stronger. The people from City B decided that this time their weapons would be much more effective than when they encountered cannibals. Xiaoyang patted Hong on the shoulder and said that he already realized that they were cool. The guy took a flare gun and told everyone to stay back so that no one would get hit by it. Xiaoyang fired a flare into the sky. A red ball soared into the sky, marking the location of Xiaoyang's squad. Xiao asked if this signal was sent to Shanshan. Xiaoyang replied that he was waiting for another strong group. The guy ordered Shengze and Cheng to protect the people until reinforcements arrived. The mimics had already begun to transform and rushed into the crowd of people. Shengze, Cheng, and Xiao rushed into battle. As Xiaoyang ordered, they only guarded the people, not moving far from the group. Hong saw them in action for the first time and only now understood what Yan Bin was talking about. At that moment, the roar of monsters was heard from the other side of the formation. Turning around, the people saw the mimics surrounded by green vines. The survivors were frightened and immediately reported this to Xiaoyang. Realizing that the guy would not have time to help them, the people grabbed their weapons. The mimics were getting closer and closer. The closer the enemy was, the more people gave up and tried to move aside. However, the mimics ignored the people, running past them. The mimics, surrounded by vines, immediately rushed at the normal mimics. People didn't understand why the monsters started fighting each other. Hong immediately realized that this was the group under the command of the Sea of Flesh boss that Xiaoyang had told them about. Yan Bin asked the man who the boss was, to which Hong replied that they would soon see for themselves. Now people had nothing to worry about. Soon, all the monsters were killed. The survivors became alarmed when they saw vines creeping towards them. People tried to avoid the plants, but they themselves went around them, looping between their legs. The survivors realized that the vines were moving not towards them, but towards the slain mimics. The vines crawled towards the mimic flesh and dug into it. The plants began to suck in the monsters, transferring them to the main body. Xiaoyang told the survivors to follow the vines. After some time, the entire group successfully reached the boss of the Sea of Flesh. They saw a giant tree blocking the sun. The tree trunk seemed to glow from within. Mian asked where her father was, to which Xiaoyang replied that there was no need to worry, because he was already nearby. The guy turned towards the tree and shouted to Feng to come out, because his daughter had arrived. The flesh mimic near the tree came into action. Han jumped up to his men and told them to watch carefully because something really crazy was about to happen. A few moments later, Feng emerged from the mimic flesh. Mian wanted to run to her father, but Xiaoyang grabbed her hand, stopping her. The girl turned to the guy and asked what was happening to her father. Feng said that the Sea of Flesh was huge and difficult to control, so it was better not to approach it. Xiaoyang gave the order to set up camp nearby, but not to touch the mimic flesh so that it would not infect them, and Feng could control himself. Feng said that a kilometer to the Ego West there was an old factory that he had already cleared of mimic flesh. Meanwhile, things were not calm in the jungle. Shengzi and Lycan dealt with another group of monsters, and the guy said that the attacks had become more frequent. Professor He said this is usually associated with the appearance of a flower platform in the area. Lin walked up to the old man and said that Xiaoyang had tamed the platform. The professor expressed his concerns that she was not the only one in the jungle. After some time, Xiaoyang led a group of survivors to the abandoned factory that Feng had told them about. People immediately began to clear the territory of the new settlement. At this moment, the radio on Xiaoyang's belt signaled. The guy listened to the message from the group and gave orders. Xiaoyang turned to Feng and said that he had business in another city, to which the man replied that he would look after the survivors. Seeing Xiao carrying a huge metal beam on his shoulder, Xiaoyang called out to him. The guy said that there were problems with the plants in the field, so he was leaving with Cheng, and the settlement remained on Shengjie and Xiao. Soon, Xiaoyang returned to the fortress and held a council. Zhang Shi didn't understand why the boy was so worried, since he had many trusted people who could deal with the problem. Capital Li said that the guy shouldn't get cocky, because they could only be completely safe with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang said that Zhang Shi had become too self-confident recently. The guy replied that thanks to the plants from the flower platform, he became much stronger, so he could well be considered the strongest. Xiaoyang chuckled and said that Zhang Shi would go with him to the center of the jungle, and they would test his level there. Several more people were added to the squad, and they successfully completed their tasks. Xiaoyang praised Lin, who was now quite skilled in wielding a machete. Zhang Shi said that he and Shanshan were much stronger, but Xiaoyang replied that they would know when they met the flower platform. Meanwhile, Lycan noticed something strange. The man immediately reported the discovery to Xiaoyang. The guy came closer, but only noticed a stump. At first, Xiaoyang didn't pay any attention to it, but the further he went, the more questions he had. The guy saw a few more stumps, and soon he walked along them to a clearing. Xiaoyang saw that many trees had been cut down. Zhang Shi said that their people did not go that far into the jungle, which meant that it was not their doing. Xiaoyang told everyone to be quiet and listened. The guy heard some movements and went towards the sound. After some time, Xiaoyang's group came across people in yellow clothes who were cutting down trees. One man cut down a tree carelessly, causing it to fall on him. Several people were resting under the shade of a tree, and they immediately jumped to their feet. One of the workers did not have time to get to his feet and could only watch the falling tree. The man tried to roll to the side, but the trunk still crushed one of his legs. He screamed in pain and asked who did this. The man promised that whoever was to blame for this would not die so easily. Suddenly, the worker shuddered, as if a realization had come to him. The man began to beg for 2 days to recover, promising that he would return to work. Despite his pleas, vines began to burst from his body. The plant pierced his body, causing unbearable pain. Soon, his head shattered into pieces, unable to withstand the pressure from within. The workers crowded around the man. They remained silent, afraid of bringing trouble upon themselves. The group commander ordered everyone to return to work immediately. The men immediately took up the instrument and began to say that they could still continue. The vines continued to spread from the body of the deceased, sucking out the remaining life force. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang's team found workers. The survivors immediately noticed that they had been found. They turned towards the noise and saw Xiaoyang's team. The workers looked at the people as if they couldn't possibly be there. Jiangxi said the workers looked more surprised than happy. The leader of the group of workers raised his hand and greeted the survivors. Lin noted that the survivors reacted to them slowly. The leader of the workers said that they had a huge, safe settlement, but there weren't enough hands. So he invited people to join. Jiangxi said that not only did they have plenty of people, but the settlement was also better. Xiaoyang grabbed the guy by the shoulder, indicating that he should shut up. Xiaoyang said that they had a quarrel with the people at the base and left, and asked if the workers could take them with them to their settlement. The group's commander immediately agreed and said that they could bring the rest of their people later if they made peace. All the workers started acting strangely, but Xiaoyang decided to find out for himself what was going on with them. For a while, Xiaoyang and his men followed the man who said that they were almost there. Lin looked around and said that there were many vines around, which were definitely part of a plant organism. Shanshan said that this was not the best place for a base, but neither the boy nor the girl noticed the expression on the survivor captain's face. The man said it was a mutated plant, but it didn't feed on people. The captain waved his hand towards the thickets and said that their settlement was located behind them. As he made his way through the undergrowth, Lin said that if he had been told there was a base here, he would have thought it was a monster lair. Xiaoyang silently followed the captain of the survivors. Soon the thicket ended, and the group froze when they saw what awaited them ahead. Xiaoyang saw a tree that was much larger than the one that captured the Sea of Flesh. All of Xiaoyang's group members couldn't take their eyes off the tree. Professor He suggested that the tree would be as big as the flower platform, but Xiaoyang said that even with it, it was inferior to the tree. The boy told Jiangxi to go forward and show his strength, but he immediately replied that he couldn't handle it. Suddenly, the captain of the group of workers ordered that everyone be seized. The workers jumped out of the ambush. Each grabbed one person from Xiaoyang's team. The captain grabbed Xiaoyang, who didn't even try to resist. Lin noticed movement coming from the tree and immediately reported it to the others. Bright vines began to descend from the tree. They descended to the base of the tree and dug into the corpses piled up in a heap. The dead began to rise under the influence of the giant tree's forces. The monsters began to move towards the survivors. They pointed at people and said that they needed to be subjugated. Lin shuddered and said that the sight gave him goosebumps. After some time, the dead said that the relative had become a slave. The tree that had taken over their minds said that it was a shame. The survivors, subjugated by the tree, did not understand why the dead began to say this. The captain of the work group asked what this meant. Xiaoyang took the opportunity to hit him in the face with his elbow. The man immediately let go of the guy and flew to the side. Xiaoyang stretched out his hand and wrapped his vines around the captain. Only now did the man notice that they were no longer holding back the survivors. Xiaoyang's team quickly dealt with all the workers, and now they were all lying on the ground. Xiaoyang said that since the workers were threatened, he would not kill them for now. At this point, the dead began to act. Xiaoyang saw them running towards them. The guy let go of the captain of the survivors, throwing him aside. Xiaoyang's team immediately rushed into battle. They dealt with the infected with their bare hands. This was no problem for them. The team of workers realized that they were dealing with unusual people. The captain said that they are coping, but only for now. because there are too many enemies. All the dead raised by the tree were only spare guards of the organism. Xiaoyong stopped and extended his hand forward. The vines immediately burst forth, rushing towards the monsters. They easily cut down the infected standing in front. The captain of the group of workers immediately called the guy a monster. After just a few moments, the man felt pressure. Tree vines began to sprout from his body. Soon, all the workers felt that they were being controlled. Their heads began to explode, one after another, unable to withstand the pressure of the vines from within. People begged for mercy, saying that they could still work, but it was all in vain. Professor Hay shouted that none of the workers would survive if this continued. Xiaoyong said that killing the main monster would be enough. The guy immediately jumped up. The tree stretched its vines towards Xiaoyong. The guy managed to evade them. When the vines became too numerous, Xiaoyong swung his vines, cutting down the enemy's vines. However, this monster was smart enough to launch an attack from the guy's blind spot. Xiaoyong didn't have time to dodge the attack, so he put his hands forward to take less damage. The tree vine threw the guy aside with great force. After landing, Xiaoyong said that the monster was too big, so the fight would not be quick. However, the guy understood that it was not to their advantage to prolong the battle. Meanwhile, the vines continued to kill the workers one by one. Xiaoyong turned to them and told all the infected to gather nearby. The guy took a deep breath, and the veins on his neck began to bulge and turn a greenish tint. Xiaoyong then released green mist at the infected. It quickly filled the entire space around the infected, causing them to panic. Soon, the workers felt that the vines were no longer bothering them, and Xiaoyong said that the fog contained a special blocker. The guy turned to Jiangxi and told him to take the people away. Lin and Shanshan went with the guy, and Lycan, Xiaoyong, and Professor He remained by the tree. The infected dead stood in front of them and said that he must serve. Xiaoyong exhaled and let the flower platform take over his body. His eyes began to emit a bright green light. The guy pointed at the infected and said that they were fools. The flower platform inside Xiaoyong said that symbiosis is more beneficial, as it gives growth and strength. After a few moments, the boy's eyes returned to their normal color. Xiaoyong said the flower platform should get back to work. The professor asked if the flower platform had just spoken, to which the boy replied that it already had a mind of its own. Xiaoyong turned around and said that there was no point in fighting an enemy of such size, so they should prepare first. Vines whipped through the air around the tree. The monster said that nothing was over yet, and he would kill everyone. Xiaoyong and his squad returned to the fortress, where they began to think about a plan. The guy said that Jiangxi and the others would guard the fields as they were expecting a major attack from the giant plant. Lycan asked if there would be any problems if all the survivors arrived in one place. Xiaoyong said that the general gathering place would be guarded by a strong man. Jiangxi asked who could be stronger than themselves. Xiaoyong offered to go with him and meet this man, to which the guy said that he would never lose to a newcomer in strength. Xiaoyong told the professor that he should also go with them, as they would benefit from his knowledge. After some time, the team arrived at the place where they were supposed to meet the strong man. Xiaoyong led them to the location of the flesh mimic. The guy pointed to the tree and said that this was exactly the power he was talking about. Feng emerged from the mimic flesh and asked Xiaoyong why he had come. Xiaoyong introduced the man to Jiangxi and said that he wanted to fight Feng. The man raised his hand, and the sea of flesh behind him immediately sprang into action. As the giant tentacles rose up, Jiangxi realized he couldn't win this fight. The guy patted Feng on the shoulder and said that they were allies anyway, so there was no point in ruining the relationship. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong introduced Mian to Professor He. The girl said that she was glad to meet a man about whom she had heard a lot. Xiaoyong asked the professor if there was a way to control the swarm. The old man said that he knew little about the nature of social insects, but the species he knew were very difficult to control. Swarm intelligence is the collective behavior of a group of individuals, each with its own form of labor. The queen bee is the simplest link in the group, responsible for reproduction, but at the same time, she suppresses the maturity of other individuals. Mian said that perhaps they had succeeded in developing functions in the uterus similar to the central nervous system. The professor agreed with this. And then Xiaoyong said that they needed to capture and control the queen. Han came up and said that the swarm was huge, so it was almost impossible to get into the nest and capture the queen. The professor said the swarm had made the city its home, so its scale was comparable to a jungle. Jiangxi turned to Xiaoyang and said that he had a stupid idea. The guy suggested using a Trojan horse. Soon, Jiangxi's plan began to be put into action. Several cars drove up to the city inhabited by the swarm. The machines were loaded with mimic flesh. Having stopped on the outskirts of the city, people got out of their cars. As soon as the cars stopped, the mimic flesh began to crawl out. When all the flesh had been unloaded, the cars moved off, speeding away. Xiaoyang watched the mimic's behavior from the side. Jiangxi stood nearby and was confident that his plan would definitely work. Soon, insects began to appear, and Xiaoyang said to concentrate. A huge wasp began to slowly fly towards the mimics. She didn't attack, but only looked at the new monsters from a safe distance. When the wasp flew away, Xiaoyang said that it was a hive scout. The guy smiled and said the bait worked. After some time, a hum began to be heard from afar. As soon as the hive scout reported the information about the monsters, the insects went to the site. Meanwhile, the mimic flesh began to unite. Seeing the swarm approaching, Han's people began to worry. Remembering what had happened to their settlement, part of the group surrendered before the battle even began and ran towards the cars. Jiangxi was also scared, and Professor He asked Xiaoyang if everything would be okay. The guy's eyes began to glow, and he replied that he would take care of everything himself. The insects had not yet noticed people, so their main target became the mimic flesh. They flew up to the flesh, which immediately extended its tentacles towards them. With their large paws, the insects delivered slashing blows to the mimic, but it was all useless. During the battle between the mimic flesh and the insects, vines began to emerge from the ground. They circled the mimic and headed towards the insects. The vines bound all the monsters tightly. The plant entwined their bodies and pierced their heads. Despite all the monsters' attempts to resist, the vines still managed to suppress the enemy's power. Hong watched from the sidelines and said that with that kind of force, they could have just broken into the nest without a plan. Soon, all the insects were defeated. They lay on the ground with vines growing out of their bodies. Xiaoyang said that insects regenerate much more slowly than mimic flesh, so they are also more difficult to control. The guy said that even though Feng was cooperating with them, the insects did not want to obey. Soon, Xiaoyang heard that part of his group had discovered something strange. One large wasp did not die from the spores implanted in its body and behaved very strangely. Xiaoyang stepped forward and looked at the insect, which quickly calmed down. The monster's paws touched the ground, after which the wasp froze. A member of Han's group came closer and asked if this meant their plan had worked. Xiaoyang stroked the insect's head and guessed that it really worked. Professor He was upset that only one of the captured insects survived, but Xiaoyang said that was enough. Soon the boy was able to completely subjugate the insect's will and ordered it to take him to the hive. The monster picked up Xiaoyang and flew with him to the place. As he flew, the boy thought that he now understood why the guys from City B were afraid of even the mention of insects. Xiaoyang admitted that even he was very scared. Meanwhile, in the hive, another group of people was trying to survive. They managed to hide before several insects passed through the hole. The three guys didn't know if they would be able to get out of this trap. A dark-haired guy named Sai said the nest needed airflow, so all they had to do was walk against the wind. When the chirping of insects died down, the hovering ones came out of hiding. The survivors moved in the direction from which the light wind was blowing, but soon they stopped. What he saw left Sai in shock. In one of the tunnels, there were corpses in which the insects had made a breeding ground for larvae. The boys stopped for a couple of moments. A guy from the group named Shan said that they needed to get out quickly, because if they were caught, they would do the same to them. The boys wandered through the tunnels for some time. Soon they saw the light and were glad that they had found a way out. Tears of joy welled up in Sai's eyes, and the boys immediately ran towards the light. At that moment, a clattering sound was heard behind them. Turning around, the boys saw insects crawling towards them. The survivors immediately rushed towards the exit, and Sai said that they couldn't lose when they were already so close to the exit. Despite being pursued by insects, the boy believed they had escaped. Having climbed out of the nest, the boys stopped abruptly. Hope faded as soon as they saw what awaited them ahead. There were a lot of insects scurrying around the nest. The boys realized that their ordeal was not over. The insects immediately noticed the people who appeared. Now the guys were attacked from two sides. Meanwhile, deep in the nest, there was another group of survivors. A boy named Hansu noticed movement coming from the hole in the ceiling and immediately reported it to the others. People began to retreat, pressing against the walls. 4 people fell into the cave this time. Sai got up from the ground and asked the guy standing next to him what this place was and learned that they had ended up in a food storage facility. Hansu informed them that they were now supplies. Shan began to cry and said that it would have been better to remain a laborer, and then he would have had a chance to survive. Hansu saw a guy lying on the ground unconscious and asked what was wrong with him. Only now did the 3 surviving guys realize that they hadn't seen this guy before. One of the guys approached the stranger and shook him by the shoulder, asking if he was alive. The stranger stood up abruptly and said that he had finally reached his destination. Xiaoyong shook himself off and said that the road was so winding that it made him feel dizzy. He looked around and said that the nest looked like a huge labyrinth. Hansu asked how the boy could praise the insect lair when he was caught. Xiaoyong ignored his question and asked if anyone knew the way to the womb. At first, Sai didn't even understand what they were talking about, and Hansu asked why the guy needed a uterus. Xiaoyong replied that she could help him with one matter. The survivors began to think that the boy had gone mad with fear. At that moment, the chirping of insects was heard again. Hansu looked up at the hole in the ceiling and said that the insects would now be choosing food. People immediately huddled together, trying to get to the center to avoid being grabbed. One of the boys turned to Xiaoyong and asked why he was frozen in place, as if he wanted to become an insect's lunch. Shan said that this was even to their advantage, because the main thing was that they weren't caught. The guy apologized to Xiaoyong and said that he went crazy at the wrong time. Xiaoyong raised his head just as a huge ant crawled into the cave. The guy looked at the monster that had already chosen him as a victim. All the survivors held their breath, hoping that the insect would choose Xiaoyong. When the ant was about to bite the boy, Xiaoyong grabbed it by the sting. The guy delivered one powerful blow to the monster's head, causing it to fly up. The survivors couldn't believe their eyes. They couldn't understand how Xiaoyong was able to kill the beetle, and began to assume that he had brought a weapon with him. However, no one saw the guy use a weapon. Xiaoyong walked towards the exit of the cave and asked whether the people would go with him or stay here. Sai immediately perked up and said that he knew the local passages, since he had once almost managed to get out of the nest. Shan and the 3rd guy from the team said that they would also go with Xiaoyong. Gradually, people began to realize that the boy might be their only chance for salvation. They knew they were destined to die in this place anyway, so they might as well take a risk and try to get out. Soon, their group encountered insects. At this point, the survivors began to gradually lose confidence in the correctness of their decision. They looked at Xiaoyong, who walked ahead and stood in front of the swarm of beetles. The survivors began to turn around, not believing that the guy would be able to cope with so many bugs. At that moment, the insects decided to attack, but Xiaoyong easily repelled their attack with a wave of his hand, from which a vine appeared. The survivors stopped retreating and began to watch the battle with their mouths open. Xiaoyong dealt with the swarm of insects with ease. The guy tore the beetle apart with his bare hands. With one blow, Xiaoyong could kill several insects at once. For some time, the sounds of battle continued to echo through the tunnel. When the sounds died down, the survivors began to talk among themselves, not believing that Xiaoyong had been able to deal with the insects on his own. The boy looked in the direction from which the beetles came and asked if the queen was in that direction. Sai wasn't sure, but he said it might be true. Xiaoyong continued down the tunnel, and soon they came across an unusual beetle. This beetle was larger than the others and was bright green, which is why the guy assumed that it was the queen. However, Sai approached Xiaoyong and said that it was an antenna beetle. The guy said to pay attention to the insect's backside, where there was a small antenna. Sai said that these beetles control the swarm. The guy told Xiaoyong not to touch this bug, otherwise they would be attacked by endless waves of insects. However, Xiaoyong didn't listen to Sai and put his hand forward. Bright vines began to emerge from the boy's fingers, causing all the survivors to become frightened. The beetle didn't yet understand what was happening, so he was in no hurry to save himself. The vines moved slowly towards him at first, then sped up. They sank into the beetle's back, piercing its shell. The survivors stepped back, wondering if Xiaoyong was human. At that moment, a chirping sound began to be heard from the other end of the tunnel. People decided that other beetles were running to protect the antenna. After a few moments, beetles became visible running towards them. People were scared and immediately reported this to Xiaoyong. Without being distracted from his task, the boy extended his other hand towards the approaching beetles. Darker, thicker vines immediately burst from his palm. At first, the survivors were scared, but they soon realized that Xiaoyong's attacks did not affect them. The vines spread along the tunnel, moving towards the beetles. Seeing the plant approaching them, the insects slowed down. However, after just a few moments, the vines had entwined the beetles. Hans no longer understood who the monster really was. Soon, all the beetles were gone. Xiaoyang continued to try to infect the antenna beetle with spores from the flower platform. The insect could not withstand such pressure and soon died. Xiaoyang said that it was still too difficult to subdue resistant individuals with spores. However, the guy was still able to find the queen. Xiaoyang gathered the power of the flower platform and released it out. The vines began to spread rapidly in all directions, frightening the survivors. Meanwhile, in a remote part of the nest, the beetles were eating. The insects were distracted when they heard a strange sound coming from the walls of the tunnels. A few moments later, vines emerged from the ground. They began to attack the beetles, entangling them. Small tentacles began to grow from the vines, penetrating under the beetles' shells. The plant penetrated the heads of insects, trying to infect them with its spores. However, all attempts were unsuccessful. The beetles began to die, one after another. Every encounter between vines and beetles ended the same way. Due to the commotion in the nest, the scout insects began to return. Information about the attack reached them, so they rushed to protect the queen. The hum in the nest gradually increased, indicating that the insects had returned from the city. Xiaoyang told the survivors that he had loosened the hive and absorbed a lot of the insect's energy. The guy said that this was the end of his preparation. Xiaoyang kicked the ground and said that now it was time to meet the main boss. The ground beneath our feet began to crack and collapse. Xiaoyang and a group of survivors fell into the ground. After some time, the group found itself on the lower floor of the nest. Xiaoyang brushed the dust off his clothes and waited for the other people to come to their senses. The survivors looked around the tunnel, which was much larger in size than any they had seen before. Hansu asked if the queen was really supposed to be here. Xiaoyang lowered his head and replied that it was under their feet. A few moments later, people felt the ground beneath their feet moving. The ground began to rise, forming a large hill. Xiaoyang watched what was happening carefully. Soon, a huge beetle appeared in front of the guy. Xiaoyang had no doubt that this was the womb. The queen roared, calling the insects. Within moments, the cave began to fill with bugs. Sai saw that insects were crawling even on the ceiling. The ground beneath the feet of the survivors began to crack. People panicked and started screaming. Xiaoyang quickly released a vine that gathered all the survivors together and placed them in a sphere of plants. The guy said that they should stay in the cage because he didn't need any interference during the fight. The queen ordered her subjects to attack, and they immediately rushed into battle. Xiaoyang immediately summoned the flower platform Sig. Huge, thick vines burst from his hands, and he began to throw the beetles aside. Some of the insects settled at a medium distance and began to spray acid at Xiaoyang. The guy quickly noticed the danger. Xiaoyang managed to jump to the side, preventing the acid from hitting him. The beetles continued their attempts to hit the guy. Xiaoyang was faster and managed to dodge every time. Soon the guy got tired of this and hit the ground, breaking it into small pieces. Xiaoyang grabbed one of the pieces and said that he had destroyed the mother's nest, so killing a couple of cubs would not be a problem for him. The boy threw a stone with all his might at the beetles, who attacked him with acid. The stone pierced several insects at once. This group of beetles was soon destroyed. The survivors who witnessed the incident called Xiaoyang a true professional and were confident that they were now saved. The mother saw the death of her subordinates and began to chatter. Now she herself came closer to Xiaoyang. The guy told the queen that he wasn't going to kill her, so she shouldn't worry. The next moment, vines burst out of the guy's body. They wrapped themselves around the queen, causing her to panic and struggle. The vines began to squeeze her even tighter, penetrating under her shell. The plant began to penetrate into the head of the queen. Xiaoyang said that the vines had already pierced the brain, so the queen would die instantly if she resisted. However, the boy was worried because if the queen died, all his efforts would go to waste. Soon, all of Xiaoyang's fears were dispelled. The queen decided to obey, sensing the level of threat. A few moments later, the guy received a message from the system stating that he had completed 2 tasks at once and received 700 points. Xiaoyang thought about subjugating the entire nest to prevent it from causing problems in the future. The guy opened a system store and decided to update the store and buy boxes until he ran out of points. Soon, Xiaoyang had upgraded the store 8 times, buying all the boxes along the way. The boy received the ability of physical overload of the 3rd level, bioelectricity of the 2nd level, and the mark of slavery of the 2nd level. Xiaoyang had already assumed that raising the mark's level would allow him to increase the number of slaves to 2. The guy put a mark on the uterus and said that she was very lucky, because with him, she would reach great heights. Soon the queen was subdued, and Xiaoyang's mission was completed successfully. Meanwhile, Chan and Yui occupied a large warehouse, which angered the other cannibals. The mutants said that they were either too smart or too stupid to covet such wealth. Chan said this method was good because survivors kept coming into their trap. One of the mutants said that they were too stupid to think that they could win with such a gap in numbers. One of the cannibals said that Yui would feel like a goddess before she died. Chan immediately threw a large rock at the mutants, thereby killing the girl standing behind the cannibal. Yui said that they would still see who would end up in heaven first. The cannibals noticed how quickly Chan moved and could not help but be surprised. A few moments later, Yui came down to them with a machete in her hands. The girl moved so quickly that the mutants did not have time to react. Yui chopped off their heads and limbs. Soon, most of the cannibals were destroyed. Yui walked up to the guy who dared to threaten her and held a machete to his throat. The girl asked how he was going to make her a goddess. The mutants asked what Chan and Yui had done to become so strong. Chan said he was not afraid to say that there was only one group stronger than them in this world right now. The cannibals didn't understand who he was talking about, but soon their attention was drawn to something else. The mutants heard the crackling sound and looked up at the sky. Chan and Yui also looked up at the sky and saw bugs. It had been sunny just recently, but now a huge shadow hung over the cannibals. The chattering became louder and louder. Soon there were so many beetles that they covered the sky. The mutants saw that the beetles were walking on the ground. The insects were rapidly approaching. Yui said that they needed to return to the heights immediately. Chan and Yui immediately returned to the warehouse. The remaining cannibals were forced to flee. However, the beetles soon caught up with them and trampled them. Chan peeked out from his hiding place and asked what was going on. Meanwhile, the survivors of the new settlement near the Sea of Flesh waited for news from Xiaoyang. Soon, panic began to rise in the settlement. Han's group saw the swarm approaching. Through binoculars, they saw the beetles flying towards them and realized that the end had come for them. Han believed that Xiaoyang should have dealt with the nest, but the approaching swarm indicated otherwise. At that moment, the group of survivors heard a strange sound. They saw how the Sea of Flesh began to come to life and raise its tentacles into the sky. The people were overjoyed when the swarm circled the Sea of Flesh, passing the settlement. Han said he felt a strange sense of security when the monster protected them. However, at that moment, one of the lookouts saw a large beetle flying towards them. When everyone noticed the green beetle, the order was given to prepare for battle. However, when the insect got close enough, everyone saw Xiaoyang standing on its back. Soon the beetle landed near the settlement. A small group of survivors came out to meet the guy. Mian stepped forward and greeted Xiaoyang. The Sea of Flesh crept closer and Feng emerged from it, asking what the situation was. Xiaoyang said he had sorted everything out, but there was a group of survivors at the nest that needed to be picked up. Mian was worried about the food supplies, to which the guy said that they were going to expand the fields, so there would be enough food for everyone. Xiaoyang said that soon the entire jungle city would become their farm. Meanwhile, in the jungle, those infected by the giant tree were being successfully treated. Professor He was examining the survivors when a huge beetle appeared on the horizon. It soon became clear that a whole swarm was approaching the jungle. The settlers immediately panicked and ran for cover. People closed the gates to prevent crawling beetles from entering the settlement. However, the insects circled the settlement and flew past. Professor He's group climbed the observation tower and watched the beetles' movements. The old man realized that Xiaoyang's plan had worked. Meanwhile, monsters roamed the wild part of the jungle. They also heard the noise and raised their heads. A swarm of beetles led by Xiaoyang was rapidly approaching them. Having found his target, the boy ordered all the insects to stop. Pointing to the monsters, Xiaoyang said that they were food, after which the bugs rushed into battle. The insects attacked the infected and began to tear them apart. Meanwhile, from the other side, the monsters were attacked by beetles moving along the ground. Soon, the entire group of infected found themselves trapped. The beetles overwhelmed them with numbers. At a rapid pace, the insects cleared the wild jungle of the infected. Eventually, the beetles reached the main tree and gnawed off all the greenery from it. The infected gathered around the trunk, but were unable to protect it from the swarm. Upon seeing Xiaoyang, the tree began to communicate with him through the infected, asking what the boy wanted. Xiaoyang proposed a symbiosis between the monster and his flower platform. However, the tree immediately became enraged and said that its size was greater, which meant that victory would be its own. Xiaoyang's eyes glowed green, and he said that the monster needed to understand something. The guy waved his hand, cutting down the tree trunk, and said that he was in charge here. The beetles began to move aside so that the trunk would not crush them. Now the main trunk was cut down, and all that remained was to uproot the rest. Xiaoyong released the vines and said that this was the tree's last chance to surrender. Soon the tree gave in and prepared for the merger. The vines rose from the stump and released a seed. Xiaoyong released a vine from his hand to devour him. The plant wrapped itself around the seed, which trembled. The system sent a notification about the successfully completed task and the opening of new areas. All this time, the settlement in the developed part of the jungle was in unrest. When they saw the approaching swarm, it became clear that Xiaoyong had accomplished his task. After some time, the guy himself arrived at the settlement on a huge beetle. Professor He first asked if the boy had defeated the giant tree. Xiaoyong replied that the plant had become a part of him. Professor He didn't understand what this meant, so the guy decided to show it clearly. Vines burst forth from under Xiaoyong's feet, beginning to furrow the soil and seed new plants. The guy said that the flower platform's power had increased threefold. Xiaoyong said that all the plants in the jungle city were under his control. Meanwhile, we find ourselves in the coastal town of N. People there survived on the light of fishing. The workers were happy that they had a good catch that day and believed that luck had smiled on them. However, it soon started to rain. People heard strange sounds and became worried. The weather suddenly deteriorated and a storm began, which provoked a giant wave. All the people immediately rushed to take shelter so that the wave would not sweep them away from the buildings. Someone began to worry about the catch, but they were told that their lives would be more important than the fish. All the survivors rushed across the bridges to the landing stage. However, no matter how hard people tried to escape, the water was faster. Some were unable to find shelter within the walls of the buildings. The water washed them off the bridges and pulled them into the sea. Waves passed through the floating city, destroying bridges and some buildings. When the sea calmed down, corpses floated to the surface. People gradually began to emerge from the buildings, and one of the survivors said that it was now clear where such a catch came from. The settlers urgently needed to pull all the bodies out of the water and burn them. Some of the platforms were demolished, making movement between buildings difficult. Meanwhile, the rains reached Xiaoyong's settlement. Realizing that the rain was not going to stop, the guy called an emergency meeting. Lycan said that with this kind of rain, the fields in the neighboring town would flood. Professor He said the flower platform adapts quickly, but prolonged rainfall will reduce yields. Suddenly, a thought came into Xiaoyong's head. Lycan saw the boy rise from his seat and asked what happened. Xiaoyong told everyone to be quiet and sat down. The guy put his ear to the floor and listened. A few moments later, Xiaoyong jumped up. The guy ordered that all the people from the neighboring city be immediately taken to the fortress. The council members didn't understand what was going on, but Xiaoyong ordered them to hurry. Soon, the nearest town was urgently evacuated. Jiangxi approached Xiaoyong and asked if there really was an enemy they couldn't handle. At that moment, Shanshan's voice came from the roof of the building, saying that the water was rising. Jiangxi and Lin immediately jumped onto the roof to see everything with their own eyes. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. A large stream of water approached from the sea. Lycan said there was more than a meter of water here, and he was afraid to even imagine what it would be like in City N. And Jiangxi was worried about whether the walls would hold up. At this moment, Xiaoyong stepped forward, energy surging out of him. The guy's eyes and body were glowing. The guy's appearance greatly frightened the newly arrived survivors. Vines burst out from Xiaoyong's body and rushed outside the settlement. They intertwined with each other like a dense wall. Soon, the entire settlement was surrounded by a huge wall of vines. The water rose quickly and soon collided with the wall. The wave was stopped, thereby reducing the load on the fortress walls. It was visible how outside the fortress, the water was destroying buildings. The new arrivals saw the city they had just come from being washed away. The survivors realized that without Xiaoyong, they would all have drowned. People began to worry that the fields in the jungle might be destroyed, meaning they would now have problems with food. While all the survivors were worried about supplies, Xiaoyong was wondering what caused such a flood. At this moment, a message came from the system about the discovery of a new type of disaster. Xiaoyong immediately contacted settlements in other cities. The guy warned everyone about the approaching wave. Flower field managers advised abandoning the plants, as they would be able to adapt to the conditions on their own. All the settlers managed to take shelter in buildings before the wave reached them. The walls of the settlement were able to stop the waves. All the flower fields were flooded, but the plants were able to break through the thickness of the water. Meanwhile, the wave managed to reach the settlement near the Sea of Flesh, where Feng was able to partially relieve the impact force of the flood. When the water reached all the settlements, Xiaoyang received feedback from the settlement leaders. The guy told Lycan that the outer wall of the plant on the west was damaged. Xiaoyang also said that the hive in City B on the coastline suffered more serious damage. Many beetles died in the natural disaster, but as long as the queen remains alive, the swarm will quickly recover. Lycan said it would be better if the water subsided soon so they could resume production. Professor Hay said the water is salty, meaning the soil will need 2 years to recover. Xiaoyang said that the food supply should last for 3 years, and in 6 months, the jungle lands would begin to produce a stable harvest. The guy believed that their first priority was to understand what this flood actually was. Meanwhile, in the city of N, most of the buildings had already sunk. A small group of survivors gathered on the roof of the building and hoped that the water would not rise again. A survivor named Tao said that the dead could have already turned into water ghosts and are now waiting for them underwater. Some people doubted that it happened so quickly, but the guy said that he heard splashes underwater last night. Tao stood up and walked closer to the rooftop railing. The guy pointed at the water and told me to take a closer look. The water was calm, but not a single corpse surfaced. One of the men said that they could not stay on this structure because it was too cramped and low. At that moment, a scream was heard from the neighboring building. There were survivors on the roof who told us to move to them because the sea monster could appear at any moment. The buildings were separated by a large space filled with water. Tao didn't know what they should do, but his team members said they could only try to take a risk. This same man volunteered, so they tied a rope around him so that he could be pulled out of the water at any moment. When the preparations were complete, he jumped from the roof. The man plunged into the water, which at first glance was calm. Once underwater, he opened his eyes to check out the situation. The man immediately noticed the silhouettes in the water. They began to approach him rapidly. These were the bodies of drowned people who had turned into water ghosts. The man immediately panicked and began to surface. He rowed with his arms as hard as he could, but the ghosts were much faster. The men surfaced and tried to catch their breath. Tao asked how things were underwater. The man immediately screamed to be pulled out of the water. The survivors began to pull on the rope, but the water ghosts had already grabbed the man. The infected began to drag him under the water. The survivors tried to pull the man out of the water, but the ghosts were much stronger. No matter how hard they tried, the man was already pulled under the water. More and more infected flocked to his blood. Soon, the man's strength completely left him and he gave up. The tension caused the rope to break, and the survivors who were pulling on it all fell. Tao looked at the broken rope and said that the man was definitely dead. One of the survivors walked to the edge of the roof and pointed at something in the water. A corpse floated to the surface not far from their building. The guy immediately started having a panic attack. He didn't want to die like that. It became clear to everyone that there were a lot of water ghosts under the water now, which meant that moving to the neighboring building would not be possible. At that moment, the survivors noticed some movement in the sky. People recognized the beetles, but they couldn't even imagine how big they were if they could be seen from afar. Tao's group was in despair, for water ghosts were waiting for them in the water, and a horde of beetles was in the sky. At that moment, the survivors noticed sea monsters swimming towards them. Tao told everyone to gather together and get ready. The heads of sea monsters appeared from the water and were already aiming at the building. A group from a neighboring building warned that monsters were entering the building through the windows. Tao immediately ran to the lower floor and said that they needed to hold the stairwell. The people in the neighboring building had already decided that Tao's group would not survive. At that moment, the survivors went down to the floor and ran to the landing. The sea monsters were already climbing the stairs. Their roar echoed across the site. One of the guys ran faster than anyone else to the door leading to the landing. He grabbed the handle and hurried to slam the door. At the last moment, the guy saw the monster, who was already reaching for the door. The guy pulled the handle with all his might and slammed the door. He leaned his back against the door and exhaled, feeling relief. At that moment, the rest of the group ran up to him, and Tao said that it was too dangerous. However, their peace did not last long. The sea monsters took out their spears and stabbed them into the guys standing at the door. Then there was a loud knock, and Tao realized that the monsters were breaking down the door. One of the survivors quickly began to move the table towards the door. Ignoring his friend's body hanging on the spears, the guy placed the table against the door. All the survivors immediately rushed to the table and began to hold it to keep the monsters out. However, the strength of the sea monsters was very great, so they were not able to hold the barricade for long. When the survivors moved away from the table, the knocking stopped. But the monsters began emitting sound waves. People's heads spun and they covered their ears. The next moment, the door was knocked down. Tao was wounded, but managed to escape with another survivor while the monsters finished off his friends. The two guys ran out onto the rooftops and closed the door. But they knew the iron door wouldn't keep out the sea monsters. Tao said they had no choice but to jump into the water. The second guy reminded me that there are water ghosts in the water. Tao began to undress and said that they would die anyway. But this way, they would at least try to survive. The guy hesitated for a while, but seeing Tao's determination, he also decided to jump. Having stripped down to their pants, the boys jumped off the roof together. Once underwater, Tao immediately looked around. Water ghosts were already approaching them from the depths. The guys immediately swam towards the neighboring building. Tao saw that the second guy had already been captured, but he couldn't help him in any way. Taking advantage of the fact that most of the water monsters were busy with the guy, Tao swam to the surface. Having emerged, the guy quickly brought his breathing back to normal. Tao said that it wouldn't be that easy to catch up with him, because he was from their swimming team. The guy rushed to the neighboring tall building, where there were still survivors. By this time, the sea monsters had already made their way onto the roof and killed Tao's entire group. Seeing the guy swimming away, the monsters rushed into the water. A survivor from a nearby rooftop shouted at Tao to hurry, as the monsters were already swimming after him. Sea monsters moved through the water much faster than any human, thanks to the transformation of their bodies. The survivors no longer had any hope that Tao would survive, as the monsters were rapidly closing the distance. Tao noticed them and said that he could not die in the water because he was a swimmer. The sea monster jumped out of the water and prepared to strike the guy. Tao rowed with all his might, but he already understood that he would not be able to escape. At that moment, a huge beetle flew past the roof and rushed towards the water. The insect flew into the water at full speed, knocking down the sea monster. The beetle was able to cut the monster into pieces. The survivors on the roof did not understand why the beetles attacked the sea monsters so abruptly. Tao decided that this was his chance and swam towards the building with renewed strength. At this time, the sea monsters focused their attention on the beetle that had fallen into the water. The monsters quickly dealt with the beetle, piercing it with spears. Meanwhile, Xiao Yung was in his fortress, watching what was happening from a distance. Thanks to his new powers, the boy could see what his bugs saw. Professor He asked how things were going, to which Xiao Yung replied that he had another order. After some time, Xiao Yung gathered Shanshan, Xiao, and Lycan, and they set off on a boat to do the mission. Xiao asked why they didn't fly on the bugs, to which Xiao Yung replied that the bugs might attack due to instincts. The boy was too confident and said that the insects wouldn't be able to hurt him anyway, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Xiao Yung patted Xiao on the head and said that he was more worried about his bugs. At that moment, a scream was heard nearby. On a small homemade raft, there was a group of 5 survivors who were trying to fight off the water ghosts. One monster grabbed a girl named Xiao Yu by the hand and pulled her into the water. Seeing this, the rest of the group rushed to her aid. However, it was too late, and the girl had already been dragged under the water. The water ghosts pulled the girl to the bottom, and she gradually lost consciousness. Xiao Yu's father ran to the edge and took off his jacket, preparing to jump after his daughter. One of the survivors began to stop him, but the man said that he would rather die with his daughter. At that moment, the survivors heard the sound of a motorboat. Looking towards the direction where the sound came from, they saw Xiao Yung's group. The survivors immediately began waving their hands and asking for help. Xiao Yung said that they needed to swim over and find out what happened. As Shanshan swam closer, she noticed monsters trying to reach the survivors on the raft. Xiao Yung said that he had already seen them in City N through the eyes of bugs. But these monsters were not the most dangerous thing that awaited them. The guy said that they needed to deal with these monsters first, and Xiao immediately stood up and took out his gun. The survivors saw Xiao Yung's group had weapons and were glad that they were now saved. Shanshan and Xiao began to fire at the water monsters. The raft was soon recaptured. Xiao Yu's father fell to his knees and began to beg for the salvation of his daughter, who was dragged underwater by water ghosts. Xiao Yung listened to the man and looked into the water. The guy saw a girl who was surrounded by water ghosts and was being pulled deeper and deeper. Xiao Yung stood up and took off his outer clothing. One of the raft survivors said it wasn't worth it. However, Xiao Yung didn't listen to him and jumped into the water anyway, causing the survivors to think that this was the first time the boy had seen water ghosts. One of the survivors looked at Xiao Yu's father and said that he had sent the boy to certain death. Meanwhile, Xiao Yung was underwater, heading towards the girl. The water ghosts immediately left Xiao Yu and swam towards the boy. The monsters swam up and grabbed the guy by the legs, pulling him to the bottom. However, Xiaoyang had no intention of giving in to them, but merely let them get closer to him. A moment later, the guy delivered a blow with such power that even water did not reduce its force. Xiaoyang struck the water, causing a current that soon turned into a whirlpool. The raft and boat began to rock violently on the water, which became rough. The survivors did not understand what could have happened in the water to create such a current. A few moments later, Xiao Yu's body emerged from the water. The father managed to catch his daughter so that she wouldn't hit the raft. The man tried to shout to Xiao Yu, who was unconscious. Xiaoyang jumped out of the water after the girl. One of the survivors asked how the boy was able to save Xiao Yu from the water ghosts and remain unharmed. A girl from the group of survivors noted that Xiaoyang not only emerged from the water safe and sound, the bodies of the slain water ghosts began to float around the raft. Xiaoyang said that at the moment, it was more important to save Xiao Yu, since her brain would soon be damaged by oxygen deprivation. The survivors immediately placed the girl on a raft and began to resuscitate her. Soon, Xiao Yu coughed out all the water from his lungs and began breathing again. The father could not hold back his tears of joy. The man immediately fell to his knees in front of Xiaoyang and asked how he could thank him. The guy said that they were from the city M, where the flood had already reached, so they came to find out what happened. The survivors thanked them again for their help, but one girl asked for more help and tow the raft to a safe place. She said that if the water ghosts had already reached them, then the sea monsters would soon appear, and no one could cope with them. Xiaoyang immediately remembered seeing sea monsters through the eyes of beetles when he went on reconnaissance missions to N City. The boy heard the water moving and turned to see what was happening. Xiaoyang pointed to the side and asked if these were the sea monsters they were talking about. The dorsal fins of the monsters, which were already swimming towards them, were visible from the water. The survivors confirmed the guy's suspicions and began preparing for battle. The sea monsters had already noticed the people and were swimming towards them. One of the survivors grabbed Xiaoyang's hand and said that they urgently needed to swim away from here. However, the people realized that they would not all fit on the boat, so someone would have to stay on the raft. Xiaoyang said that there was no point in panicking, as they would kill all the monsters. The survivor began to convince the guy that these monsters were much more agile than the water ghosts, and therefore they could not be defeated in the water. At that moment, the monsters reached the raft, and one of them jumped out of the water with a spear in his hands. However, Xiaoyang quickly intercepted the weapon. The sea monster was even confused by such an action. Xiaoyang pulled the spear towards himself and extended his hand towards the monster. The guy grabbed the confused sea monster by the neck. The next moment, everyone heard the crunch as the monster's neck broke. Xiaoyang threw the monster's body into the water. The survivors couldn't believe that the guy had defeated the monster with his bare hands. Meanwhile, another monster jumped out of the water and tried to attack Xiao. The boy dodged and told Xiaoyang that these monsters moved much faster than those cannibals from the western outskirts. The guy replied that such speed could be explained by the fact that these creatures live in water. At that moment, the survivors saw how one monster decided to attack Soyun from behind. Despite attempts to warn the boy about the threat, the sea monster still dragged him underwater. Panic immediately broke out among the survivors of the raft. Meanwhile, the sea monsters decided that they should deal with Xiaoyang first. They dragged the guy into the deep and decided to attack all at once. The monsters raised their spears and prepared to strike. However, the weapon was unable to pierce Xiaoyang's skin. The sea monsters froze, not understanding how this was possible. At this moment, vines burst out from Xiaoyang's body. The plant spread its branches underwater, entwining the sea monsters. Xiaoyang asked if the monsters knew what the most inhumane method was against fish. The next moment, the guy launched a bioelectric discharge through the vines. Electricity instantly paralyzed the bodies of the underwater monsters. Meanwhile, on the raft, people began to worry that it had become too quiet. A body floated near the raft, and people immediately rushed to check who it was. The survivors soon realized that it was not Xiaoyang, but a sea monster. Gradually, more and more monsters surfaced. Xiao laughed and said that there was nothing to worry about, since the survivors were safe with them. At that moment, vines appeared from the water and caught on the raft. The plant formed a path along which Xiaoyang emerged from the water. The survivors saw the vines returning to the boy's body. People were worried about this and asked if Xiaoyang was a human being. Xiaoyang said that if they wanted to survive, they should go with him to the central areas of N City. Xiao Yu's father said that they had barely escaped from there and were just about to head inland. Xiaoyang said that in their current state, they would not be able to survive in the interior of the continent. Shan Shan spoke about zombies, mutants, cannibals, and carnivorous plants, which are no easier to deal with than what's in the sea. At this moment, hope of salvation left the survivors. Xiao Yong once again suggested that the people should come with them, as it would be quite easy to ensure their safety. Meanwhile, another group of survivors in City N watched the monsters from the roof of a building. One part of the group went down lower and watched the sea monsters. From the monsters' behavior, people realized that they were not going to swim away. One of the guys said that they were safe because the building was big and tall, which meant the monsters couldn't get to them. However, the guy was quickly put in his place, told that they too were locked in here, with no way to get water or food. At that moment, the sound of a motorboat was heard in the distance. The survivors gathered together and saw a boat pulling a raft. Xiao Yong looked at the back and recognized the place where the beetles had landed. The guy told the rest of the group that they needed the building that was in front of them. At this moment, people in the building started shouting for Xiao Yong's group to leave immediately. The guy on the raft told Xiao Yong that sea monsters are strong in the water, but if they leave it for a long time, their strength will drop sharply. That's why people from City N try to climb into the tallest buildings, because that's where it's safest. Xiao Yong said that in that case, they would need to pull the sea monsters out of the water. But the survivor had no idea how they would do that. Meanwhile, the people in the building began to think that the survivors on the raft simply couldn't hear them, so they were in no hurry to swim away. At that moment, they noticed that the sea monsters had become more active. The monsters were already heading towards the raft. Xiao Yong ordered to leave the boat here and not to come closer, so as not to hit his own people. Xiao became worried and asked what the guy was up to. Xiao Yong walked to the edge of the boat and said he would handle it himself. The guy said he was going to do something not quite decent. Xiao Yong pushed off the boat sharply, causing everyone to fall. The guy rushed towards the sea monsters at great speed. Xiao Yong began to spin in the air. After a few moments, the boy released a multitude of vines from his hand. The plant sank into the water and began to spread. The sea monsters froze, trying to figure out what the guy was doing. Energy began to accumulate around Xiao Yong. The next moment, the guy used the bioelectric charge skill. The current began to flow through the vines and spread across the water's surface. All monsters within the blast radius were fried by electricity. One of the surviving monsters pointed at the building and swam towards it. Sea monsters began to emerge from the water to avoid the electricity. Xiao Yong stopped spreading bioelectricity and said that the advantage was now on his side. The guy said that sea monsters without water turn into fish on a cutting board. At that moment, the people in the building again noticed the approaching swarm of beetles. Now there were many more insects than the first time. The sea monsters raised their spears and looked at the new enemy with horror. Xiao Yong announced the start of the feast, thereby giving the beetles the order to attack the enemy. The beetles immediately rushed into battle. They surrounded the sea monsters and overwhelmed them with numbers. Soon, there was nothing left of the monsters. People from the building watched what was happening and wondered if Xiao Yong was their friend. When the feast was over, the beetles gathered and began to fly away. Meanwhile, Xiao Yong returned to the boat and, along with the other survivors, landed on the floor of a high-rise building. The guy found himself on the roof of the building in one jump, next to a group of survivors. People were afraid of being unfamiliar with inhuman abilities. Xiao Yong raised his hand and said he was not a monster. One of the survivors pointed to the sky and asked about the beetles that were still flying over their building. Xiao Yong turned to the beetles and waved his hand. Roy immediately turned around and flew towards his base. Xiao Yong looked at the survivors again and asked if anyone could tell him what happened here. People said that a giant tsunami destroyed the previously peaceful life of the residents of the city of N. Many people on the street and on the lower floors died instantly. In the first days after the disaster, they desperately waited for help. But it never came, as all communications were completely lost. At that time, the biggest threat was the lack of food, so people began to build boats to sail inland. However, they encountered water ghosts and sea monsters, so all the survivors decided to stay in the high-rise buildings. The survivors said the water ghosts were created by sea monsters. No one knows what methods they used to turn corpses into living dead, but they were designed to drown people. The man said that sea monsters drag people to the bottom and cut out their livers and intestines, after which they turn into ghosts. Xiao Yong said that these feeding habits are indeed typical of wild animals. One of the survivors said that with such power, Xiao Yong would be able to destroy the sea monster farm. The guy asked what farm they were talking about. The survivor said that sea monsters hunt collectively, and if prey is scarce, they immediately kill their victims. Xiaoyong suggested that if there were a lot of people, the monsters would take them to the so-called farm. The survivor said that this is indeed the case. The man said that farms are usually located on islands near the coast. This is done so that fresh liver can be obtained at any time. At that moment, there was a group of prisoners on one of these islands. One of the survivors was unable to be captured by the monsters, so he tracked the monsters and came to the farm to save his friends. A boy named An Ping approached the prisoners and was immediately noticed by the survivors. An Ping took out a sharp stone and began to cut the ropes. Having untied one man, the boy told him to free the others from their ropes, and in the meantime, he would launch the fishing boat. One person had already managed to escape from the farm, so the guy was confident that they would succeed too. An Ping walked towards the water and told everyone to be quiet so as not to attract the attention of the sea monsters. The guy went into the sea and swam to the nearest fishing boat. Soon, An Ping managed to start the engine and sailed towards the island. However, the sea monsters had already noticed him. One of the monsters made his way onto the ship and pierced the guy from behind with a spear. An Ping saw the weapon sticking out of his chest and panicked. The guy looked at the monster and began to beg him not to touch him, but it was all useless. Meanwhile, the man the boy had freed was gradually freeing the rest of the people from their bonds. At that moment, one girl screamed loudly. At first, the man did not understand what had happened and told the girl to calm down, but then he looked up and saw what had caused her to scream. The sea monster dragged An Ping's body to the fence. The monster gave the order, and the monsters immediately rushed at the people. Those who managed to free themselves from the bonds got out of the pen and began to run away. However, the monsters quickly caught up with them and killed them on the spot. The sea monsters immediately began cutting out organs. They cut people while they were still conscious. Soon, the entire beach was filled with screams. Several people still remained in the pen and saw that all those who had been freed had been killed. After a while, the screams died down, and the monsters collected all the loot with them. The corpses began to tremble and gradually rose. They turned into water ghosts. The monsters immediately headed towards the sea. Once in the water, they began to move much better. Now they were in their element. For the first time, the captives saw how water ghosts actually appeared. The sea monsters stood next to the pen, and then the people realized that the monsters were intimidating them. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong received a message from the system that a new disaster had been activated. Since the task was called the original Ichthyander, the guy decided that it related specifically to sea monsters. Xiaoyong asked the survivor how he knew so much about the disaster. The man replied that he not only saw everything with his own eyes, but was also able to escape from the farm. Sea monsters have the ability to learn, so they have learned to control ships in order to capture living people en masse. The man managed to steal a boat, which allowed him to escape from the farm. Xiaoyong asked if he remembered the direction, to which the survivor replied that he generally remembered where it was. The man said that he would never have gone back there before, but with Xiaoyong, he was no longer afraid. The survivor said he couldn't refuse the boy's help. Xiaoyong said that they would leave in 2 days. The guy said that this time would be needed to restore the settlement of the city of N. Also, Xiaoyong would like to establish some protection for the settlers. The guy jumped onto the roof parapet and released the liana from his hand. The survivors asked what Xiaoyong was going to do. The guy didn't answer and just waved his hand, shaking the buds off the vine. The buds flew in different directions and fell into the water next to the building. After a few moments, the buds began to open and formed poisonous green flowers on the water. The water was contaminated with plant spores, causing the sea monsters' bodies to begin to move again. Now they were controlled by vines. The severed limbs returned to their place, returning the monsters to their original appearance. One of the survivors asked what Xiaoyong had thrown into the water. A few moments later, several sea monsters jumped onto the roof. People got scared and started to retreat. All the monsters Xiaoyong had defeated had come back to life and were now standing in front of them. People immediately began asking the guy to protect them from sea monsters. However, Xiaoyong told them that there was nothing to worry about. The monsters lined up, letting the guy go first. Xiaoyong said that although these monsters inherited some of the properties of sea monsters, they are now a plant organism. The guy waved his hand towards the sea and said that the others were now under control too. People walked to the edge of the roof and looked out into the sea with curiosity. The survivors saw water ghosts that were now floating calmly on the surface, under complete control. One guy asked how Xiaoyong was going to rebuild their settlement then. However, soon the attention of the survivors was drawn to a chirping sound. The people looked up and saw a swarm of beetles that was even larger than what they had seen before. The insects flew towards Xiaoyong's call, led by the antenna beetle. Fortifying the settlement took some time, and the beetles worked even at night. When morning came, the survivors began to wake up. One of them woke up and looked out the window. He couldn't help but scream when he saw what was happening on the street. The beetles worked at full capacity all night and built a new settlement. Now the vines intertwined and hung between the buildings like bridges. The survivors could not have imagined that the city would change so much overnight. Xiao asked Xiaoyang how he did it, and he replied that the adaptive spore and the octoploid nest insects were able to change the terrain. The guy said that he had decided to conduct some more daring experiments and invited the boy to see them in person. Soon, Xiaoyang led his men into one of the buildings and said that all the insects fight noticeably worse in the water than on land. So the guy decided to make a specialized queen out of one antenna individual. Thanks to her, Xiaoyang decided to breed insects specially adapted to the aquatic environment. The guy had already managed to create several types of underwater beetles, but he was still not satisfied with the result. Xiaoyang assumed that in 1 or 2 days he would be able to find a sufficiently effective form. Shanshan said they are moving further and further away from the image of positive heroes. The preparation of the settlement took another 2 days. After this time, a boat appeared on the horizon. People who managed to escape from sea monsters hid in it. The 4 survivors waited for the monsters to swim away and began to actively row towards the city of N. Through the fog, they could dimly see the outline of the city. They were in a hurry to get to the buildings before the sea monsters or water ghosts noticed them. Soon, people began to notice that the city was looking more like a monster's lair, but they had no other choice. At that moment, one of the survivors noticed a tail behind them. Several sea monsters noticed their boat and were already heading towards them. People were in despair because they almost managed to escape. When the sea monsters came close enough, hope completely left the boat's passengers. The monster jumped out of the water, getting ready to attack the people. The survivors screamed loudly and ducked. At that moment, a long, flat beetle jumped out of the water. The insect knocked down the sea monster, pushing it away from the boat with people. The beetle dragged the monster down to the bottom. People froze, not understanding what had just happened. They soon realized that a beetle had attacked the monsters from the water. The sea monsters surrounded the insect and attacked it in a group. They were confident that victory was theirs. However, one of the monsters felt the movement of water behind him. He turned around and was horrified by what he saw. A whole swarm of underwater beetles was already heading in their direction. They moved one after another in an even formation. The sea monsters realized that they could not win this battle, so they tried to swim away. Meanwhile, the people on the boat only now realized that the beetles were driving away the monsters. Even under the thickness of the water, it was clear that the insects were far superior to the sea monsters. The monsters tried to swim away, but the insects were much faster. Soon, the beetles caught up with the sea monsters and began to eat. One of the survivors said that there was no reason to rejoice, because they had simply become prey not to sea monsters, but to beetles. Having dealt with the monsters that had invaded their territory, the insects turned their attention to the boat. The beetles suddenly jumped out of the water and grabbed the back of the boat with their claws. The people realized that the insects were pushing the boat towards the island, which was their nest. The survivors decided that if they jumped out of the boat now, the beetles would simply tear them to pieces in the water. Gradually, visibility improved, and people saw the shore ahead. Insects were able to change the landscape, so a new island was formed in the middle of the sea. On the shore, the survivors saw people and sea monsters standing together. Once on the shore, the survivors began to get out of the boat. Xiaoyang met them and greeted them first. The guy realized that the people were scared of the sea monsters standing nearby, so he said that they were completely under his control. The survivors asked who he was, and then the guy replied that he was the one who was rebuilding this human settlement. Remembering everything they had gone through on their way to the island, people began to doubt Xiaoyang's words. No matter how hard they tried, they still felt that this place did not look like a human settlement at all. A group of settlers came out to the new arrivals, and one of them said that there was nothing to worry about. The settlers said that the beetles and sea monsters entwined with vines were not dangerous, as Xiaoyang had complete control over them. They invited the new arrivals to go to the free rooms, since they would now be comrades. Soon, Xiaoyang's squad and a survivor from the city of N named Zhang Chun gathered on the shore and agreed to show the farm. The man asked if they were really ready to go to the sea monster feeding ground right now. Xiaoyang replied that based on the last battle, 2 beetles were more than enough for 1 monster. So now was the time to move out. Xiao was about to go with them, but Xiaoyang stopped him. saying that he and Jung Chun could handle it together. The boy looked at the guy and asked if this was because Xiao Yung didn't believe in their strength. The guy replied that Xiao was indeed strong, but on land, and in water it was better to act carefully. Lycan said that Xiao Yung was right, because if someone ended up in the water, the guy would have to be distracted all the time. After some time, the boat carrying Xiao Yung and Jung Chun set off. The man looked at the beetles pushing the boat and said that he would never have thought that he would move like that. At that moment, the fins of sea monsters appeared from under the water nearby. Jung Chun noticed them immediately. The man looked through the telescope and reported to Xiao Yung that the sea monsters were approaching. The guy glanced in the direction from which the monsters were swimming. The beetles immediately reacted and split up, so that one half would continue pushing the boat, while the other half would deal with the sea monsters. The boat continued on its way, not paying attention to what was left behind. The sea monsters were distracted from the boat by the approaching insects. Soon, their collision occurred. A battle broke out underwater, causing the water to become restless. After a while, everything became quiet. The bodies of sea monsters gradually began to float to the surface. Meanwhile, the beetles joined the main group. Jung Chun couldn't believe how easily the insects dealt with the sea monsters. The man rubbed his nose and said with a smile that they were indeed very strong. We are transported to an island that has become a farm for sea monsters. A small group of people still remained in captivity. One of the prisoners noticed something and started screaming. Turning around, all the people saw a group of monsters heading towards them. The captives began to scream and try to fight off the sea monsters. Meanwhile, Xiao Yung's boat stopped near the island, and Jung Chun watched what was happening through a telescope. The man said that at this very moment the monsters were killing people, so they should hurry. Xiao Yung walked to the bow of the boat and told Jung Chun to hold on tight. As soon as the man stepped back, the boy sat down on the edge of the boat. Then Xiao Yung pushed off sharply and headed towards the island. Even though Jung Chun held on, he still almost fell out of the boat. Meanwhile, the monster grabbed one of the captives and raised a knife over him. Hearing the strange sound, the sea monster stopped and turned around. A second later, Xiao Yung was next to him. The prisoner fell to the ground and felt something slimy smear his face. Looking at the sea monster, the guy saw only the lower part of the body. The prisoner turned slightly and saw the silhouette of a guy standing nearby with the upper part of the monster in his hands. Xiao Yung's eyes glowed, but this only frightened the survivor even more. He was amazed at how easily the boy dealt with the monster. All the attention of the captives and sea monsters was now focused on Xiao Yung. People looked at the guy and didn't understand whether they should expect salvation from him. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong shouted from the boat for Xiao Yung to continue. One of the monsters rushed at Xiao Yung with a spear in his hands. However, the guy leaned slightly to the side and the spear did not hit him. Xiao Yung grabbed the shaft with one hand. After this, the guy pulled the spear towards himself, thereby pulling the monster closer. With one blow, Xiao Yung severed the sea monster's head. The monsters realized that they couldn't handle the guy, so they ran to the water. Seeing this, Zhang Chun lost his confidence. The guy took out a knife and said that he didn't believe that the monsters would be able to hurt him as long as Xiao Yung was here. The sea monsters ran to the water and jumped. Water beetles jumped out of the water to meet them. The prisoners screamed when they saw new monsters appearing in the sea. After a while, everything calmed down. Xiao Yung stood by the pen and waited for Zhang Chun to approach. The man landed on the shore once all the monsters were killed. One of the captives asked why Xiao Yung looked so human if he wasn't. At this moment, Zhang Chun came over and said that Xiao Yung was the leader of the survivors who had come to rescue the prisoners. Seeing that the people doubted the man's words, Xiao Yung asked why they thought he had freed them. However, all the prisoners' doubts disappeared when they recognized Zhang Chun as the man who had managed to escape from the island. The man was told that most of his acquaintances had already been killed by monsters. Xiao Yung looked at the island in the distance and guessed that this sea monster farm was not the only one. One of the survivors said that there are many more farms, and that the monsters themselves do not live on the island but only post guards. Xiao Yung said that in this vast ocean, it would not be easy to exterminate all the sea monsters. The guy said that first they would return to the settlement and think about what to do next. If he can't come up with anything, he'll send a swarm of insects to clean up the ocean. The group picked up one of the large fishing boats from the shore and headed back to the settlement. Xiao was waiting for them on the shore, so he was the first to notice the boat approaching. When the boat stopped, the boy ran closer. Xiao said that not even a day had passed, and Xiao Yung had already returned from the mission. The guy introduced the survivors and told the boy to take care of their resettlement in the settlement. Xiaoyong turned to Shanshan and Lycan and ordered them to go after Professor He and Mian. The man and the girl immediately set off on a motorboat. As they began to approach their city, the boat began to cling to the debris of buildings. Shanshan said that they couldn't go any further because the water had already begun to recede. But Lycan said that they were already close. Soon they arrived at the walls of the fortress, where they were immediately noticed by a lookout. Seeing who had returned, the sentry immediately ordered the gates to be opened. Once inside, Shanshan's first question was where Professor He was. The lookout reported that there was a problem in the Sea of Flesh yesterday, so the professor went there to help. Lycan said that they still needed to go to Feng's settlement to pick up Mian from there, so they should hurry. Meanwhile, Professor Ha examined the patient and said that it was acute pancreatitis, which meant there was almost no chance of survival. The old man looked at Mian, who was unconscious, and said that she was doomed. Feng watched the inspection from behind the glass. He seemed to feel no emotion. Yanbin said that they urgently needed to go to Xiaoyang, but Professor He said that the girl would die in less than half a day. Feng said there was another way to save her. The man put his hand to the glass and said that it was possible to infect Mian with mimic flesh. The old man said it would be very difficult to replace just the pancreas, but Feng replied that he would infect the girl completely. Professor He said that in that case, Mian would no longer be human, and Xiaoyang would be unable to help her. Feng said it would still be better than letting his daughter die. The man said that his thinking is already far from human, so he does not know whether his choice is in line with humanity. Yanbin couldn't help but walk towards the door leading into the room. The man opened it and told Feng to come in and do as he saw fit. Yanbin said that it was better to live poorly than to die beautifully, and if anything happened, they could then help Mian pass away. Professor He said that made sense. Feng walked into the room and approached the bed, releasing the mimic flesh from his hand. The man said that if Mian were to be infected with a large amount of mimic flesh at once, the reaction would be extremely violent, so it needed to be contained. Yanbin and his assistant approached and pinned the girl to the bed. The mimic flesh that separated from Feng began to crawl into the girl's mouth, nose, and ears. A few moments later, her eyes flew open. Mian jumped up on the bed and started screaming in pain. Gradually, her eyes rolled back and turned red. A few minutes passed and the girl became quiet. The professor thought that Mian had succumbed to the infection, but Feng said that they needed to give her some time. Soon, the girl was able to move her finger. Mian began coughing up blood, and then Professor He realized that the infection had been successful. The old man told Yanbin to come over and help the girl sit up before she choked on her own blood. Before the man and his assistant could approach, Feng blocked their path with his hand, transformed into mimic flesh. Everyone was scared and recoiled from the man. Yanbin asked what was going on, and then Feng told everyone to look at the place where the men were about to touch. Transformations from the mimic flesh have already begun to appear on Mian's body. Feng said the girl's body had not yet adapted, so she could accidentally infect anyone who touched her. The man asked if Yanbin and his assistant wanted to become one of them, to which they immediately replied, no. After some time, Mian came to her senses and was able to sit up on her own. Professor He asked her if she felt like she was different from before. Mian said that she felt strange. And then the old man asked if there were any noticeable changes in her emotions and thinking. The girl looked at the professor and asked why there should be something wrong with her. Feng said it takes at least 1 to 2 weeks for the changes in brain structure to become noticeable. Mian looked at her father and asked what the hell they were talking about. Professor He said the girl was in extremely critical condition and would have died without intervention. The old man said that they had made a decision, and Feng had infected her with mimic flesh. Mian was frightened and looked at her hands. A moment later, one of her hands transformed into mimic flesh. Mian felt pain in her arm, but tried to gain control of her body as quickly as possible. Soon the hand returned to its human form. Feng said that Mian needs to adapt as soon as possible and get it under control. At that moment, the door to the room opened and everyone heard the voice of the guard. The guy reported that Shanshan and Lycan had arrived. The girl greeted everyone, and Lycan immediately asked what had happened to them in their absence. Professor He talked about what happened to Mian and how they resolved the issue. The old man asked how things were in City N, and then Lycan said that they had come here for the professor and Mian on Xiaoyang's orders. The old man said that they should leave as quickly as possible, because Xiaoyang might have a way to help Mian. Soon they headed back to the settlement in the city of N. They reached the artificial island by boat and went ashore. Xiaoyang was immediately informed of their arrival, and the boy went out to greet them. Professor Hay first told about what happened to Mian. The girl said she survived monsters, zombies, cannibals, and insects, but in the end almost died from pancreatitis. Xiaoyong told the girl that there was nothing to worry about. The guy released the vines from his hand and warned that it would hurt a little, but he had to be patient. Thin vines began to penetrate the girl's head through her mouth, nose, and eyes. Professor Hay said he knew Xiaoyong would find a way out, but admitted it looked creepy. Soon the guy did everything necessary and recalled the vines. Xiaoyong said Mian was much luckier than Feng, as her brain structure had suffered almost no damage from the recent infection. Professor He asked whether Mian could be considered a person who had successfully merged with the mimic flesh. Xiaoyong replied that it was more like mimic flesh, perfectly assimilated by humans. The guy said that the only downside is that Mian will have a colossal appetite that cannot be suppressed like Feng does. Xiaoyong said that they had dealt with that matter, so it was time to move on to the problem that had caused him to call the professor and Mian. The guy said there was a certain kind of creature and he wanted to find their nest and destroy it. Xiaoyong said that the problem was that it was too difficult to find them in this vast sea. Mian found a way out of this situation faster than the professor. The girl asked Xiaoyong if he knew how a beekeeper kills hornets. Hornets actively hunt bees and are a major headache for beekeepers, reducing honey production. Beekeepers tie a prominent white band around the hornet's waist and release it, then follow the band to find the nest and destroy it. Lycan said that even if he could tag the sea monster, it would be too difficult to chase it in the water. Mian suggested using GPS devices to solve this problem. The girl said that there are special devices that are attached to marine organisms and used for tracking. Xiaoyong asked where they could get such a device. Professor He said that there is a Marine Environmental Institute northwest of N City, and there are likely to be such devices there. Xiaoyong said that it was not in vain that he called Professor He and Mian, and then ordered them to prepare for departure. After some time, the group sailed away from the island of the city of N on a boat. Meanwhile, on the island that Xiaoyong had cleared of sea monsters, things were unsettled. Some of the monsters' corpses washed up on the shore from the sea. However, the main threat was what came ashore. A new group of sea monsters arrived on the island to guard the captives, but they discovered that the farm had been destroyed. After receiving the news, the leader of the sea monsters appeared on the scene. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong and his group were moving towards the Marine Ecological Institute. Lycan was steering the boat and noticed something in the water. Swimming closer, the group saw something resembling a human skeleton. Xiaoyong stretched out his hand and released vines. Having picked up the skeleton, the boy realized that it was not a human skeleton. Mian noticed that similar skeletons were floating all over the area. The girl assumed that a battle had taken place in this place. Xiaoyong said that there must be something else strange here, so everyone should stay on guard. Soon, Professor Hay said that they had arrived. The main building of the Marine Ecological Institute was visible ahead. Lycan steered the boat straight towards the main entrance. The group noticed that in front of the entrance, hanging on spears, were the same remains they had recently seen in the sea. After getting off the boat, Xiaoyong said that there would be no way to avoid conflict with unknown creatures. Shanshan suggested leaving Professor Hay and Mian in the boat, but Xiaoyong decided it would be safer if everyone stayed together. The guy ordered Lycan and Shanshan to cover the rear, and the professor and Mian to stay in the middle. Upon entering the building, Xiaoyong asked where he should look for a GPS, and the old man suggested that they go to the building's map and see where it might be. The building was partially flooded, forcing the group to walk through ankle-deep water. The lights weren't working, so Mian used a flashlight to light the way. Lycan walked behind everyone and heard rustling sounds behind him. Xiaoyong also felt the movement. The guy turned to Shanshan and said that there was someone here. Xiaoyong looked back and said that they were being approached from behind. Soon, the guy realized that there were many more enemies, and they were approaching from the flank. Xiaoyong turned towards the landing and saw a man jump out from around the corner. The stranger immediately began shooting with a rifle. Xiaoyong released the vines, shielding Mian from the bullets. However, the bullets pierced the stems right through. One shell hit Mian in the chest. Xiaoyong didn't understand where weapons could have come from in this place. At that moment, a man, half turned into a sea monster, rushed towards them from the corridor. Lycan noticed another one behind. Xiaoyong became very angry and said that he would have to act in a bad way. The boy released a stream of vines towards the monster standing closest to him. They wrapped themselves around the half-turned man, squeezing his neck. Meanwhile, Lycan stopped the second monster. The man noted that the enemy was not that weak. However, Lycan was still stronger, so he kicked his opponent. The monster flew back into the corridor, hitting the floor. Shanshan turned towards the stairs and told Professor Hay and Mian to follow her. At this moment, a rope was thrown over Mian. The girl, half turned into a sea monster, pulled the rope, pulling Mian aside. The stranger grabbed the girl by the hair and looked at Shanshan. The girl told Xiaoyang that Mian had been captured. The half-converted girl turned to Xiaoyang and ordered him to release Wan Yun. The guy looked at the girl and asked why they could speak like people. Meanwhile, Mian felt the mimic flesh in her body begin to get out of control. The mutant girl immediately noticed something was wrong. A few moments later, tentacles burst out of Mian's body and tore the rope. The mutant girl jumped to the side to avoid being hit. It was the first time she had seen such a monster. The girl lost her footing and fell. Mian's attention was completely focused on her. The prisoner Xiaoyang held named the girl Liu Qian. Xiaoyang pointed his other hand at the girl and released vines. The plant quickly bound Liu Qian. The girl was distracted by Xiaoyang, and at the last moment noticed that Mian was about to strike her. The girl was saved from colliding with the mimic flesh by Xiaoyang pulling her towards himself. It seemed as if Mian had completely lost control of her actions. Wan Yun said that they should be released immediately. Xiaoyang ordered the man to tell his men to stop or he would kill them all. Wan Yun looked at the guy and was surprised that he could speak. Shanshan recalled that they had been talking to each other all this time. Fanon immediately gave the order to his men to stop. Xiaoyang turned to Mian and asked if she could control herself. The girl shook her head and gradually the mimic flesh began to disappear. Mian looked at her hand and said she didn't understand how this happened. Xiaoyang assumed that the girl had not yet fully adapted, but it had not reached the point of complete loss of consciousness. The guy turned to the captives and said that he would let them go, but if they tried to attack again, he would kill them all. After some time, Xiaoyang's group and the sea mutants went to the roof of the institute to talk. Xiaoyang asked what was going on in this place and who they were dealing with. Wan Yun said that they were employees of the institute, and a great wave passed through the city, and then sea monsters and water ghosts attacked. Xiaoyang guessed that all the employees were modified by sea demons. Wan Yun rubbed his neck and said that they became like that because they ate the meat of sea monsters. Lycan said they were crazy, because this could be considered cannibalism in reverse. Wan Yun replied that they simply had no other choice, since there was no other food, so they had to eat monsters. The man said that they couldn't start eating people, a remark that stung Lycan, who had been eating people without his knowledge. Xiaoyang asked about the abilities they had acquired, to which Wan Yun replied that they were no longer afraid of water ghosts. On land, using firearms, they could easily deal with sea monsters. However, recently, there have been more and more sea monsters. One of the Institute's employees suggested that the monsters had developed their own social structure. Xiaoyang confirmed his suspicions and said that an even larger group of monsters would soon come to destroy them all. After learning about all the circumstances, the Institute staff asked who Xiaoyang and his group were. The guy chuckled and said that their composition was much more complex. At this moment, Liu Qian noticed something in the water and immediately reported it to the others. Another group of sea monsters was heading towards the institute. Wan Yun's group immediately prepared for battle. The man told Xiaoyang to go to the main building since they had an advantage in the dark due to their knowledge of the area. The guy replied that there was no need for that, because if the monsters decided to run away, it would be difficult to pursue them. Xiaoyang said that it would be easier to wait here until the monsters jumped out of the water and climbed to their deaths. The staff thought the guy didn't understand what they were about to face. One member of Wan Yun's team remained on the roof to help Xiaoyang, while the rest went to their places. The officer reloaded his machine gun and prepared to shoot. Xiaoyang saw that the battle was about to begin and ordered his men to take care of themselves. Shanshan, Mian, and Lycan got ready. A few moments later, the sea monsters jumped out of the water. They were able to easily jump onto the roof where people were located. An institute employee was frightened by the number of monsters. Xiaoyang, however, had no intention of standing still. The guy released a stream of vines at the enemy. Half of the sea monsters were neutralized. The monsters were shocked by the amount of resistance they put up. At this moment, Lycan entered the battle. Shanshan followed him and began to strike at the opponents. Mian wasn't very good at controlling the mimic flesh yet, but she still tried her best. The Institute staff member lowered his rifle and asked if Xiaoyang's team were really human. People fought with the monsters, and it soon became clear that the sea monsters were clearly inferior in strength. The girls were in no way inferior to the men in this battle. Gradually, the monsters became fewer and fewer. After some time, all the sea monsters were killed. There were many monster corpses on the roof. Xiaoyang told the institute staff that his comrades could go out. Wan Yun went out onto the roof with his men and asked if Xiaoyang had really killed all the monsters. The guy waved his hand at the bodies of the sea monsters and said that they were for food for the employees. Wan Yun said they were willing to share, but Xiaoyang refused, saying they had no shortage of food. The man noted that this was quite logical, since with such abilities one could hunt anyone. Xiaoyang said that they had done the employees a kind of favor, so they wanted to get something in return. The boy asked Professor He to explain what they needed. One of the employees turned to the old man and immediately recognized him as a professor from the Academy of Agriculture and Forestry. The man said his name was Jiang Kang, and he was the director of the Biodiversity Center. Professor He immediately remembered the employee, which pleased him. The old man said that with Jiankang, their task was greatly simplified, since he studied the biodiversity of marine organisms. Professor He explained to the man that they needed a tracking device to locate the sea monster's lair and destroy it. Jiankang said that few people would dare to do such a thing. Xiaoyang asked if there were tracking devices at the institute, to which he received a positive answer. Jiankang suggested going down into the building to find what they needed. Soon the man handed Professor He the necessary device. Xiaoyang told Wanyang's people that there was no point in staying in this place, so they could move to their settlement. Wan Yun doubted that they would be accepted because of their appearance, but Liu Qian reminded him of what Xiaoyang's people looked like. The man decided that this made sense, so he agreed to go to the settlement. Meanwhile, the settlement in the city of N was slowly but surely strengthening. It's been very calm lately, so people have stopped worrying about sea monsters. Xiao, who was left in charge, was resting on the roof of one of the buildings. At some point, the guy noticed that the flying insects began to move at the same time. Xiao stood up and looked in the direction where all the beetles were facing. The boy saw a group of sea monsters heading towards the shore. Xiao Yu grabbed the radio and immediately reported the enemy attack. Soon a group of settlers came out onto the roof. They were armed and ready to fight. Xiao took the rifle and said that the monsters did not value their lives at all since they came to them. The first to enter the battle was a swarm of flying insects. Following them, water beetles rushed towards the enemy. However, this time, the group of sea monsters was led by a sea demon, their leader. The demon waved his spear, giving the order to attack the enemy. The monsters engaged in battle with the bugs underwater. The insects surrounded their opponents and tried to overwhelm them with numbers. Bloody stains appeared on the surface of the water. Xiao said that the swarm had not gained an overwhelming advantage, which meant that the monsters were truly enraged. One of the beetles walked around the group of sea monsters and headed straight towards the demon. However, he quickly noticed the approaching threat. With one sharp movement, the monster pierced the beetle with its spear. The demon was starting to get angry about this whole battle. Soon, he too entered the fray. First, the demon dealt with all the waterborne beetles, after which he swam to the surface of the water. The monster jumped out of the water completely. A swarm of flying insects was already waiting for him above. However, the sea demon easily cut down several beetles at once. The settlers immediately noticed that this monster was clearly different from all those they had seen before. At this moment, the sea monsters subdued by Xiaoyang's vines joined the battle. 3 monsters attacked the sea demon at once. However, the demon parried the blow, and they all sank under the water again. 3 sea monsters stood up to defend the settlement, not letting the demon go any further. The monster looked at them and did not understand why they were fighting against him. Xiao said that he would have to intervene, after which he chuckled, saying that no one had forced him to warm up for a long time. The guy told all the settlers to step aside to give him some space. One of the sea monsters decided to attack first. The demon dodged with ease and pierced him with a spear. The other 2 monsters attacked him from behind at that moment. For a while, the movement in the sea died down. The waves carried the bodies of the slain sea monsters to the shore. The sea demon jumped out of the water. He jumped onto the roof and stood in front of Zhao. The guy looked into the demon's eyes and guessed that he was a little stronger than the cannibals from the city of M. Despite this, Xiao decided that he could handle it. The sea demon did not wait long and rushed into battle, so immediately opened fire with a machine gun. However, the demon easily dodged the barrage of shots. When the monster got close enough, Xiao threw down the machine gun and said, "Now it's time to play." The guy grabbed a machete from behind his back and jumped to the side, causing the spear to strike the roof. The sea demon clearly didn't expect such speed from Xiao. The guy jumped to the side so the monster wouldn't have time to reflect his attack. Xiao struck the sea demon's chest. The settlers did not expect that a boy at such a young age would already possess such strength. The sea demon barely dodged the attack, but immediately ran in the opposite direction from Xiao. The guy asked where he was going, but the monster had already jumped off the roof. Xiao was upset that the demon gave up so quickly. The monster immediately plunged into the water. However, what he saw underwater made him freeze. While he was fighting on the roof, another swarm of underwater beetles swam towards the island. The sea demon began to paddle with all his might to get away from the insects. Meanwhile, Xiao Yung was already returning to the settlement with Wan Yun's group. When an island appeared on the horizon, Shan Shan pointed to it and told Wan Yun that this was their future home. The Institute's staff couldn't understand how Xiao Yung was able to build an island in the middle of the sea. Lycan saw a swarm flying in the sky and said that something had happened. And Xiao Yung noted that they had returned just in time. Through his telescope, Lycan saw that a huge horde of sea monsters had attacked the island. Jiang Kang said they could contribute to this fight. Xiao Yung agreed to accept the help, but reported that the beetles, sea monsters, and water ghosts entwined with plants were on their side. Van Yun's group immediately jumped off the boat. Once in the water, the Institute staff immediately rushed into battle. Lycan told Xiao Yung that an unusual sea monster had climbed onto the roof, and the guy then said that this was a good chance. Xiao Yung said that he would personally deal with this demon. Meanwhile, the settlers on the roof were trying to figure out whether the battle had ended in their victory. Xiao waved his machete and said he wanted to stretch, but it didn't work. At that moment, the sea demon jumped onto the roof from the other side. Xiao noticed him at the last moment and managed to dodge the blow. The guy noted that the demon began to move even faster. The monster had already intercepted the spear and was about to strike, which Xiao could no longer dodge. The boy held the machete in front of him to prevent the spear from piercing him. The force of the blow sent Xiao flying backwards. The sea demon stopped, and his cheeks began to puff out. A few moments later, the monster released several balls of water from its mouth. The water hit Xiao in the face, causing him to close his eyes. The guy immediately realized that the sea demon was trying to block his view. By the time Xiao was able to open his eyes, it was already too late. The sea demon was already very close and was preparing to pierce the guy with a spear. The weapon stopped a centimeter from Xiao's face. The sea demon didn't have time to understand anything. Xiao Yung arrived in time and grabbed the spear, saying that if the demon injured Xiao, he would not be able to explain it to the boy's parents. The monster looked at the guy for a few moments. Grabbing the spear with both hands, the sea demon tried to snatch it from Xiao Yung's hands, but it was all to no avail. The guy asked if the monster really thought he could escape. Realizing that he couldn't defeat Xiao Yung by force, the demon let go of the spear. The monster quickly pulled out a dagger and rushed at the guy again. However, Xiao Yung still didn't budge. When the sea demon got close enough, the boy hit him on the arm, breaking it. The monster immediately dropped the dagger and ran to the edge of the roof. Xiao said that we can't let the demon go, because in the water it becomes stronger and attacks again. However, the monster had already jumped off the roof and began swimming under the island again. Xiao Yung chuckled and said that it would not be possible to attack him suddenly. The guy closed his eyes and concentrated on his sensations. Xiao Yung extended his hand in the direction where the sea demon appeared a second later. The boy released a stream of vines in his direction. The plant entwined the sea demon and immobilized it. Xiao Yung said that with such a roar of water, there was no talk of a surprise attack. The sea demon tried to break free from the vines, but it was no use. Xiao Yung sent a high-voltage discharge through the vines. The vines began to spark, frying the monster. After a few moments, Xiao Yung released the demon and it fell. Xiao walked up and said that he would finish off the monster, but Xiao Yung stopped him, saying that he had deliberately left it alive. The guy said they still needed a guide. While the monster was unconscious, people implanted a tracking chip into it. Shan Shan assumed that the demon would immediately notice the sensor and tear it off on the way to its lair. Xiao Yung said that he would treat the monster with hallucinogenic spores, which would cause it to be half delirious until it reached its lair. After some time, the guy and a small group went to release the demon. Having sailed away from the settlement, Van Yun threw the unconscious monster into the water. Immediately after that, Xiao Yung turned the boat around and they headed towards the island. Gradually, it began to get dark outside. Curious fish swam up to the sea demon and touched him. At that moment, the monster woke up. The sea demon stood upright and rubbed his head. Then the monster looked around, trying to remember what he was doing there. Without understanding anything, the demon headed towards the lair. Mian had been watching the monster all this time and immediately informed Xiaoyang that it had begun to move. The guy said we need to give the monsters a little bit of a head start. After some time, we find ourselves in the lair of sea monsters. The monsters set up their camp under the water and guarded it. One of the lookouts noticed movement. The sea demon was approaching the camp, but it moved constrainedly. The lookout immediately called for help. The sea monsters grabbed the demon and dragged him towards the tent. The lookout gave the order to one of the monsters to report what had happened. Meanwhile, on a nearby island, there was another sea monster farm. The captive people in this place were engaged in growing food. Several people were assigned to oversee the work, but because of this, they began to behave worse than monsters. Some guards used this as an opportunity for personal revenge and flogged those with whom they were on bad terms. One of the prisoners decided to speak out, but because of this, he was beaten even more severely. At that moment, an unusual sea demon with a large head came ashore, guarded by a sea monster. The guards immediately noticed them and stopped. One of them approached the monsters and asked the Lord of the Sea if he would have any instructions. The Sea Lord said that one of his warriors was wounded, so they needed fresh liver and fat to restore his strength. The warden immediately ordered his colleagues to bring in several adult prisoners. All the prisoners were exhausted and very angry at the people who sided with the sea monsters and began to exterminate their own people. Meanwhile, Mian used a sensor attached to the sea demon to track the location of the monster's lair. The girl reported that the lair was located more than 10 kilometers to the southeast. Jiangkang said that the Sitai archipelago is located there. The man said that all the islands in these waters are recorded in the Research Institute's database. Xiaoyang said that this was good news and ordered a meeting. After some time, the detachment was formed, but Xiao was again not taken, which made him upset. Xiaoyang said that he would only take along those who were good in the water. Xiao agreed that Wang Yun's team was going, but he couldn't accept the fact that they were taking Mian with them, who couldn't even swim. Xiaoyang reminded the guy that the girl had the ability to mimic flesh. The guy also noted that this would be an excellent opportunity to test some of his hypotheses. After a while, a small group came down to the water, and Xiaoyang told Mian to act. The girl came closer to the water and transformed her hand into mimic flesh. Flesh pulled the body of a sea monster out of the water. Fan Yun's team unanimously decided that the sea demons no longer seemed so terrible compared to the girl. The mimic flesh consumed the sea monster, but Mian said it would be better to eat a couple more monsters. The stomachs of Van Yun's people couldn't bear this picture. After a while, Mian finished eating the sea monsters and stripped down to her underwear. Xiaoyang told Xiao to watch carefully, but the boy replied that he would be interested in watching this absurdity. Mian warmed up and soon gills began to appear on her neck. The mimic flesh began to transform the girl's body, making her resemble sea monsters. Van Yun was surprised that the metamorphoses occurred much faster than theirs. Soon Mian jumped into the water. The girl instantly adapted to the environment and began to swim very quickly. After making a few circles, Mian jumped out of the water completely. The girl's body was completely transformed, and she began to look like a sea siren. Xiaoyang asked Xiao what he thought about it, to which the boy replied that he now also wanted to become a mimic flesh. Meanwhile, at the sea monster farm, the guards have completely lost their conscience. They began to take little children away from their mothers. The girl whose baby had just been taken away begged for it to be returned. However, the warden remained deaf to her requests and ordered all the small children to be taken away. The other girls approached her and tried to calm her down, saying that she needed to get used to the rules here as quickly as possible. As the evening approached, Xiaoyang and his group almost arrived at the location of the sea monster's lair. Mian checked the radar and asked Van Yun's people if they recognized these places. Jiangkang pointed to one of the islands and said that it was Duzi Island in the Sitai archipelago. Wan Yun suggested going down into the water and exploring the terrain around, but Xiaoyang said that there was no need for that. The guy said that it would be enough to move forward. A few minutes later, the boat approached the island. There were guards on duty who immediately noticed the approach of the ship. However, they thought that the Sea Lord had once again obtained a new batch of beef cattle. One of the prisoners said that the guards were real animals, but another man immediately rebuked him, saying that there was no point in getting into trouble. At that moment, the chief warden turned to them, showing that he had heard everything. The prisoners immediately shuddered, realizing that they would soon be whipped. The overseer approached them and said that it had been too reckless to anger him at the moment when the Sea Lord had brought new slaves. The man said that he would add these prisoners to the list for slaughter and swung his whip. However, the blow was never delivered, as someone grabbed the end of the whip behind the warden's back. Xiaoyang asked what was going on here and why there were no sea demons on the island. The warden looked at the boy and asked which group he was from. Xiaoyang said that he just arrived. The guy pointed to a ship parked nearby and said that he decided to fly in earlier to scout out the situation. The warden yanked the whip and asked how the boy dared to be insolent to him. Xiaoyang assumed the man had some mental problems, so he turned to the other prisoners and asked where the sea monsters were. For such an appeal to the rulers of the seas, the chief overseer ordered the boy to be punished. The other two guards immediately rushed towards Xiaoyang, preparing to strike him with their whips. The whips struck the guy, but he didn't even move. The prisoners did not understand whether Xiaoyang really did not feel pain. Meanwhile, the guy got angry and grabbed the other two whips with his hand. Xiaoyang said he didn't touch anyone only because they didn't pose a threat. The guy pulled all three whips towards himself. The guards immediately lost their weapons. Xiaoyang said that it was time to stop being impudent and start talking to him. The head warden suggested that the boy had been involved in martial arts before the accident, since he had so much strength. The man ordered two guards to hold Xiaoyang until he brought the Sea Lord. Xiaoyang asked why everyone called the monsters the Lords of the Sea, and whether they really lived in peace with them. One of the prisoners immediately told the guy not to listen to the guards, because they were on the side of the monsters and helping them exterminate people. Xiaoyang was surprised that such people exist. At that moment, Xiaoyang's ship docked, and Wanyang asked how things were, to which the boy replied that it was possible to disembark. The guards looked at the new arrivals and did not understand why they were half human and half sea lords. Xiaoyang immediately flew up to one of the guards and grabbed him by the throat. The boy said that he was irritated by the fact that the man called the monsters sea lords at every word. The prisoners noticed that Xiaoyang was moving at an unimaginable speed. Meanwhile, the chief warden ran to the water and blew his horn. Xiaoyang turned his attention to him and realized that he was summoning sea monsters. One of the prisoners said that if they got into a boat right now and sailed away, they would still have a chance to escape. However, the man saw that all of Xiaoyang's people had gone down to the shore and immediately began telling them to go back. The chief warden chuckled and said that soon they would watch as the Sea Lords gutted all the rebels. Xiaoyang pushed one of the guards aside and suggested that the sea monster's lair was located directly beneath the island. At this moment, a group of monsters was already hurrying to the island. They jumped out of the water with spears in their hands. Once on land, they stopped to assess the situation. The Lord of the Sea arrived at the farm with a guard of 10 sea monsters. The prisoners did not understand why Xiaoyang's men were not only not afraid, but were also planning to fight the monsters. The chief warden approached the Sea Lord, pointed at Xiaoyang, and said that this man had come to steal their cattle. The Lord gave the order, and the monsters immediately began to attack. One of the sea monsters attacked Xiaoyang first, but he easily dodged it. The monster did not expect such a quick reaction. Meanwhile, Van Yun's group began firing weapons. These sea monsters had never encountered such power before, so they began to retreat. Xiaoyang only had to make sure that the bullets didn't accidentally hit him. Seeing the people's weapons, the prisoners immediately perked up, believing that they now had a chance. The chief warden looked at the Sea Lord and wondered if they could really handle these people. At this moment, reinforcements arrived from the sea. This time, sea demons came ashore. Seeing the 3 sea monster warriors, the prisoners began to think that they would not win after all. Wan Yun told everyone to be careful, because even Xiao couldn't handle such monsters. Xiaoyang ordered everyone to stand back and not interfere. The guy turned to Mian and said that these 3 would suit her for a warm-up. The girl stepped forward and agreed with Xiaoyang. One of the prisoners warned Mian that she shouldn't go near the water, because the monsters become stronger there. The girl continued to slowly approach the water, ignoring the warnings. The man decided that Mian was deaf, and now the prisoner's hope of salvation began to fade. One of the prisoners told Xiaoyang to stop the girl before she died, but the guy also ignored him. Sea demons began to attack Mian. The girl's body was immediately partially transformed into mimic flesh. The prisoners became frightened and jumped back further from the fence. The head warden looked at Mian in shock and said that she was not human. The sea demon attacked, but the girl successfully parried the first blow. The monster felt Mian's power and shuddered. At this moment, The second sea demon decided to attack the girl from the side. Mian easily threw it aside with her other hand. The girl's head began to open in half. Within a few moments, the head had completely transformed into a mouth of mimic flesh. The sea demon who attacked the girl first became frightened and began to retreat. At the last moment, he managed to jump back to avoid falling into the monster's mouth. Now the demons realized that it would not be so easy to deal with the people who had invaded their territory. The chief warden recommended that the Lord of the Seas take turns entering the water to restore life and wear down the people. The Lord agreed with him and immediately gave the order to the two demons to retreat into the water. They obeyed and dived back into the sea. When Mian followed them, Xiao Yung stopped her, saying that there was no point in chasing monsters. The guy wanted the monsters to be at their peak to get the most out of them. The head warden said that Xiao Yung should not behave like this, because soon the sea lords would tear out his liver. At that moment, the sea demons returned to the shore. They immediately rushed to attack Mian until their strength left them. The flesh mimic immediately began to fight back, but they were very fast and managed to dodge her attacks. The prisoners could not believe that anyone could actually resist 3 sea demons. The chief overseer recommended that the Lord of the Sea first deal with the guy who was in charge of everyone. The overlord gave the order, and one of the sea demons immediately rushed towards Xiao Yung. The prisoners believed that Xiao Yung had no chance to evade the monster's attack. In an instant, the sea demon's body was pierced by a dozen vines. Xiao Yung didn't move and simply released the plant from his body. The Lord of the Sea looked at the guy and said that they couldn't handle him, which meant they had to retreat. The ruler immediately gave the order to retreat. The sea demons stopped fighting and ran towards the sea. Soon, only people remained on the island. The head of the guards begged the Lord of the Sea not to abandon them, but they had already disappeared under the water. The man noticed how the monster girl began to approach him. Mian's face showed no emotion. For some time, the girl beat all the guards. The chief warden fell to his knees and begged for mercy, citing the fact that they, too, had not acted of their own free will. Xiao Yung replied that he had no interest in getting his hands dirty with people like them, for which the warden began to thank him. However, the guy pointed to the prisoners and said that he would not interfere if others wanted revenge. The people had suffered enough from the guards over all this time, so they were thirsty for revenge. A group of people attacked them and began to beat them with their hands and sticks. Soon, all the guards were beaten to death. Mian asked what they would do next, to which Jiankang replied that their boat would be able to carry all the people at once. Xiao Yung waved his hand and told everyone to get on board. However, as they approached the boat, the guy realized that they had some problems. Sea monsters attacked their ship. The monsters realized that they couldn't cope with the enemy, so they decided to destroy their transport. The Lord of the Seas stuck his head out of the water and said that they would all be locked on this island until they died. Xiao Yung rubbed his head and told the monsters to look at what they had done. The guy said they were forcing him to kill them all right now. Jiang Kang asked what they would do now, but Xiao Yung told him that everything was under control. Soon, insects began to gradually fly to the island. Xiao Yung said that there was a boat 2 kilometers from the island that Wan Yung's people would need to bring here. The man said that swimming a couple of kilometers is not a problem for them, but monsters are still guarding them in the water. Fan Yun was sure that they would be torn to pieces as soon as they reached the water. Xiao Yung promised to clear the way for them. The guy looked at the sky and activated the ability to move into the minds of insects. An antenna beetle was circling in the sky, which immediately came under the guy's control. The insect began to emit a signal. A few moments later, all the people on the island heard a strange sound. The prisoners began to look around and soon realized that the sound was coming from the sea. Wedge-shaped waves approached the shore. The monsters standing at the post turned away. The sea monsters saw water beetles jumping out at them. The monsters immediately clutched their spears in their hands, preparing to fight back. However, the insects moved in an even formation, and with one blow scattered the sea monsters to the sides. Fan Yun's group had already seen this, but they still couldn't believe that it was really happening. Xiao Yung told Mian to go with Wan Yun, and the insects would accompany them throughout the journey. The prisoners saw that the girl was going to the water again and asked what she was going to do. The girl partially turned into mimic flesh and dived into the water. A few moments later, the siren jumped out of the water with the torn-apart monster in her hands. Fan Yun's group immediately rushed to the water, taking this as permission to enter. The prisoners completely stopped understanding what was happening in this world. The sea monsters they feared so much were easily killed by insects and other human-like monsters. The prisoners decided to ask Xiao Yung if they eat people. The guy smiled and said that they had food that was tastier than humans, after which Xiao Yung asked to tell him what happened here. Meanwhile, Van Yun's group, accompanied by the beetles and Mian, was heading towards the boat left nearby. Soon they arrived at an island, next to which there was a boat. There was also a sea monster farm there. One of the prisoners said that soon the time for slaughter would come again. Panic began to rise among people, because they were tired of living in this constant fear. One of the men became desperate and told the monsters standing guard that they could kill him right now. The sea monster turned towards him. All three monsters immediately began to approach the man, and one of them took out a knife. The prisoner saw the knife, and his confidence began to gradually evaporate. At that moment, a strange noise was heard from the sea. The monsters turned and saw a beetle flying towards them. The insect stopped a few meters from the sea monsters. For a while, the sea monsters looked at him, not understanding what was happening. The next moment, Van Yun's group with machine guns jumped out of the water. The prisoners did not know whose side the new arrivals were on, because they were half human, half monsters. Wan Yun and Jian Kang started shooting at the monsters. Some of the prisoners were sure that the new arrivals were on their side, but their appearance, which was not at all like people, frightened them. Soon the sea monsters realized that they could not cope with these people. The main monster gave the order to the other two to retreat. They immediately rushed towards the sea, leaving their leader alone with the people. Van Yun chuckled and said that something much more terrible awaited them in the water. The sea monsters jumped into the water, hoping to be saved. At that moment, Mian jumped out of the water and stretched out her claws towards them. The monsters didn't even have time to understand what had happened. The girl grabbed them and dragged them under the water. Mian sank deeper and deeper into the depths. Soon, she tore the sea monsters to pieces. The prisoners were frightened when they saw the siren and how easily she dealt with the monsters. At this moment, Van Yun's group approached the survivors. The prisoners became even more frightened when they noticed something similar to sea monsters in the changes in the bodies of the new arrivals. Jiang Kang said that they really don't look like humans now, but they are all good people. The prisoner pointed towards the sea and asked whether the monster was good. Jiang Kang turned around and saw Mian killing the sea monster. The prisoner asked if the girl was really also one of the good people. Jiang Kang said that Mian was a good girl, even though she didn't look it. At that moment, Mian emerged from the water and turned back into a human. The girl waved her hand and said that the monsters were finished, so they could all move out. The survivors asked what she was talking about, and then Jiang Kang told them that they had their own settlement. Mian immediately understood what the people were worried about, and said that they were not food for them, but survivors like them. Meanwhile, on the island where Xiaoyang remained, the boy was told about what the prisoners were doing there. The boy picked one of the plants that the prisoners themselves grew on the orders of the sea monsters. The survivors said that this is exactly what the monsters fed them, but they had never seen anything like it before. A man among the prisoners said that these plants, with long-term use, shorten the pregnancy period to 1 month. The survivors said the scariest thing is that within a year, the baby grows to the level of a teenager. Xiaoyang asked how developed these children were, to which the man replied that the children were eaten before they turned 1 year old. The guy looked at a strange plant that resembled sea grapes. At this moment, someone called Xiaoyang. 2 survivors pulled the Lord of the Sea ashore and said that he was still breathing. The men said that this monster could speak, although not very well. The Sea Lord said that people dared to oppose the great family of the Sea Emperor, and therefore they would be punished. Xiaoyang didn't intend to listen to him, so he smashed the monster's head with vines. The guy said that his only fear was that the monsters didn't have the courage to come. Soon Mian returned to the island with a group of survivors. Xiaoyang waved his hand to the girl and said that they finished quickly. The boy told the survivors to gather some of the plants they had been growing and come aboard. After some time, the whole team returned to the settlement. The survivors saw the island and asked if it really was some kind of evil lair. Xiao met the people and asked them to disembark and follow him calmly. The guy said that they were all saved by Xiaoyang's people, and now they are completely safe on this island. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang approached Mian and handed her a plant from the farm, asking her to look at it. The guy said it was a plant from a farm that the monsters used as food to breed people. The girl said that the plant needed to be taken to the lab and tested, but first she needed to contact Professor He. The next day, Xiaoyang arrived at the laboratory in City K. The guy was able to connect the backup power supply, which brought power to the building. Xiaoyang was surprised that the backup power system was still working even after so many years of neglect. Mian said the place was originally designed for emergency situations. Xiaoyang proposed to resettle some of the people here and create a new settlement, to which Professor He immediately agreed. The old man began to study the plant and noted that he had never seen such a cellular structure. but he was sure that it was not from their world. The professor said that to be sure, live trials need to be conducted to check whether the plant is harmful. The old man said that there was a room downstairs with breeding cages so they could experiment on mice. Mian replied that it would be difficult, since in their time it was almost impossible to find uninfected individuals. Xiaoyong said there was no need for mice as he had a more suitable option. We return to the sea and see the sea demon that Xiaoyong had caught earlier. The monster was swimming somewhere when the guard stopped him. One of the two Red Sea warriors asked what the purpose of the demon's visit was. The monster said that he came from the Fighting Shrimp tribe and demanded to meet with the leader of the Great Wave tribe. The guard said that they could tell him everything, and he would pass the information on to the leader, to which the demon said that their tribe had been destroyed by people. The guard asked how land cattle could destroy an entire tribe of sea creatures. The demon said that the Great Wave tribe was simply underestimating their enemy, which could end badly. However, the guard was sure that these were not strong people, but simply a tribe of fighting shrimps that were too weak. The monster spread his arms and asked how the demon could compare their tribes. Unlike the Fighting Shrimp tribe, whose camp was small, the Great Wave tribe owned an entire underwater city. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong brought something into the lab that Professor He could experiment on. The guy showed the boxes containing the beetles and the flesh mimic and said that if the plants didn't harm them, then nothing would happen to people either. Xiaoyong also noted that the end of the world has already come, so it's already good that they have something to eat. The guy said that he would stay here for the duration of the experiment in order to protect the professor if anything happened. The old man asked what they would do with the sea monsters, to which Xiaoyong replied that he had already thought of everything. We are transported to a settlement in N City, where Wan Yun noticed a boat approaching them, and Xiao said that it was Xiaoyong who had returned. The settlers went ashore but became frightened when they saw unknown people in the boat. Lycan turned to Shengzi and Cheng and said that they still frightened people with their appearance. Soon they moored and went ashore. Even though Cheng tried to greet people, everyone was wary of him. Shengzi was walking behind Lycan when his son called him. Xiao jumped out from the crowd and asked how his father got here. Shengzi tried to explain to his son the purpose of his visit, but due to the confusion of words, the boy did not understand anything. Lycan explained that Xiaoyong had sent them to protect the island from sea monsters while he was researching plants. Xiao said that there was nothing to worry about since he was here, but his father hit him on the head, saying that he was not yet mature enough to be so arrogant. The settlers whispered that they now understood why Xiao himself was like a monster. One of the survivors did not like these words and asked how they dared to speak like that. Xiao reminded them that they were protecting this island from enemies, so no one dared to speak so badly of them. At this point, Lycan noticed that the flying insects began to behave strangely. Xiao looked at the beetles circling in the sky and guessed that they had spotted the sea monster scouting party again. The boy said that this was his father's opportunity to show what he was capable of. Meanwhile, a group of warriors from the Great Wave tribe approached the island, led by a demon from the Fighting Shrimp tribe. The demon saw insects circling in the sky and said that they had already been noticed. The warriors of the Great Wave did not understand why the monster was so worried. One of the monsters was about to enter the battle, but the demon tried to stop him. However, it was too late, and the warrior jumped out of the water, rushing towards the beetles. The monster pierced the insect with a trident. The Great Wave tribe warrior said that the demon had overestimated the opponent's strength. The sea demon turned around and asked to remember that he had warned, but now he was leaving. The warriors of the Great Wave laughed at him, calling him a coward, and said that the three of them would deal with all this cattle. At this moment, the fourth monster returned under the water again. A few moments later, they heard the sound of an engine. They immediately saw where the sound was coming from. Seeing the approaching boat, the monsters said that the cattle had come to the slaughter themselves. The sea warriors divided the people among themselves, identifying their opponents. Meanwhile, Xiao went on a boat to scout, and all the way he asked Mian to initiate him into the superhumans of the flesh mimic. However, the girl kept refusing him. Shengzi's patience snapped and he hit his son on the head again. The man didn't like the way his son interacted with his elders, but little was clear from what he said. Mian said that if Xiao was infected with the mimic flesh at this age, he would no longer grow. At this moment, the warriors of the Great Wave decided to attack, and their first target was Shengzi. The monster struck the man, knocking him off the boat into the water. The sea warrior raised his trident over Shengzi, intending to pierce him. Xiao screamed, but his attention was immediately drawn to a movement to the side. The boy pulled out a machete when he saw another monster, which was now aimed at him. Xiao struck, sending his opponent flying. Meanwhile, the first monster already believed that victory was his. However, Shengze was not going to give up. The man's tentacles immediately wrapped around the sea monster's hand, holding the trident. After a few moments, the tentacles moved to the warrior's neck. Shengze began to squeeze his neck, cutting off his breathing. At this moment, Mian calmly took off her outerwear on the boat. Xiao stopped her from jumping, saying that this was his father's first performance in this city, so she shouldn't disturb him. Fan Yun didn't understand why the guy and the girl were so calm. Meanwhile, Shengze completely immobilized the Great Wave Warrior, and he began to ask for help. The three partners immediately headed towards him. The man immediately noticed the approach of the other monsters. Shengze extended his tentacles and grabbed two more sea warriors. The man squeezed them with all his might, causing the monsters to die instantly. The fourth monster saw what happened to his comrades. The monster decided to escape before he could be captured. The warrior who was captured first looked at him and called him a coward. However, Shengze had no intention of hanging out with him anymore. Soon the man squeezed the tentacles so hard that the monster lost consciousness. The entire battle took place underwater, so none of the boat's passengers knew what was happening. Xiao was confident that there was nothing to worry about, and soon, Shengze jumped out of the water. The man jumped into the boat, holding the Sea People warrior with his tentacles. Wan Yun asked if the battle had really ended so quickly, to which Xiao replied that his father was one of the strongest warriors. However, Shengze said that he was not strong in underwater combat, so several sea monsters escaped. Mian decided that this was not a bad thing, because then the monsters would convey the information that they were not easy prey. Meanwhile, Professor He began conducting experiments, and the first results impressed him. Xiaoyong asked what the old man had discovered that was so surprising. The professor said the plant accelerated the growth of the control group tenfold, but this property was not passed on to those who subsequently ate it. This meant that if pigs were fed this food, they would grow 10 times faster, but their meat would not harm humans. The professor said that now they will not have problems with food, and livestock farming will be much better than before the disaster. Xiaoyong noted how ironic it was that those who had found it were now looking down on them from the sea as prey. The boy extended the vines towards the plant and said that he had other plans that needed to be made before he could provide everyone with food. Xiaoyong wanted to integrate this plant into the overall system to strengthen the nest insects and the sea of flesh. After some time, the guy arrived at the sea of flesh. Feng immediately came out of the sea to meet Xiaoyong. The man first asked how Mian was doing and whether the mimic flesh in her body was stable. Xiaoyong replied that the girl had no equal right now, since it was she who was currently mostly guarding the island in the city of En. The guy reported that he had found a way to dramatically increase the scale of the sea of flesh. Xiaoyong asked the man to move away a little, and he immediately emerged from the sea of flesh. It took the guy a little time to gather his strength. After this, Xiaoyong released vines from his body. The plant clung to the ground around the guy. The vines lifted Xiaoyong off the ground. The guy concentrated his energy and began to release it outward. Feng watched him from the side and did not understand what was happening. Energy scattered in the air around Xiaoyong. The particles began to gradually settle into the sea of flesh. Feng immediately felt the mimic flesh begin to transform. Xiaoyong sank to the ground and tried to recover from such a release of energy. Feng helped him up, asking if he was okay. But the guy was more interested in whether the man felt new strength. Feng replied that he could feel the Sea of Flesh's power rapidly increasing and asked what Xiaoyong had done. The guy told about a plant from another world and asked to isolate a piece of flesh to observe it. Xiaoyong asked to use mimic flesh to reproduce biological tissue. The guy said that it was for insects, so there was no need to worry about infestation. Meanwhile, the warrior of the Great Wave tribe caught up with the demon from the Fighting Shrimp tribe. The blue monster immediately understood why he was alone. The demon asked if the enemy was pursuing them. The red warrior swam closer and said that it seemed like they weren't chasing him. The monster agreed that these people were too strong. The sea monsters decided that they needed to return immediately and warn the leader about the threat. The monsters reported what had happened to the Sea Emperor, but he could not believe their words. The Great Wave Warrior assumed that the humans had probably come up with a cunning plan and ambushed their warrior. The Fighting Shrimp demon said that it was useless to deny the facts, since they had now personally seen that there were super species among humans. The Emperor put the blue monster in his place saying that he was nobody here to talk to them like that. The demon said that his tribe was destroyed because they underestimated the cattle they fed on. The emperor did not want to listen to this any longer and stood up. All the sea monsters immediately lowered their heads and fell silent. The emperor looked at the demon and decided that things might not be as simple as they thought. The monster ordered his weapon to be brought. 2 sea monsters barely managed to carry away the emperor's giant trident. The Lord said that he would personally lead the campaign and exterminate all the people, and at the same time show the demon from the fighting shrimp tribe the difference between them. The emperor ordered the gathering of warriors and soldiers to set out with him on a campaign against the people. We are transported to an island in the city of En, which was thriving. Thanks to their metamorphoses, Vanyun's people showed excellent results in fishing. The settlers were delighted with such a rich catch every time. At that moment, the settlement was shaken by a roar. People became alarmed and began to look around. Xiao tried to understand what was happening. The island began to shake, causing several people to lose their footing and fall. One of the settlers pointed to the sea and said that there was something there. Near the island, something huge began to rise from under the water. A large, sharp, dark red tentacle hung over the island. The tentacles grew in number, so people began to retreat deeper into the island. The settlers grabbed their weapons, ready to rush to defend their home at any moment. Xiao came closer and ordered them to put away their weapons, and said that it was not an enemy. Mian came ashore and, seeing the flesh mimic, immediately realized that it was his father. Feng emerged from the tentacle and jumped onto the shore. People made way for him, not risking standing next to him. Feng asked his daughter how she was feeling, and she replied that thanks to Xiaoyang, her condition was completely stable. The settlers began to chatter when they heard Mian address the man as father. The girl immediately turned to the settlers and introduced them to Feng, telling them that he was the master of the Sea of Flesh. People started saying that they now understand that Mian is so strong because her father turned out to be a monster. Feng said that thanks to Xiaoyang's intervention, he was able to extend the Sea of Flesh all the way to the island. Mian guessed that it was due to the plant brought from the sea monster farm. Feng began to look around. In the crowd, he noticed Shengzai and Cheng, who waved at him. Feng waved back and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, then asked his daughter where Xiaoyang was. The guy said that he was going to go to the insect's nest, but he should have already returned. At that moment, a clattering sound was heard in the distance. Feng turned towards the sea and asked what it was. The settlers looked up at the sky and opened their mouths in surprise. A swarm of insects was approaching them, but it was unusual. Several insects carried huge beetles. The settlers had never seen anything on such a scale. Xiaoyang flew to the island on a beetle and jumped to the ground. The guy told Feng that the effect on the beetles was weaker, but even so, the swarm grew 5-fold. Xiaoyang said that a second cluster of nests had already been built 2 kilometers to the northwest, so reinforcements would arrive soon. Feng assumed that sea monsters wouldn't bother them, but the guy reminded them that they were also the dominant species. Xiaoyang hoped that the monsters would not forgive the destruction of one of the tribes and would appear themselves. As the boy had expected, after some time, the sea monsters swam to the island of the city of En. They stopped where the insects could not yet notice them. One of the monsters suggested that the creatures flying in the sky were land beetles. He told the emperor that the sea tribes from their world sometimes met them at the borders of the sea. The Lord asked why then the creatures from their world were fighting on the side of people. The warrior suggested that the bipeds had tamed the beetles, just as they tamed people themselves. The demon from the fighting shrimp tribe said that the enemy should not be underestimated, because they have intelligence just like them. The emperor said that this was funny, because if people had reason, then they would not have become their slaves. The demon told about sticks that shoot stones, and although they are useless in water, they are very dangerous on land. The emperor asked how many such weapons there were, to which the monster replied that he assumed that only human shamans had such weapons. The Lord laughed and said that they just needed to kill the shamans by luring them to the water, and then everything would be over. The emperor turned to his army and ordered them to listen to him carefully. The Lord ordered the warriors to destroy the nest of people in order to make them his liver slaves again. From the roof of the building, Xiao observed the situation at sea. Seeing the movement of the sea monsters, The guy immediately contacted Xiao Yong by radio. Xiao Yong was in a meeting when the guy reported that the monsters had gone on the offensive. Feng stood up from the table and said that he would meet these monsters. Xiao Yong stopped him and said that he would personally assess their strength first. The guy used the ability to transfer consciousness. Xiao Yong took control of the beetles and directed them towards the enemy. Aquatic insects also rushed towards the sea monsters. Seeing the number of monsters, Xiao Yong guessed that they had mobilized troops. The boy told the council members that there were at least several thousand sea monsters, and possibly more than 10,000. A representative of the survivors said that if it weren't for Xiao Yong and his men, they would have been wiped out by a couple of groups. Xiao Yong picked up the radio and addressed all the posts. The guy appealed to all able-bodied members of the community. Xiao Yong reported that a large number of enemies were approaching them. All the people were divided into groups according to their strengths and abilities, and began to wait for the battle to begin. The first to enter the battle were the aquatic insects. However, the first wave of sea monsters dealt with them with ease. The monsters relaxed and asked if this was really all the enemy could do. At this moment, a small group of beetles circled the main formation. They moved in a wedge formation, deftly maneuvering between the monsters. Their main target was the Emperor. The monster immediately noticed their approach. Even though they were coming from behind, the Emperor turned and struck with his trident. His impact created a large wave that threw the beetles out of the water. The dead insects fell onto the shore where Mian stood. The girl looked at her opponent with boredom. The Emperor jumped out of the water and immediately noticed Mian. Seeing that the girl remained calm even in front of him, the Lord decided that she was the strongest among people. The Emperor extended his hand to the girl and said that she was his prey. The demon from the Fighting Shrimp tribe said that this was too reckless, but the Lord no longer heard him. The Great Wave tribe warrior said that there was no need to worry about the Emperor. The monsters said that their leader's power was unimaginable. Shengzhe and Cheng watched from the side as the Emperor ran across the water towards Mian. Cheng asked the man if he wanted to intervene, but he said the target was too fast and too far away for him to miss. Xiao Yong stood on the roof and called out to Mian. The guy said that the leader of the sea monsters was coming for her, and asked her opinion on this matter. The girl sighed and said that it was too boring. Feng approached Mian, warming up, and said that the monster had become completely bold, since it decided to hit his daughter in front of him. The man put his hand forward and called upon the powers of the Sea of Flesh. A moment later, the earth and the seabed began to shake. Tentacles of the Sea of Flesh emerged from the water, surrounding the Sea Emperor. The monster stopped and looked at the strange creature. The Emperor jumped to avoid a collision with the mimic. The monster looked at the tentacle and wondered if this too was the power of the liver cattle. Feng said that the monster is very fast, so it is able to dodge attacks. Mian began to undress and advised her father to save his strength for the rest of the enemies. The girl said that this monster could be left with her. Feng asked if Mian was sure, but Xiao Yong hastened to reassure the man, saying that the girl was now almost immortal. Mian warmed up a bit on the shore, after which she jumped into the water. Within moments, the girl turned into a siren and jumped out of the water next to the Sea Emperor. The monster had never seen anything like this before, so he froze in place. During the previous reconnaissance, none of the sea monsters had encountered Mian, so she became a discovery for them. The Emperor and Mian plunged into the water, where the monster attempted to pierce the girl with a trident, but she successfully dodged. The counterattack was not long in coming. The Emperor parried the attack with his trident, but still felt the girl's strength. The monster was sure that the girl was also a sea creature, and was not inferior to him in strength. The Emperor asked why Mian, with such power, allowed the liver cattle to tame her. However, the girl heard only incomprehensible sounds due to the language barrier. Seeing that Mian did not understand his speech, the Emperor attributed her to a simple wild beast. The monster jerked the trident aside, throwing the girl back. Mian didn't take her eyes off her opponent for a second. The Emperor said that underwater he would not allow anyone to be stronger than him. The monster and Mian rushed towards each other at great speed. The Emperor was about to strike with his trident. Their collision caused the water in the sea to swirl and rise into the sky in a column. Mian turned around and swung her tail sharply at the trident. This caused water to spray into the air again. Fan Yun's team watched this from the shore and unanimously decided that they should not go into the water at that moment. Cheng said he didn't expect such a sharp development from Mian, and Shengzhe said he even wanted to stretch his legs. While the Emperor was fighting the girl, The commander-in-chief of the sea monster army ordered the offensive to continue. Soon, the flesh mimic joined the battle underwater. Some of the monsters were held back by the sea of flesh, but many managed to get through. One of the sea warriors jumped out of the water, heading towards Chang and Shengze. Chang immediately noticed the enemy and turned his head in his direction. The guy grabbed the monster by the neck as soon as it approached. With a slight movement of his hand, Chang snapped his opponent's neck. The guy said that since they didn't get a big monster, then they should at least crush small ants for fun. Shengzi agreed with him and immediately launched his tentacles into the water. The sea monsters heard the splash and turned towards the direction from which the sound came. They didn't have time to react when the tentacles began to bind and pierce them. The incapacitated settlers watched the battle from the rooftops of buildings and rejoiced that their people were winning. Meanwhile, the battle between the Emperor and Mian continued. The sea monster didn't expect the girl to be so stubborn, so he decided to leave her. The Emperor decided to bypass Mian and immediately begin killing the liver cattle, which can do nothing without a leader. The monster abruptly changed its trajectory and, having circled the girl, headed towards the shore. The Emperor did not yet understand who he had decided to meet. Xiao Yong stood on the rooftop and watched the battle unfold. The Emperor jumped out of the water and began searching. What interested him most was the king of the liver cattle. Looking at Van Yun and his men, the monster immediately realized that they were not the leaders. Feng was already more interesting to him, but the Emperor was sure that he was not the main one either. The monster saw Xiao Yang, who was standing calmly in the crowd and looking at him without any emotion. The Emperor pushed the settlers aside and headed towards the guy, deciding that he was the one in charge here. Seeing that Xiao Yang didn't even try to dodge, the monster decided that he was frozen with fear. However, after just a few moments, he felt something grab him. The Emperor looked down and saw the mimic flesh that had wrapped around his leg. The monster jerked with all its might, tearing apart the tentacles with which Feng had grabbed it. The man said that it was no accident that this monster was the strongest among the enemies, since almost no one could cut down a mimic with brute force. The Emperor decided that Xiao Yang did not evade because he was being protected all the time. The monster rushed at the guy again, saying that no one could protect him now. The Emperor was about to strike with his trident, but Xiao Yang deftly dodged the blow. The monster was shocked that an ordinary person could keep up with his top speed. At that moment, the Emperor saw vines in front of him. The monster didn't have time to realize how the plant grew and surrounded him. Xiao Yang ordered the plant to squeeze the enemy. Thick vines immediately wrapped themselves around the sea monster Emperor. The naval warriors watched the events from the water and could not believe that their leader had been captured. The demon from the fighting shrimp tribe said that these people were completely suppressing the Emperor. At that moment, the Lord of the Sea Monsters tried to get out of the trap, but he did not have enough strength. Xiao Yong walked closer and extended his palm towards the Emperor's head, releasing vines. No matter how hard the monster resisted, the plant still pierced his forehead and pierced his brain. Xiao Yong used his mind-reading ability. The boys saw that the sea monsters lived in another dimension until the portal opened. Through him, the Emperor passed into the world of people, together with his tribe. Soon they encountered people and mistook them for unintelligent cattle. From the bodies of people, the monsters made water ghosts to help them get food. When the system sent a notification about the completed task, Xiao Yang released the Sea Emperor. The monster fell to the ground and did not move anymore. Mian emerged from the water and immediately headed towards Xiao Yang. The girl asked the guy if he had learned anything useful. Xiao Yang said that they were right in that the monsters came from another world and were now at the stage of tribal civilization. Sea monsters turned people into watery corpses with the help of a symbiotic virus. This virus could be considered related to the Super Devourer virus that caused the zombie disaster in City M. Mian suggested that all the disasters could have come from one world. Xiao Yong also thought that it all started with the rifts that connected their worlds. And thanks to the Emperor, the guy now knows where one of the rifts is. The guy said that he wanted to go to that world and see it with his own eyes. Xiao Yong waved his hand and said that first, they needed to deal with all the sea monsters. The guy said over the radio that now there was no need to hold back. As soon as Xiao Yang gave the order, Feng immediately released the full power of the Sea of Flesh. A multitude of giant tentacles and mimic flesh burst out of the water. At this moment, support came from the second nest of insects. Fan Yun's team entered the battle. They worked harmoniously with insects and mimic flesh without a shadow of fear. The commander-in-chief of the monsters began to understand that they could not cope with people, especially after the emperor was defeated. The warriors of the Great Wave tribe asked if he had really decided to desert. The monster said that the warriors were so stupid that they couldn't even see the difference between their powers. The soldiers said that they would kill the commander-in-chief themselves if he did not return. At that moment, a swarm of insects began to approach them. The commander-in-chief heard the crackling sound and turned his head. At that moment, a huge beetle crashed into him at great speed.